Right, we are back for some of the insight. If you didn't see Twitter, which to be fair, nowadays it doesn't even nobody uses following anyway, even anyway. So it won't have been a viral tweet. So you might not have seen this, but you might be surprised why there's so many insight out so early. First of all, it's obviously Monday, and then the VOD itself will actually come out tomorrow on Tuesday. So the reason why is basically, I'm sure you are aware that Yamato does still coach the Ruddy Sack team. So what is happening is it was just getting a bit awkward with some of the timing. Like, it's not even by the way that we were necessarily like running over. It's just, I know what, here's the thing, Yamato. The reason why I never pushed back against changing the time is I know exactly what the issue is, mate, which is it's not that like you're always running over and like you're never getting there on time, but it's just knowing that you have something, for example. I'll give you someone an example. If I know I have something that has to happen in 30 minutes and I've got 20 minutes of work to do, I have time to do it, but that pressure actually makes that 20 minutes way harder to do the work in. So I know what you mean, mate. You know, one likes that feeling of seeing the clock get really close and thinking, fuck, are they going to stop now? So it's all good. We decided we're going to switch to Mondays for now. We also, by the way, if people don't know, a lot of the original timing of this as a live show was based around Monty living in Korea and then coming back and going to America. And it was also, I was basically scheduling around him. So we actually kept basically the original time slot I had for Monty, but Yamato doesn't live in Korea. So we can also, for this show, actually move it to whenever we want. We do want to, in theory, have a same day. So we'll try Mondays for now. But that's not a promise. In the future, it may indeed change. We'll just shift as it goes. And also, in the past, we used to try and do the show based on concepts like, are there any games that day? Well, if you know how the LPL format works, there's games every single day. So there's always games you're missing. So, for example, like I don't think it's the end of the world that like there will be LEC games today, but we won't have talked about them because they'll happen after the thing and then it'll be out. Because what'll happen is if there's a really important match, we'll talk about it in next week's episode. It's all fine. It's all good. It's nothing to worry about in that sense. So I think we should actually start just basically what I was talking about before we started the show, which is normally I don't do that. Like if people don't know, I actually almost am intentionally antisocial before the show goes live because I actually hate, I've seen this happen on many other talk shows, bro. A lot of other people in the industry, even friends of mine and other co-hosts, love to like pre-talk before they start the episode. But the problem with that is you just burn all your points and then you know what the other person's points are. And what I've tended to find when I've been in those calls is, the pre-talk was great. You were getting into the topic. But then when you recreate that on the air, half of it's not there because everyone knows what everyone thinks. And plus it takes the fire off. So what we'll do is we'll run it back a bit. We won't do it identically. But I was saying to Yamato before we went live, one of the big topics I actually want to discuss is this one that we loosely addressed last episode, which is we addressed it largely on the side that like, this is how it goes, right, in my mind, right? So at the beginning of the year, it was, I think it was even on the first week, mate. Wasn't it the week where they just like G2 had done bad results and GX 3-0'd? So it was the mixture of both. GX was going up. Kyoto just made his return to LEC. G2 was doing badly that week. Remember, that was the week they went like 1-2 or whatever, which was kind of really shocking. Everyone thought they'd be the best team. And then obviously Kyoto's comments were that he basically said he didn't think they would make it to Worlds. Now, the problem with that is it's not even just what happened to G2. Obviously, G2 did go on to, at one point, look like they would win the split, but they ended up finishing second. And then, obviously, crucially, I actually think it's more the GX side that made this a way bigger story. The problem then is, almost immediately after he made that statement, GX also simultaneously, like, nosedived to oblivion. And then it wasn't actually until literally, like, last week, not the most recent play day, but like whatever, like 10 days ago or whatever, when they did this homestand and they had these big wins, that they actually sort of revived GX. So my issue here is this. I'll set the table like this. I understand why people's response to Kyoto, because that's, by the way, that's not just like a hot take. That's about the hottest take you can do. Before you've even really actually like seen a split play out, to say like G2 with players like Caps and Ansama, but they're not even going to make it to Worlds. But my problem, there's a few ways to put this, is this. One, I do think part of the issue, because you saw people kept harping on the GX side of it, bro. Technically, GX, by the way, in this conversation should have nothing to do with whether G2 is good or not. But I think here's the problem. I'll actually be very charitable, Yamato Cannon. I actually think a special skill I have as somebody who's done a lot of talk shows and interviews where I facilitate conversation, but especially also, by the way, actually as someone who's autistic, and I've told this story before, that when I was young, I was actually quite bad at like reading what people were like, thinking behind their statement. I would just interpret it literally. Whereas I'd actually say I've done so many years of it in journalism now, I'm actually pretty good at sort of reading between the lines or what they mean behind what they say. Here's the real problem, I think, and I know why fans attacked Kyoto so hard. They think that part, because, and by the way, it's not totally logical. This is why I'm going to say it's charitable, Yamato, but I don't think anyone's made this point before. They think because it was GX that went 3-0 and was number one on week one of winter, and G2 wasn't doing well, well, because in all of our brains for the past few years, even if G2 didn't win a split in the past years, they'd always have been second. And by the way, if they hadn't come second, they're going to at least be third. So the idea that you're not going to make Worlds, I think in fans' minds, was tied to the idea Giotto was saying they're not going to make Worlds because GX is going to take their spot. You see what I mean? I actually think that's, even though he didn't say that, although I imagine he obviously did imagine he would make Worlds. I mean, that almost is, by the way, implied within his statement. He's thinking, I'm back on top, I'm back in Europe, GX is not going to. So it is actually as a loose connection sort of in the background of his statement, but he didn't actually say it himself. So my problem basically goes like this. When he made that statement, I'm actually less interested in the GX side because every coach hopes they're going to do well. I'm more interested in the G2 side of like, hey, what did he see in those scrims? And hey, they did do badly that first week. And actually, it wasn't even until the playoffs they really sort of like hard cooked. They got like better and better as the split went on. So my problem is there's two parts to it. One, I feel like people dunked super hard on Giotto, mainly actually because of GX's failure, not because of G2's success. Because after the upper bracket final and the fight, G2 actually hasn't been that amazing. They actually haven't been super duper well. In fact, I'd actually say you could make a very strong argument that on the first week that he made that statement, there was something to what he said. And it wasn't, and actually, as of today, it's not even that crazy a playoff. It's not actually that crazy prediction. Like a lot of people, by the way, you'll notice even on broadcast, they've all started doing this. On the hot take point made League of Legends, it was like a week ago or something. Actually, Zabatine did have the hot take that he thought G2, this split wouldn't make playoffs. And he did the same thing where he looked at like who they'd lost to and who that. I think actually a lot of people now, I saw it on the AOC broadcast, I think Goldborg said it or something. A lot of people have warmed up to the idea maybe G2 won't make this playoffs. Now, I'll quickly make a big point here, which is none of these fucking results I've just described qualify you to Worlds. None of us will actually know who makes Worlds until the summer playoffs. Obviously, that's how the format works. It's actually how it used to be back in the day when you were playing Pro, mate. Like, we just do the very end of summer is what qualifies you. So technically, nobody yet knows if anyone's right or wrong. The only problem I have is this. Is if we're in a world where we want everyone to make these bold statements, because by the way, I've made this point the whole year. I think it's excellent that Giotto made that statement. That's not a judgment of the statement, but I think it's brilliant that, like, for example, when a big former champion does change players, that if someone really is scrimming them and being like, hey, they're actually way worse, I want to know that. And by the way, if you can frame it as like trash talk, that's cool. My problem always is this, Yamato. We all know there is a line to trash talk. The line becomes, like, if we're having fun trash talking, mate, imagine actually like among people who are part of a community and we aren't all enemies, etc. The trash talk has to always have some element of like, I'm trashing you, but obviously I still respect you on some level. Or obviously it's good that you're part of this. The problem is I think the trash talk is too vitriolic. And I was saying this to you before the show. This will set you up to give me your take, which is my issue goes like this, Yamato. People haven't just memed back at Giotto and gone, hey, how's GX, bro? Or like, by the way, a great line to him would have been, one, G2 is going to make it, and two, you'll be watching with us on Twitch. So if you do some bad like that, I'd be like, fair play. But I feel like people have given Giotto, like, essentially almost 100% of the, like, criticism and trash talk you could have if you'd failed the prediction. But his prediction could still actually come true. In fact, as of right this moment, it's all of a sudden back on the menu in a way it only was in the first week he said it. It's actually suddenly starting to look more plausible. Whereas, yeah, obviously after the winter split, I thought to myself, wait, he was wrong on that, wasn't he? But I'm wrong, because that's not what matters. What matters is how you do in summer. So my issue goes like this, Yamato. If he somehow ends up being right, how do we resolve this in the scene? Because everyone will have told this guy he's an idiot, a moron. Every time he lost to GX, like, this proves you know nothing about the game. But then he might have been right in the end. So how do you resolve this whole situation, bro? Because as I say, it becomes more of a topic, because I actually think the fact that people don't even think G2 might make this playoffs, again, you project forward that type of a form. It's not too crazy. He could come fourth in Europe. Remember, we're not saying you have to actually be like eighth. Not making playoffs, but it was a crazy prediction, but it's just plausible. The idea you could come fourth and lose like a game 5 to Fnatic or MCoin, that's not actually that crazy now. So where are you on this topic? Listen, you are someone who's had a lot of criticism of fans, but you also tend to try and be like kind towards fans and let them shit talk you for some reason. So where do you come out on the Giotto topic? Where are we going on this?
I think the main line in everything is the credibility of Giotto and also the credibility of the statement. And
okay,
like, I think as things move on, right, and certain things happen and there's more information, like if you were, let's say, a betting man and you could set up a bet if G2 is not going to make Worlds or not, you know, at the moment in time when Giotto said it, I think that the odds must have plummeted with what we've seen so far, right? I think in the context of spring, going to them going to finals. I think on the other side of the topic of credibility, if someone like Gelato makes that statement, which was spicy, it put the focus on him. I think as like last time we talked, in the beginning where you gave me the angle that this is just like a way to put pressure on G2 and to remove the shield that they have of being like unbeatable. That angle I'm with 100% because I think that kind of a chess move definitely puts the pressure on him because like rarely you criticize the GX players, people are just fucking aiming at him. And I think being in a coach's position, at least in my experience, I always liked being in that position where there's no pressure on the players externally. I think that part is very, very good. But in terms of GX doing bad, reflects on the credibility of Gelato and at the same time reflects on the credibility of the statement. Because if you're in a position where you think that G2 is not going to make it, what have you done with that information? They began to like lose. And I think from that angle, to clown on him, I think that angle does make sense. Like the statement in itself was quite cursed because they did go on a massive lose streak and now they made a resurgence, beating G2. Last episode I said, fair play, you beat G2. G2's not looking bad in terms of zooming out and what the statement was focused on. If we just break down the words, it was only on G2 and their odds to qualify. But I do think that with what we've seen so far up until this point, and in the context of the rest of the league, it still feels and looks very, very implausible that the top three won't be a version of G2 KC Fnatic, right? And at the time when he said it, maybe he had information, maybe something, but it's such a big statement to make so early on, especially because we know the format's going to be different. There's going to be fearless and all these things that change. And I think the nature of those changes is still, regardless of it being resolved or not, it's kind of like, making a statement in the context of, let's say I make a prediction 5 years from now that the world is going under. And then it's like, I give you a specific date, and then we're approaching that date, and nothing has changed, and the air is still the same, we're breathing the same, and it's like, this is some Nostradamus date. It's like, no, you can't tell me that, this date hasn't happened yet. There are certain elements in the air, it's like fucking lava gonna fucking spew up from the ground the day it fucking goes down, I do think there are certain elements that change, and I go back to my initial example. If you're a betting man from this position, G2 not making worlds, I think if someone... what kind of odds would we put that on? I think those odds would have decreased over the span of the last, let's say, 3 months.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They'd also be way lower than after Winter Split, right?
I think...
Not the other way around. The odds would be... they are... put it this way, it's more likely now that G2 don't make Worlds than after Winter Split, right?
I think in the context of Spring, yeah. I think that's fair. I think this Vitality win was very important. Because that pretty much like seals the playoff. If somehow they lost against Vitality, that was like such an important match. Sure. And I think that also changes things because their form looked good again. They figured out a way to play and to incorporate everybody, but that we can talk about when we talk about the LEC. But I think in the context of the last 2 weeks, definitely there were like a fucking alarm bells were ringing heavily for G2, for sure.
Because my problem basically goes like this. It's fine to trash talk, but you have to do it at a level where it doesn't make the other person think this isn't worth it for me. Like, essentially, you have to keep it so it's got an element where it feels friendly. If people don't know, one of the things that's really misunderstood about me is I don't tag players on my Twitter if they've never, directly been rude to me, Yamato. If you ever go back in the day, the only time you'll ever see me tag Nuke from BDS in a tweet is when he directly on Twitter to me was very rude to me. Because at that point in time, it's like, if you want to be rude to me publicly, well, then game on. You've set the rules. I accept your terms. But if, for example, I criticized Nuke before that, I would write his name, but I'd never tag him. I don't think he's ever followed me. We're not mutuals in any way. That's one of those things where if he chooses to stay off social media, I'm not even trying to get his attention. I'm making that comment because that's my thoughts about him to my general audience. It's not even about him at that point in time specifically. It's actually my thoughts about him. And then it's to, not him, the general audience. So one of the issues I have is I actually do follow this rule I'm talking about. I try to always keep trash talk when there's not some personal element like I'm saying here involved. Just keep it at a vaguely friendly level. You can still say someone's shit or they're an idiot or whatever, but here's the difference, Yamato. It's very different for someone to say you're an idiot because you made a crazy prediction and it hasn't happened, right? Than to go the fact that it hasn't happened, which literally we haven't resolved this yet. So as I said, what annoys me about this one is we've already treated for the last month like it was proven Kyoto was wrong and G2 somehow qualified to Worlds. They haven't. That literally hasn't happened yet, which was the condition he described. But what we're already doing is we're acting like actually what he said was G2 won't be top 3 in winter split. So he'd be wrong if he'd have said that. He just never said that statement, did he? In fact, I even think what he made was a more bold prediction, Yamato. Like, let me spin it back to you this way, mate, which is surely the safer prediction, but also would have been fire for Yamato, is you're going off scrim knowledge and week 1 of LEC winter, right? Why didn't he just say G2 won't be top 2 in winter split? That alone would have been edgy, or top 4, right? That would have had at the time a better chance of coming true. And the other thing is, it's such a short pace of time, he'd have a chance to be right within like 3 weeks or something, or 4 weeks or something, right? If he'd have done that, I'd get it. Like, that would be one thing. In some ways, when he makes a prediction like they're not going to make a world, so what he's really saying then, Yamato, is something like in about 6 months they won't be top 3 is what that if you translate that, right? To me, that's actually not even crazy trash talk, bro. To me, that's almost more something like, based on what I've seen in scrims and my team playing them, he's basically saying this isn't your dad's G2. This isn't the G2 of Mickey X and Jan Kors and all those past good teams. It's not even really the one of last year. It's a different G2. And here's the weird thing. What I don't get is, aside from saying they wouldn't make it to the top X, and also, you remember at the time, he also called them out because I think it was scrim dodging them or something was the implication, right? If you remember, there was some like weird thing he mixed in there, which implied that they'd fucked with their scrims. Basically, people act like he trash talked the team, though. I agree with you. I noticed he didn't mention any players, mate. He didn't say like Cap sucks now or something, like some outrage. That's what I don't get is like, was his trash talk that unreasonable? You think it was? Do you think he went too far with it?
I think if I want to go at it from the angle of being charitable towards Giotto, it did seem just like a statement of like G2 is not going to dominate this year, and there's like actual challenge. Because yes. if I view it from that angle, there's a lot of truth to that. They lost to KC, like they lost to Fnatic. There's like challenges now. Like Koya is looking decent at land.
Like I said before, I assume it is implied that he thought he was beating G2 in scrims or would beat them. That's all they were being dodged, etc. I assume as well we can add in that because at the time everyone said in scrims Fnatic was beating everyone. I assume he also saw Fnatic and thought, well, they're going to be the champions, not G2. Something like that. I imagine it was a mix of it all, right?
Because I think if that's like the point, there's truth to it, right? I could definitely see that. I liked how Dylan responded, because if the Dylan response was tough as fuck too, I think that part was very, very good, very spicy. That was very enjoyable. I think on the topic of like people giving him vitriol, people giving shit, like I clown on him too, right? Because it was very cursed. They just started running it down, right? I didn't do it to.
I don't consider it a trash talk personally, Yamato, to tell him like you know nothing about League of Legends because you said that, or you're a failed coach because you like that's not trash talk, man. That's just being mean to someone. Like I don't want you to go to prison for making a shit tweet, but it is. I think that's just horrible to say that, mate. You know what I mean?
I don't know what the discourse has been around Giotto. Like, it's been that harsh towards him. Because I don't follow Reddit or Twitter or anything like that anymore.
Fair enough. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe you can look me in. What have people said?
I would say quite literally, because like I say, I don't even think it was about G2's up and down form, mate. I think as soon as GX fell off in the regular split of winter, people just took that statement. Like I said before, they turned it into whatever they wanted. They turned it into G2 isn't good now, or we're better than G2. All these statements that he never actually said. And for real, ever since GX started losing, they just acted like this, like, look, the fact that we're losing already would have made them say Giotto's a fraud or he's bad or what are you doing with the team? Because obviously they had some good players on the team. But I think they took that and then combined it with the G2 one to be like, look, he's obviously just doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's a fucking idiot or something. And I think people did. Sadly, they didn't just take it as, hey, you went too far or you overcooked with the trash talk. Again, I'll have to just leave it to fans themselves to say what they think the fan sentiment was. But I got the sense that like there was a massive swelling of people who were backlashing against Giotto. They've treated him like a moron for the last like month and a half or something. Yeah. I would say so.
I would say, though, like in terms of how fans are, I think fans are irrational. So this is a rational response to a comment like that, right? Okay. It's like if you say big words like that, you better back them up. And then it's like one of those things where you build credibility over time. It's like if now, like you mentioned, like the question is like what is going to be, let's say, the reparations for all the shit he gets if G2 don't make it. The thing is, it comes in the form of credibility for the next time he makes such a statement.
All right, let me ask you for a prediction then. Do you think, because by the way, like I said, look, if I had to actually pick today, Yamato, I would take G2 as one of the world's teams. Because if I'm assuming there's 3 teams, I'm gonna go ahead and be also bold and say EU won't fucking win or come second at MSI. So I'm imagining we're gonna get 3 EU spots for Worlds, Yamato. So if I look at the current set of teams, I'm not also going to be ridiculous and take like Vitality's run or so. I'm just going to look at the 3 teams and say, if I have to pick the 3 to go, then yes, I'm picking Karmine Corp, Fnatic, and G2. They're just the obvious ones to pick right now. So they would make it, whether first, second, or third by my metrics. So I think that's like a reasonable take to go with. I think I would go with that. But like I say, I also don't think, if you ask me for the odds, I agree with the way you did it. If you did it as betting odds, yes, on week 1, their odds actually would have been way more close to not making it to Worlds than you'd imagine. Like, it was at least possible, right? I also agree, at the end of Winter Split, those odds would have gone way down. Now it'd be like, I actually think the joke is after Winter Split, they would be the most likely team to make Worlds. Because even though they didn't win the Winter Split, they just showed so much quality against everyone except in the final that you'd think, oh, come on, they'd be really hard for this team not to make Worlds. But the difference is, if the odds were like quite high, they don't make it on week 1. Then after Winter, they went really low. Let's say like they were either the favourite to make Worlds or second. I would say now they're more back to like, maybe they're like I said, maybe they're the 3rd team to make Worlds. But I would say they're right on the borderline. I would say that, you know, if you told me Koi, who I didn't mention, makes it instead, I don't think that's crazy at this point in time with what we're seeing play out in the server. I would still think G2 is a better team, but they could lose to Koi. I think that's plausible.
I on my end as well. Like, I think like KC, Fnatic, G2, I would be insanely surprised if anything changes. Like the people behind them, right, would be Koi, because they've managed to like ramp up, and Jojo looks a lot more integrated. But I think the main thing for me, in particular with G2, I think just it's especially like with the best of 3 format and what we are so used to when it comes to the LEC because of the BO1s, where everything just moves fast. Like, if a team has bad form, they stay in bad form and they don't recover. Yes. Now, like in the context of like teams getting better and how they can like regroup and find themselves again, I do think like teams with like a wealth of experience like G2 do, like the distance between having like good form and a good read can just be like a simple week. And I can contextualize that to KC too, like we talked about in the last episode. It's like the fact they got the week off, then they get to play against Rogue, and then their next match is in the fucking KC venue against G2. Yeah. Maybe this is just the perfect storm to make KC the front runner to win the split again, because Fnatic now, you know, some of the games that they played, they look kind of dirty, you know, in terms of how they finish up this last like this LEC weekend. So it's I think now in the best of 3 world, I do think that how forms can shift between the week is a little bit more, like, we can be a little bit more charitable towards teams that have that credit. It's like BB, Caps, and their coaching staff, like that should already be as a foundation good enough for them to make it to the World Championship. But you know, they didn't make it in 2021, you know, because they lost the best of 5 against Fnatic, you know, for various reasons. And everyone thought at the beginning of the year that Carlos had ruined LEC because he took Reckless from Fnatic. Yep. So things can happen, you know, things can happen.
Yes. No, by the way, that's actually even a very good historical parallel, because you're right. Everyone would have said same thing. It's guaranteed G2 goes to Worlds that year. Bro, they've just got the super team lineup and they put Reckless in, who, remember, was like a literal MVP of the LEC in a bunch of those years, and even was in G2. So yeah, it's actually quite a good parallel. It would have been inconceivable they didn't make it to Worlds, but obviously the joke is even your fucking scoffed roll swap Fnatic eliminated them and actually stopped them going. So that's another thing about this discussion, by the way. We still don't know either way. It's like fucking 3 months away from now or something. Like, it's such a fucking inane thing that everyone, essentially what I'm annoyed at is everyone thinks it's already been proven that he was wrong. It's like, we haven't even started the process. Like, yeah, in the early part of the race, it looked like he was losing. But also, there's another thing. What I also think that's been so interesting is the real thing that's reignited this discussion for me is we didn't actually realize the impact these homestands would have, bro, which is that homestand did the double whammy because G2 looked shit and GX beat them. In fact, you could even say, Yamato, the most crazy counterintuitive logic is GX becoming a team that shit that no one cares about, but then beating G2 has helped Yoto's argument way better than when they were supposed to be really good and they were just going to beat them like by being better. Like, in some ways, by inting, he's inted to win for his prediction in the long run. Although I assume he does want to make Worlds himself, for fuck's sake. Yeah, there's another thing, I will also say that. If at the end of the year, you're actually right, G2 doesn't make Worlds, they come fourth and they lose 3-2 to MCOY in that last series, but then also G2 is irrelevant and you're watching from the stands. I mean, I'll give you credit, but it's not really that cool. I'd rather have just made it with You know what? I'd rather GX and G2 made it if I were Yu-Gi-Oh! At that point. It's not really about G2, but that's why I say I also think people's got too serious about this. Like, in some ways, I could even argue that doesn't this really show how scared everyone else is to do real trash talk? That actually everyone has still been talking about some shit Kyoto said in week 1 of the whole year. Like, mate, every other trash talk in every other region, we forgot about all those. That's ages ago. Like, we're all on to the new split. But that, because there hasn't really been anything as spicy as that, it still sort of lives rent-free in everyone's head or hangs over the scene as these results go up and down, you know.
I think that's like the main thing, right? I think it's just entertainment in the end. It's like if people are upset or emotional or passionate about something in either direction, I am mostly in the camp that it's a good thing. My only concern when like things get too heavy is that at some point we're gonna have like a live event where someone does something fucked up.
Yes, we don't want to like a ball thrown at someone or something silly, of course. Like, or spitting on them or whatever. Yeah,
like it's just like it's so close to that, and I feel like one occurrence will like fucking push it too far. I wasn't in CS. It wasn't CS, right, where like some fucking like casino owner was like fucking pushed.
Yep. It was
the fucking storm.
Yeah. It was at the major last year. Almost a year ago, around exactly this time. It was actually at the end of April. It was the end of March. For a playoff match at the CS2 Major in Copenhagen, a guy who was an owner of a skin site that was a rival of one of the sponsors of G2 basically told a bunch of people that he worked with, allegedly, to storm the stage of the Major, and that happened. And it meant that some of the players literally had by the way, because they didn't know the context of what was going on Twitter and what, they actually just thought fans are just storming the stage and trying to attack us. Which I can tell you right now, for the ones who are like 18-year-old Russian kid who's like barely seen the world, they were scared, mate. They actually thought like I'm being like my life's in it. It turns out it wasn't. It was just dickheads trying to run on the stage and like make a scene or whatever. I know what you mean though, Yamato. Like that's actually even a good analogy, because in that analogy, no one did actually try to hurt the people. But mate, even as soon as someone like gets on a stage, I get very uncomfortable. Like I don't even again. Talk all the trash you want on Twitter or make a sign like Kyoto's an idiot, but don't ever like even imply that you're like, because even you could argue even storming the stage gives the person the intimidation they're going to be attacked whether they are or not. Like that in some sense is their safe area where they know that there can't be anyone outside who isn't an admin or another team. So I do think I know what you mean, Yamato. That's the problem. Is it's all fun and games until eventually someone does get hurt in this analogy, whether that's something like being physically intimidated at an event, which no one should ever have to experience at esports, for fuck's sake. This isn't the UFC. Here's the thing, Yamato. I get why there's fights at the UFC. It's like mega fucking adrenaline pumping shit. You've got massive old jacket. The sort of people who are fans of that are the sort of people who want to have a bar fight, etc. That makes sense when a fight breaks out. The idea at esports, we're going to like spit on people or like pull their hair or something. It's whether these are things that have happened at certain events or at certain places around the world. Like that is beyond the pale of my. That's totally unacceptable. Like, that should never happen. I think you should be banned for life if you even do that. By the way.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very cynical, but I'm very impressed that nothing like extreme has happened in League. You know, but that's like a very, very big plus.
But there's technically one, which is I did hear on a past episode. I think it was maybe even Nymera said this on a Best Damn League show last split. I think he did say that there was like that. So, oh no, maybe it was last year. I think he said something like early on when Carmine Corp joined the league, there was like once a fight in the studio between some fans. I think it was like a Carmine Corp fan, the Koi fan or something. I don't know. But I think that was really early on in them joining like the arena or whatever, you know. And I think that might have even been something where it caused them to like change a rule on like, I don't know, where the fans sat or something. Because I think it was like that before Yamato. I think I'm not certain on this, but I think it even implied they changed it a bit. Like, you know, in Korea, the fans sort of sit in different areas, like almost like a football game, actually. Like you have this group of fan club here. I think it was implied they did something like that. I don't know if you remember anything like this or if you heard something like this.
Well, I don't remember at all. I have no memory of this at all. I only remember there was like
remember too much about that period either. If I was all good.
I just remember there was like some turmoil. I remember there was some turmoil between.
It ticked over. It's all good.
Like the KC fans, I think they wanted to bring in like big banners, and there were certain like items that were like banned and blocked, and they had like
football
issues.
Style, right?
Yeah. Like they wanted to do their show. And basically, the constriction was between, I believe, Riot and the KC fan club that like they wanted the area to be inviting to all fans and not make it into like a KC section, because KC had like the power to buy out all the tickets and make it very,
Right.
very KC centric. But
Yeah,
it
yeah.
wasn't like, it's not a KC arena, right? And that was the argument from Riot side. This is what I remember. But I don't remember any fights. But to follow up on the point, like,
Yeah, go for it.
Giotto has made us talk about GX. Like, honestly, like, otherwise this team, who will
Absolutely,
give a shit
yeah.
about this team, you know?
Yeah.
It's like you have the drama between like Fnatic and Koi. Like, this is fucking spicy, right? It's like, I don't know if you saw it, but there was like that whole game that they played where last split, where in-game Koi, I think Georgia Pune just called them like humanoid. He called humanoid the choker in-game as the ending, and then they lost the game, right? And then
It was the
at the end of
playoffs.
it all,
It was the playoff series, I believe, wasn't it?
yeah. And then Fnatic won, right? And then Fnatic didn't want to shake, I believe, Super's
It was
hand.
Super.
because
Super.
trash.
No, it was upset. It wouldn't shake Super's hand because
Yes.
Super trash talked about something. I think.
So it's like Upset didn't want to shake Super's hand because obviously and Super fucking pushed him. I don't know if you saw that shit, bro.
Which I actually think that is unacceptable, but whatever. It's not the end.
But I can't believe that nobody got punished. That nobody does nothing.
Genuinely, Yamato, I actually thought that was going to be competitive ruling, you know, at a minimum.
Yeah.
Just attention the guy, because he did. I agree with you. Nothing happened, but like that, what is it in sports? What he did starts a fight 100% of the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, or at least like you postulate you're going to fight. Actually, if anything, he's lucky it was Upset. Upset just sort of went like, whatever, just walked off, didn't he? Like, but I could have seen a world where people at least like jostled with each other, you know.
Like, for example, if you did that to me, that would be bad. Like, that would not be good. Like, if you do it to the wrong guy, for sure. Like, that's also brawl. But the fact that it happened, and League is not a physical sport. Like, as you mentioned with like fucking UFC, it's like if someone fucking tackles me in football, you fucking stand up. It's like fucking you're in each other's face. It's a fucking completely different thing. And League, to put hands on someone is completely fucked. I'm surprised. Maybe Upset just didn't press charges. You know, like he just let it go.
Well, just lucky that these guys are nerds at the end of the day. I know what you mean. Like, put it this way. Like, look, I don't agree with like you don't fight the guy, but I know what you mean. At a minimum, in that scenario, you at least sort of like you don't push them back, but you at least sort of hold your ground and be like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" or something like, "Hey, you want to?" You'd think you'd at least put it this way. I'll give you a random example. It's not on that level, but actually, last year I did do a CS event. It was an event in Finland, which will sound weird and random, but it was like a weird and random event. And basically, I just did this event because one, it was a smaller event, so I could actually like arrange to just do it as a one-off, and then two, I got them to hire like Richard Lewis and Maui Snake and all these people I like to work with anyway, with like via LFN, and we got to have this cool ass desk that was almost like a live podcast. It was really good.
So Adam Sandler, bro, you just brought your homies to make a movie.
That's what I did. Yeah. Here's the thing. I'm legit like that, mate. I'll do that. And by the way, spoiler, yes, we literally did also, me and Richard, take low rates so they could get Maui in there and we could have all free, etc. Because I think that's just a cool way to operate in the industry. If you're not going to die if you don't have the money or something. I think it's just a cool way for everyone to get along and to all work with the right people. So anyway, at this event, I don't think this story's ever been told by Richard, so I'll tell it here. Basically, there was like a VIP area in this arena because it was in a hockey arena in like a place called Espoo, which is outside of Helsinki. It was in this hockey arena, right? Which, by the way, could fit like maybe like 8,000 people. So it was not a bad-sized hockey arena. And they had a VIP area where like you paid for a better seat basically because you were elevated, and also you would have like a table and you could get like food from a buffet. So what would happen is if the food hadn't come yet for the talent, like the commentators and the others, we would sometimes go to that area if we were hungry. We had to get some food during a game, and we would go and watch the game from the crowd in this VIP area and have some buffet food. And when we came to this area, I came along and I saw Richard and Maui was sat there at this table. So I got a bunch of food too, and I came over and I sat there. And when I sat down, I did that thing where, you know, when you like pull your chair and you're sitting down, I looked behind and I saw the table behind us, and there was some Finnish guy there just like looking like, and I did that thing, right, where I've learned to be more reasonable. I didn't immediately jump to conclusions. I thought to myself, is it one of those scenarios? Maybe there's, you know, like at the airport, maybe there's a monitor right behind me. Because you know when that happens to you at the airport, like you're trying to look at a monitor and a person stood below it's going like, and it's like, no, I'm looking at the fucking monitor for my flight time, believe it or not a random guy I've never met before. You're not like, I'm not like a fucking jungle tribe who's never encountered civilization. Oh my God, oh, is that? Like, so you know that kind of misunderstanding can happen. Well, in this scenario, I look behind me, but there's nothing there, bro. There's not even a camera. It's just like a wall. So I look back again, right? I'm sitting down, I'm thinking, okay. So as I sit down, I just do one last glance back, and he's still just looking like mad dog at me, like. So, because I'm me, mate, this is an example. Like, this is why I agree with you. You can't actually allow people to touch like that because you don't know what will happen from that. Because a natural reaction would potentially be to escalate. I turned round because I'm me. I was just like, "Is there a problem over here?" And this guy quickly like snapped out of it, like he'd been in a trance. Like me? Oh no, sorry. Like, and he just. But then, thing is, this is why this guy was actually cool. He just said, like, "Oh, sorry, I just." this is how weird, but you actually just said, I just actually haven't seen, I said, you are famous, you are working the event. I've never seen anyone famous. So I was like, oh, right, that's it. Basically, what he's done there is he's made the mistake of thinking like he's sat at home watching TV or whatever, and he's forgotten this is real life, and I can see you, like, I can actually see out the TV, I can look. So anyway, there wasn't an issue. I mean, Richard was laughing because he was like, what fucking Thorin? Hey, what the fuck are you doing? I wasn't doing that. I was just like, hey, is there a problem? Because I was wondering, why is this guy like fucking mad dogging me? No, not that I was going to beat him up. I mean, who knows what would happen in that scenario. But anyway, my point is, I'm with you. One, I'm actually really shocked Riot said nothing about it at all, by the way. I don't even know if they actually addressed it on the broadcast. I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Just... Definitely, they didn't do a competitive ruling or anything. I would have thought, by the way, at a minimum, you do a warning. Like you say, warning to Super, you know, we understand tensions flare or whatever, and people's emotions rise up, but don't ever, you know, physically touch someone except like a designated handshake or something like that, you know, because I'm with you. If after that, like, let's forget upset, mate. Let's imagine that's like self-made or something, mate. If that person then goes, hey, Curva, you want to fucking go, like, and then goes right in your face, Super has to carry part of the blame for that, mate. He created the environment where that can happen, because it would be mental for anyone to just attack you when you're doing a handshake. So I agree with you. I actually thought that was kind of shocking when he did that push. It's not the end of the world, so I didn't cry about it on Twitter or whatever. But I do think that, like, people do misunderstand that. Like, for sportsmen, that could have started a brawl, mate. Like, you could have a proper fight off that. Don't you think?
No, for sure. Like, I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen many times, but like, I guess it was just one of those things. Maybe Upset just said, I don't care. I don't want to press charges. No problem, Riot Commissioner. And then they moved on. You know, I just wanted to add, bro. Like, bro, like that you. Someone's staring at you.
I missed the joke. Oh, why did I miss this? Here's the obvious joke I should have said, Yamato.
What?
This is where we know Fnatic hadn't got their team cohesion level. Logically, right when Super pushed him, Mickey X should have like shoulder barged him like Alistair and peeled for him. He didn't even do it. As always, Upset can't even rely on any peel, Yamato. He has to just back off out of a team fight. He can't win against
KDA, you mean?
Exactly. Yeah, he didn't want to take a shot. You want to die, you know?
Shit. Honestly, in life, it's good to play for KDA, bro.
Yeah, exactly. No, you are right. That's one area Reckless actually nailed it, Yamato. My problem is just in the game when it's just a video game and you don't. In real life, you should definitely play for KDA. I wouldn't go in and just follow up. Like, nah, you know what? I think you can go in first.
Just to make it clear, it's like you play to keep everything at zero. Like we're not out there farming kills.
Yes, true. That's true, actually. Yeah, you also implied that it's actually worse. You implied not only you play for kills, you're also going for assists. Like, bro, how are you getting assists? Like, you're involved with murders too. Like,
cut the analogy, bro. Like, cut the tape.
Okay. All right, you play in real life. You play not to die. Let's say that you play not to die.
There you go.
Yes. You don't play for KDA. It's by your logic, by your logic, the worst serial killer ever is the best KDA player ever. And he like, or someone in war, I guess. Someone in war too, I guess.
Jesus, I just wanted to say, bro, I think it's crazy that someone says that you at a CS event. And your reaction is that he wants to square up or something. Bro.
No, because here's the problem.
What your reaction be that he's a fan or something?
No. Well, by the way, that's actually a good point to tie back into this conversation. That's also what sucks about the online world versus the offline world, mate, which is when you're immersed in the online world, you actually will start to... Remember, if all you see online is a vocal minority who are mega hostile, you will actually start to think that's what the normal fans are like, that they represent just the crowd, and that when I go out, like, most people here are trying to fuck with me or trying to find an angle or show me up or something like that. So I know what you mean. Like, by the way, almost everyone in that arena was just actually really nice to you. They were all, oh, sorry, hey, I'm a big fan of it. But you never know. That's the problem, Yamato. In fact, that's why I say it's a very good point you've raised. Because here's what people don't understand. We're not even talking about the idea that like a whole fan of Crowning Corp fans are going to be super shitty to you. The problem is it only takes one to ruin it, mate. You know what I mean? The one guy that throws the punch or the bottle or spits on you, that one person can ruin it for everyone in that sense. By the way, especially the person who gets spit on, obviously. Like, they can't go to themselves, well, I'm wiping this spit off, but that was only one person. All the other fans didn't spit on me. No, you care about the one who spit on you in that moment. So I know what you mean, but that's also why, unfortunately, by the way, the internet is just a fucked up space. Because I can tell you, online, you can get a million negative comments. I don't know about you, Yamato. In real life, I'm not even joking. I did something like 75 lands in Counter-Strike as an analyst. I think I had 2 times ever someone ever come and be vaguely rude. And when I even say vaguely rude, by the way, it would be more just like, you suck. Like, no one came and punched me or threw a drink in my face. If anything, I'm actually, the sad thing is it makes me realize a lot of people talking bad shit online are just like people doing it because they know they don't ever have to actually beat you up or whatever. They're doing it from the joke is it really is half the time a 15-year-old idiot just behind a computer monitor who's safe and he can just get away with it. You can't do anything.
No, I have never ever like that's the question I wanted to ask you. Like, if you ever had like a negative experience? Because I've never ever had a negative experience. Like, people are fucking lovely most of the time. I think most people are just excited to see someone that they recognize on the screen. Some people like fans, or some people are just fan of League. Like, I've never had a single like bad interaction.
I also feel like, I don't know about you, mate, but I feel like the kind of person who pays and attends the event is just way less likely to be the douchebag, believe it or not. Like, I feel like it's the guy who for free online just bashing on the keyboard, says wherever he feels like. The people who go to the events tend to be the most chill people.
It's just people like they like Twitter is a fucking game, like it's a game. Like people, the game is attention.
PvP is what I always say, mate. It's a PvP.
Right? It's fucking. The game is attention. That's the score that you're keeping track of, and there's a currency in that. So people are just fighting over it, and the easiest way is to get people angry. Like. I love it when like I'm a part of a Twitter chain. Like, let's say I tweeted the other day when Gumiushi started and it wasn't known yet that he's gonna play completely. I tweeted Smash has, like, after Gumiushi made a mistake, I tweeted out, Smash has been seen jogging up and down the arena. He's warming up, and then there was an argument between two people that just carried on for like 2 weeks under that thread, just fucking going at it. And I was like, whoa, how can they have the energy for this?
I told you before, I don't read my tweets. And actually, if you don't know, one of the reasons why on my stream I make fun of tweets is I specifically do like keyword searches to find outrageous statements, and then I do it like a mean tweets reaction. That's basically what I'm copying. I didn't even invent that format. But I will say there's a pro tip. A lot of people in esports are totally unaware of, Yamato, and it blows my mind. In the same way as people make those weird comments where they'll be like, I'm sick and tired of seeing people tweet about this. And I always tell them, bro, Twitter's had a blocked words list filter for years. Like, you could literally, I did this. You could have put in like the word like COVID or something, and you'd have never seen a tweet about that again. It's actually really good. It does filter out. But similarly, a lot of people who are actually like famous people who can't stop reading comments, Yamato. It's a lot of people in this industry. And obviously they get their feelings hurt. A lot of them don't realize if you're only seeing them through your mentions, you can just do that option that says mute this thread. And essentially, as you're talking about, if you did one where you go, oh, this is blown up with the wrong crowd, you pick mute this conversation thread, and then you won't get that anymore from your mentions. So you'll get your normal mentions, but you won't get that one thread. So that means if that happens again, by the way, like, because that also happens where, people keep necroing a comment from years earlier, and then people all comment again. That you can also just get around it doing that. I know it's just a basic a lesson in Twitter functionality, but that does exist. You can do that feature.
I've used many people.
As far as I know, a lot of famous, but if you do it that way, you just mute the whole convo at that point in time. You just say, right, I'm done with that convo.
I brought up that thread because it's funny to me, the fact that people are willing to invest so much time into what could be just a bot, maybe.
Oh, true. That's true. Yes, true.
That's the scary part, is that people, when they get upset about something, they are willing to invest a lot of energy into it, and in a fucked up way, all the algorithms also just figured that out. But the mute function I abuse, bro. Like, the mute function is perfect because you can mute people and they don't know. Because like the block, it's like there's a sense of gratification they maybe get. It's like, oh, he blocked me, I got to him. But mute, it's like they never know. They never know, bro.
That's actually sad, though, I've got to tell you, because I can tell you 10 years ago, that wasn't how it was, Yamato. What happened is if you blocked someone, they would actually feel sad, like, what the hell? I didn't want to be blocked. When it became like a badge of honor, that's how you know how antisocial fans are, and how many there are now, mate. Like that, by the way, that's never a win. When people try to make it like, look how many blocks I've collected. Nobody cool ever said that statement out loud, by the way. Nobody you would ever want, that famous, the famous metric every fan uses, Yamato, like, hey, I wouldn't want to have a beer with him. Spoiler, no famous person ever wants to have a beer with anyone who goes and collects blocks because you're so antisocial on social media. Like, even if you're thinking, well, no, Thorin, that's bad. No, even if you had all the blocks to my enemies, Slasher and Destiny, I would think to myself, you were even a dickhead to them. Like, no, I wouldn't fuck with that, mate, even if I don't like them. So anyway, to bring it all the way back, what I would say is this. we have to basically create a space. I don't think it's possible. We'll say it this way anyway. We have to create a space where it's possible to come back from a bad take. Because I'm sick of like bad takes haunting people for years, mate. Because the worst thing is, nearly all the time, they're never truly terrible takes. It's why when I tried to intuit what Yamato meant, I did stuff like it's about the form of G2 or what this new roster's about, etc. Like, you know, back in the day, you might remember this. Back in 2019, when Rogue first got good in that summer split, like when they made like Larson into the lineup and Vander and all those people, you know, when they like changed the roster from the academy squad through to the main team because the original Rogue squad was dog shit in LEC. When that happened, that was when famously LS made that comment where he was like, if Rogue played TSM, who at the time was a top team with like fucking Broken Blade and Sven and all those people, Bjergs, he said if Rogue played TSM, they'd beat them in a best of 5 or something. And everyone lost their mind, bro. Even though, to me, the spice of that is obviously really outrageous. Like, I don't know if that's true. But to me, that was more a point where what LS was making a point about was like the makeup of the team or like what style. I think it was even a stylistic point he was making. I think the Rogue played like a really basic like mid-game or something, and that was where he thought TSM was some point. So to me, that you can do the wrestling side where we dunk is to take funny, is it not? We can all go back and forth. But surely you are also trying, like I do. Surely you want to know what the person was trying to say and what their real point was. The real point's the most interesting part to me, mate. The drama's fun. We can have that, you know, that comes and goes. But to me, that stays on a very shallow level. Drama almost never gets really deep. I want to know, like, if someone like Alan, by the way, this is why, to bring it back to Yamato, maybe he put a lot of spice on it. I'll give you that. Maybe he did set himself up by making such a bold statement, because essentially it wouldn't be as spicy a statement to do what I think his real take was, bro, which is, this isn't last year's G2, guys. I think they're going to struggle without Mickey X. And you know what? Not only are we killing it in scrims, which they won't play us, but also Fnatic's way better, Kami Corp's way better. And I think actually they're not even going to win a split. Now, what's funny is that in itself would have been bold at the time, but that would be a safer take. But I think he actually really meant the same thing anyway. You could, by the way, I'll ask you this. Do you think I'm being too charitable to Yamato? Am I being his defense lawyer on this one?
A little bit, yeah, I would say, you know, I think that, for example, I made the take too. Like, I think G2, like they have ambitions to do better internationally. And I thought without Mickey, it's not going to fucking happen. They're going to suffer because they didn't get that.
Great.
But I think like the main thing, like I made that the moment I heard the announcement, I pressed Romar really, really hard as well, because we had an episode with him, and I said it's like I tried to get out of him, you know, if he feels like some level of like fear or potential, like will he feel regret if things don't go the same way? Is there a chance that Mickey comes back? Like, I tried to press him as hard as possible. But obviously, he can't say too much because in the end he said this was my conviction, and if things don't work out, as I will take the responsibility. That's what he said pretty much. But I think on Giloto's front, it's like I do think, you know, I think it's very different when, like, for example, us that are not competing that make that statement, because then it's like based on our analytical prowess, right? And from what we know and what we can see. But it's very different when you got skin in the game in terms of being like in the league, because then your knowledge gets measured in a very, very tangible way. Your skill gets measured in a very, very tangible way. And when Giloto made this statement, you know, like, I think let's say I don't know the extent of the backlash. If anything crossed a certain point, but people clowning on him for that statement, I think it's fucking fair game. It's fair game. But I do think it was a very, very good way of getting attention to GX, and also putting, you know, a lot less strain on, of course, the players. Because I think if Jota didn't make that statement, I would be talking about how Jun and fucking Noah and Jackie's was promised. He was looking like he was super, super good. He was getting better and better. And then they got in like Lot as a player. And then it's like, what the fuck happened to Closer? What happened there? You know, the conversation would be like, Noah and Jun, Fnatic, they were fucking top 2. And now they're here. They can't even fucking compete. And they are not even there. The conversation would have been very, very different. But the most interesting part is always the main thing. It's like how people engage with the entertainment is going to be so varied. I can make the contrast of how I watch Formula One. I know very little about Formula One. I watch the highlights of the qualifying race, and then I watch the highlights, of course, of the actual race itself. And these are like 8-minute videos. Sometimes I see like snippets. I see like snippets of someone like breaking down how they use like certain tools. I'm like learning real time. But my consumption of this entertainment is very limited. And if someone gives me a statement in that context, I'm going to just judge it for based on what I know without wanting to put additional effort into it. And most league consumers, they carry certain like memories and ideas of certain people for a very long time. It's like Tian is an international choker.
Oh, sure.
Like, or Jackie Love, like the Jackie Love just flashes in and dies. You know, there's some things have
someone's
like
sick or something. Yeah, of course.
someone is bad forever, someone's good forever. Like, like for example, people come to me, it's like, why is Milky Way not on a better team? It's like, yeah, Milky Way is not performing that good now. Like he was insane there, but he's not performing now. But here's the details of why he might not perform because RNG have all these issues. But the nuance is for the people that crave the nuance. And I think in a lot of cases, people just at a face value enjoy their entertainment and are going to put limited time into it. And I think that is the majority of the crowd, right? Of the people that are watching for some Kato stream or whatever stream. And I think not the majority of people that would watch like this show, right? But those guys are just going to engage with it at a very, very surface level. Same way the LS statement or my statement when I called, you know, said that C9 is going to go 0-6 in this group. Like I got clowned giga hard on it, but I for me, I was like, fair play, it's whatever. And in the end, C9 got smoked by everybody in the group, and the only win that they got was like basically fucking Huni being completely fucking disrespectful, locking Yasuo into balls playing Darius, which is inconceivable to do. Like that's just straight trolling, right? So in the end, my point was right that C9 would fucking be last in the group, but they didn't go 0-6, and that's like the main thing that people are punching on, because at the time, I remember like Double Lift came after me, right? Because I said that I think there's a chance that the Brazilian team is going to beat CLG here in this group, because I watched CLG and I wasn't impressed, and I think that if they have a good bot lane draft, I think the Brazilian team, I think this was with the legend, I'm trying to remember his name, the legend, the Draven player, BRTT was on the team.
Yeah, he used to be a CS player.
Oh, damn. So it's like in the second round, they beat them. But after they beat them the first time, Double Lift came after me. He said, who the fuck is this Tomato Canyon? Get him off the desk. Which is like fair play. You know, I said he's going to lose. Fair play comes after me. I think that's
Is that where the name came from? Is that where that nickname came from?
Pretty much, yeah. He called me Tomato Canyon.
He actually coined it, right? Okay.
They called me Tomato Canyon, which is like fair play. You know, that's fair play. But when they lost, there was no fucking, I didn't get anything in return. He didn't say, oh, Yamato was right. There was nothing there, you know. But the credit is something you build over time, you know. You just build over time, and you know, there's gonna be a couple of people that notice, and then it builds, you know. It builds. That's like the main.
Actually, we can build this into another drama that actually happened on this last week, and it was yesterday. Because this is essentially what I'm talking about. Is this, Yamato? What I hate is that the relationship between the fans and the people who work in the industry is asymmetrical in a way that is very unfair, which is essentially, if you're the fan that talks all the shit, you don't ever then turn around and go, I was wrong and here's what's right. You just get to win all the time, and even when you lose, you just pretend it didn't happen, basically. So I think a really bad example of that, because this isn't even someone who did anything, this is just an example of where, again, fans get to behave however they like, and if they're wrong, they get to sort of go, oh, well, and just move on to the next thing that they're going to go crazy about. And they never have any consequences, right? I don't know if you saw this, but you will have seen on the broadcast when GX won that match that Noah came up and did that interview with Giotto. You probably saw this, right? In which he revealed that he was wearing a black armband because apparently his grandfather just passed away, and presumably it was like a tribute to him. And I imagine he was really emotional because he's thinking about why he's got the armband on and do it. Now, the problem with this is, Yamato, even though understandably everyone was going to, like, their heart goes out to Noah and they're going to feel bad for him because in this scenario, I think he even said, but the problem is he was like breaking up a little bit here. I think he was even trying to say something like, and I couldn't go back to Korea or something, because obviously I assume this happened back in Korea, and he's on the other side of the world having to play fucking video games, which obviously in that moment seems like the smallest thing in the world, and you wish you could just go to your family, don't you? Which, by the way, I'll actually say, bear in mind my relationship with him, I actually respect that he stayed and played the game, though. I've always said, if anything tragic happens to you, by default, you are allowed to instantly leave the game and go and do whatever you need to in real life. So if instead you change your mind and decide to stay and play it, like when Upset, if he'd have stayed at Worlds after that scenario, I respect him for going, but I also respected him more if he'd have stayed. In some ways, it would be heroic if he could have somehow stayed. Again, everyone different circumstances. Now, the problem with this is, Yamato, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, since you say you're not following fan, did you know there was actually a backlash against the fucking broadcast because of that interview? Did you know this?
Yeah, I saw the Shooks addressed it, and she basically said, I think that they had no idea what was going on, and that GX specifically
Yes.
requested it, so Noah could go up and share a
Yes.
couple of words,
Essentially, it was the opposite to what the fan assumed. Even though there was no reason on this broadcast to actually assume they were like exploiting Noah or something, the fan treated it, Yamato, as if they instead of just interviewing Giotto, forced Noah to come up as well, then didn't give a fuck about why he was wearing a black armor. By the way, that's an insane assumption already. The idea you wouldn't ask what that is before you ask in the interview, there's no chance in my opinion. But okay, this fan assumed it. And they thought that what they were almost doing was almost some fucking, those like American talk shows where you ask people all like really embarrassing shit about like their family, the cheating on. They almost thought they were like exploiting him for drama and that they were like making light of the fact that like he has this fucking armor, which by the way, and almost they were almost implying like they made him cry in that moment. Guys, the reason he cried is because of what just happened with his fucking grandfather. He's thinking about it, and he's thinking about the fact he's not there. The sort of totally human reaction. So my problem is this, Yamato. When the fan makes some crazy accusation that, like, essentially is towards the broadcast. By the way, it's implied. I think it's why Shocks addressed it. It's implied she was part of it, and that she was like fucking farming this guy for when someone makes what I think is like a completely out of pocket assumption, when they're then shown to be wrong, and as you say, it turned out it was literally 180 the other way around. It wasn't even that they said, hey Noah, you won the game, come on man, you've got to come on. No, apparently Giotto was like, hey, Noah actually would like to come up and make a statement, can I bring him up with me and we'll like set him up so he can make this statement. They were completely 100% wrong. Yet, my problem there is, Yamato, you'll never see that fan turn around and go, my bad, I apologize to Shocks for the broadcast, I didn't mean to do it. Next time I'll think, they'll never, that's what I mean. Unfortunately, it feels really unfair that essentially it's like, here's the quick analogy, Yamato. It's like they get to run around pointing fingers going, he's a murderer, he's a murderer, he's a murderer. And then people go, what the fuck, he's a murderer? And then it's shown that like, oh, he didn't do that. And then you just go, I'll just quietly leave now. Like, there's no consequence for you to, essentially, you're just gambling with house money to make crazy statements. I just hate that culture is the problem. It's not in that person specifically. I hate that we're in a world where, like, by default, you assume the worst of the people, but then there's never any sort of, like, fair play. Like, if you notice, like I just did with Noah, mate, if someone actually does, I do something respectable or they win when I thought they were shit, I'll always give you your credit. I actually think morally you're just obliged to do that, especially if you're like us, Yamato. Like, if you're someone who's going out there putting big opinions out there, you better have an opinion that like goes counter when you're wrong. You better give it up to someone. If Reckless is the MVP, then I give it up. He's the MVP. I can't say he fucking played shit then. He was MVP of the league. So I think there should always be like a fair play on some level, We can certainly trash talk, but I think there should. That's why I think you shouldn't go too far with assumptions like that, man. I think it's dangerous.
I think two sides to it. I do think that in terms of how the LEC broadcasts, I think they do a good job of like showing up in the threads, and I think like what Shocks did is a good thing.
Yeah,
I think that's a good way of course, changing and like pointing out like wrongdoing.
Yes,
I think especially like from Shocks and Laura's sides, it's like some of like sometimes when I've been at the LEC studios, like some of the weird harassment they get their way simply for being women is fucking nuts, and
right.
they fight back and they have every right to do so. And I think it's good to call shitty behavior out, regardless if it's just a nobody or somebody, right? Because in the end, it's out in the open. I think on the other level, though, in terms of like the let's say the fact that people can just say whatever they want and make any prediction they want and come out in a position where if they're wrong it doesn't matter, and then if they're right they're like, I told you so, I just think the difference is for us, right, is that we have skin in the game because we have an audience and we build an audience, and it's like you're putting your credibility on the line, but they put zero credibility on the line, and they have nothing to gain from being right and nothing to lose from being wrong. And I think it goes both ways, and I think that's what makes it fair, is that even though you say they're gambling with house money, is that there's nothing for them to take out in the end. The paper stays in the bank. So on that aspect, I think like I think if they had something and they would just say bullshit, like if we sat here and just said bullshit all day, it's like we would lose everything very quickly and we would fall to the ground that they're on. So I do think that in that sense there is fairness in the world on that part.
Okay. By the way, let's actually just go into some of the topics now, because actually, funnily enough, hence why I referenced it there, this is where, by the way, it does tie into what I just said about Giotto. Bro, they're not going to give him any credit this year. He almost has to actually like win LEC. All right, you know what? I'll give you the obvious angle. He doesn't have to win LEC. What he has to do is place above G2. If he can place above G2, people will finally give him credit. 'Cause here's how I know he's not going to get any credit, Yamato. When GX won this game over BDS, the story wasn't what I thought it would be, which is like, wow, GX has really turned it around, mate. Like, if you think about it, they beat G2, supposedly like top 2-3 team in the league. They beat fucking, who was the other one they beat? Carmine Corp, was it? Who am I thinking of? Oh, was it Vitality? Last week I'm talking about. Oh, they lost to MCOY. That was it. It was a close series against MCOY. They almost beat MCOY. And then now they've turned around and beaten BDS, right? BDS, for most of the league, has been in the middle, and they've actually had like upset potential. Instead of it being like, hey, GX is good, all the narratives, if you go on Reddit and stuff, mate, are just all about BDS being shit. There's no credit given to G2 at all. So GX. So let's start there. We'll do BDS in a minute. But actually, this, like, I was willing to think last week. Put it this way, I can tell you right now, I did a bet that BDS would win this game. I bet on BDS's favourites to win this match because I thought, actually, you know what? They're like a good enough team to win this game, even if it's 3 games, like they should out macro them, you know. Now, I actually have to say that wasn't just a flash in the pan that last week GX was at the home stand and everyone was hyped off the fans and the other teams were intimidated. There was a bit of that going on, but this actually tells me like GX actually has something going on under the bonnet, as it were. There's an engine in this team, mate. Like you're even seeing Jackie's have the pop-off games again. The Lot guys had a few games he sort of smurfed on actually and beaten some good players. Give me some thoughts on GX because I don't want it to like they're not. Here's the thing: they were looking bad at the end of the last split. It feels like they're almost like they are sort of getting back into like there should be like listen, their rating in the league means they can't go very far, but they're actually like more of a mid-table team for me. Like the player, I was always underwhelmed by how bad they were. I never thought it made any sense. So, what are your thoughts on GX right now? Today's GX.
I think the main thing that has always been true for GX is that individually they've had very solid players. I think that we saw moments of Lot like being good, and the main question was like in terms of the change up for the jungle, which I think is a tricky thing to maneuver. I think that in terms of coming into a split and then changing jungle midway, like not midway, but in coming into spring, I think that's a tricky thing to deal with because they needed to restructure, like especially knowing what kind of character archetype, like in terms of player archetype that Closer is on teams. Usually he is, he kind of has like the Jankos aspect about him in terms of like driving the game, playing, champions that give tools to set you up for success. He's not going to be like the mechanical jungle as we saw like when he played Nidalee or whatever, but he would set up the team in terms of like how they played the early games and how they did setups, which was true for KC2. And then you remove that and you put in, of course, Isma, who had good early games, but then always fell off a cliff. It was like fucking Cinderella, and at minute 12, like fucking the clock rang and so they just looked for a fucking jungle shoe that fits someone's foot, but this person never showed up, right? Okay. And now I think conceptually, in terms of how they do Drake setups and how they put up vision, conceptually in terms of how they play tempo together with Super and jungle, I think that has improved a lot. I think that in terms of how June and Isma do things actively on the map, actually is better. I think that's like the main thing that I've seen. And also they show up to objectives on time. I think GX was always good when they were in the fights, but the issue was that all teams surrounding them were just better at setting up the fight. And they couldn't really get their foot through the door to showcase how good Noah can be, or how good June can be, or how good Jackie's can be. And I think with these added elements, especially against BDS, like their Drake setups were solid. Game 1 was a little bit messy, of course, like that could have gone in either way, but I think that Game 2 was definitely like a statement win. I think GX have just added like some macro concepts that they can replicate, and that has gone so far and have given them chances for like Jackie's and Noah to really pop off. I think Noah, it's always that meme about how, like that Gumiushi said a long time ago, about how you're just the egg in a ramen, and if the ramen tastes like shit, like the egg is not gonna fucking save it. But now in these fights, like they actually have like fair and honest fights, and Noah's popping off, so fair play. I think this team always individually had a capacity to do like decent and be a mid-table team, but we've been missing that for a very, very long time, and I think to be fair to them, like they did change jungle, but at the same time, so did an SK. But SK, the main hype for them was beating a shitty Fnatic, and sometimes you have to ask yourself, like, how much does that fucking mean? And the same thing for BDS, right? They beat a shitty G2. It's like, it's very easy to reframe them off of one series, but now we look at SK as like a joke in the league, right? Pretty much.
Like in that series, the GX BDS one, look, obviously game one, as we'll get to in a minute, we will talk about BDS. Obviously, it was a classic BDS fuck up where they have the lead and they have people fed and they managed to lose the game. But if you look at the overall series, first of all, just as a team, mate, GX's macro looks like 50 times better, mate. Like they actually looked like they had an idea of what to do. Like their protocols around setting up for objectives was a million. Like it was just levels above what I've seen in the past split and earlier this split. And then also, like, mate, look, game one, it wasn't so big. But after that, I did carry game two. He was really fucking good in that one. Also, by the way, even though I am with you, Isma has been heavily criticised in this team, by the way. A lot of people think it was a bad signing. I tell you what, though, he actually did have a decent game this time, though. I actually thought this time he gave a good accounting of himself. You can see why there's always something there when people sign someone to a team. It's like that thing I told you on a few episodes back about, like, I'm sure there is an angle on Jack troll people miss. Like, I've heard he was mega in scrims, or maybe he's like a good personality or so. People are very cynical with what they view. So I do think GX as a team, like I said, you have to give them some credit for this result. They look better, especially when you then learn that no one also had that going on in the background. Then props to him for playing that well in the game.
Oh, it's going to be interesting how everything pans out now because they have their match against Team Heretics, which I think is an interesting one because Team Heretics.
It's a winnable game.
I think Team Heretics, like in terms of their form, is pretty decent. I feel like this should be like a competitive game with what we've seen from both. Team Heretics have 2 matches left. They are on a 4-3 score. They play Fnatic today, which should be a loss, but maybe Fnatic. It just says, fuck you, GX. Fuck you, Gelato. You're not making playoffs. And they give them that win. Could be an angle. But we might have a scenario where we have some tiebreakers there for the last
You think GX could sneak the last playoff spot?
It's so difficult because it's so out of their hands. I have to double check who Team Vitality play. Let me just pull that up real quick.
Vitality plays KC and then SK. So one of those is very winnable.
So we assume almost Vitality should beat SK because SK looks like the weakest team, especially after that rogue loss. So it's like, I wonder that there has to be a tiebreaker, right? I said I would read the rules, but now we moved the episode to Monday.
Personally, I would have guessed it would be
right because it's single round robin.
Yeah,
like if it's single round robin, it does make sense to just have a tiebreaker, maybe BO1. I said I would read the rules, but I just didn't because I didn't have I had the time. I just forgot. I'm just gonna be honest with you. So. Maybe we get to see some tiebreakers because there's a big chance there that we have a 4-5 scoreline between Vitality, Team Heretics, and then finally GX. And I think BDS with this loss, like this is just over for them.
Oh, it's fucked them. Yes, they're done.
They're just completely done. They need to hope that Team Vitality loses every game and they tiebreak against them, and then Team Heretics also just.
No, that's why I think they're done, because the problem is all the teams they'd be tiebreaked with, they've already lost to. Is the problem for BDS, mate? So I think if the tiebreak ends up being head-to-head, they've lost. Like they've lost to GX, they've lost to Heretics, and they've lost to Vitality. So I think right now they're probably fucked.
My assumption is that. Without knowing the rules now, my assumption is just because it's single round robin, then head-to-head won't matter. Because that's always how it's been in the BO1s, where the BO1s, because there's only one game, right? The head-to-head is always going to go to somebody. There is a chance that like BDS's biggest hope is that Vitality loses everything and GX does too, and then they get tiebreakers. But that's very, very unlikely.
To be fair, another thing that I will say, also another factor people might miss is sometimes when you're running BO3s, you also do actual game score, as in how many actual individual games you have won, which I have to say would actually play not bad actually for GX. And actually they have more than Vitality, but they have less than Heretics, for example. So I don't actually know who would win off that one. We'd have to see, obviously, on the last series, wouldn't we?
If you keep going for 1 second, I could just pull up the tiebreaker rules real quick.
Yeah. I will say, by the way, if I actually did have to pick, I would much rather see GX or BDS in playoffs than Heretics, for example. Because even though Heretics has had a lot of close games, Heretics just looks like the raw ceiling of the team isn't super duper high. Like their ceiling tends to be like a close loss to a good team. The difference is if I look at BDS and GX, they do have either in the case of GX the players, or in the case of BDS like the general style of play. They have the chance to at least win games. So I think there's just more of like an upset potential if they make it. So if I had to pick, I would pick them to make it. Then again, at the same time, that's not what making playoffs is about. It's about how you perform in the regular split. And certainly Heretics, no one expected them to even be in with a shout. So I think they performed very well this split, actually. And like I told you, I think they should have beaten teams like Carmine Corp. I think if they'd have had a tiny bit more sort of juice in the tank, as it were, they could have. They just, unfortunately, they've just got, they don't have superstar solos, then they just have some good players and an all right player. The problem, I think, is the mid laner, mate. The mid laner's just whatever. Camilo, it's just whatever, mate. He's all right. He's not terrible, but he's just alright, and there's nothing to write home about. That's the problem.
It's like Camilo reminds me of like year one Nuke, you know, like Nuke needed a lot of time before he got to become the player he is, and I don't know if the league has the patience for him, because I feel like everyone around them, I'm with you, like they just offer a little bit more, and it seems like from how Team Heretics talk about things, though, it's like they seem to be talking about like having like a long-term vision. So I'm curious how it pans out, because I do think there's been like a very, very steady improvement, and I have really, really enjoyed Shio on this team. Like I think Shio has like his move from like BDS to this team was like almost similar to Yike moving from G2 to, of course, KC, where they have to kind of like reinvent themselves, because Shio played within a very specific structure and his game was rather streamlined. But on this team, like he's been a fucking like a very, very strong player.
Bro, he's probably a top 4 jungler this split. He's actually pretty good.
For sure, yeah. I think there's arguments to even put him higher, yeah. Like based on like looking at all like everything that is moving around them and how simple things is, because like especially now, it's like Fnatic is doing super, super well, but I can see an argument for putting Shio in terms of performance above Razork. It's like Razork gets away with murder in a lot of the games, you know? And I'm a big Razork fan, you know? He's my homie, you know? So I'm saying this with a little bit of pain in my heart, you know? But Shio has been fucking fantastic. I think he's been super, 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 super good. And
by the way, I know what you mean. If people don't get it, what Yamato means is, look, obviously Razork has won games by himself, but the problem is he's also been the loss condition at times. Like we have to add that in as well. That is true.
Yes, sir.
He knows it as well, by the way. He knows it.
He knows it. I actually messaged Razork. I was like, brother, this is the best chance you're ever going to get, man. You need to fucking give 300%. He says, will do. And then he sent me a fucking cat with a pistol just fucking shooting. So he knows. If they don't know winning a split this year, bro, I don't know, bro. I don't know what we should do with Fnatic then.
Should we pivot and talk about BDS?
Let's talk about BDS.
Because here's my problem with this topic, Yamato, is there's 2 ways you can analyze this. You can just analyze the team. We'll do that, like how they've played. But one problem that tilts me, because by the way, this is a very common topic of discussion in Counter-Strike. In Counter-Strike, people do this thing that I get really tilted by, bro. It's one of my biggest pet peeves, which is you take a player change, a roster move, and you judge it based on like the raw results of the team that the roster move was done to. So I'll give you an example. Like with BDS, what you do is you go look at the team and you go, what the fuck were they doing signing Irrelevant? They should have just stuck with Adam. With Adam, they were making like top 3 and they were going to the Yeah, but here's what I don't get about that. Before I even dive into Adam this year on Rogue, or Adam versus Irrelevant, or how did Irrelevant play last year to sign him, because obviously you couldn't know what you know now when you signed him. Before I even do all that, I have to make the obvious point to them, like, yeah, but this BDS doesn't play any of the teams that team was playing against. Like, spoiler, the team that Nuke and BDS and Adam were almost beating Fnatic with, that wasn't this Fnatic. This Fnatic would murder that one. Like, same with G2. That G2 was way better. Like, you know what? This G2, BDS probably could have gotten like an actual fucking win over them. Actually, maybe they would have pulled out one of those 3-2s or something. So I just hate where it's like, what you're doing analysis, like, see, if you'd have kept that guy, it's like, yeah, but everything's changed. Almost every variable has changed except the teammates in certain cases. And also, by the way, Adam's had like some all right games on Rogue, but it's not like he's been a fucking demon, mate. Like, he's just been all right. Like, that. What's weird about that take is you are almost saying if we'd have kept Adam, then we'd now be at the top. Like, the weird part about that one to me is, surely the part that's the most unfair about that, Yamato, is the Labrov one. You didn't have a choice. That one's not like, it's not like Striker sat down and went, you know, this Labrov guy who's sort of like my sleeper MVP of the whole fucking LEC. I think I'll just kick him out and get Parrot. Mate, he was going to the best team in the league. Like, on that one, you were always on paper going to have to downgrade. And in fact, that's the one I think is the most unforgivable one to blame. Because here's the problem. The Shio 1131, I don't know. If they really did choose 113 over Shio, you could critique that. By the way, I will say 113's been a win condition this year. But if you want to critique that, that's fine. The Irrelevant and the Paris ones, I don't think you can even critique BDS for that, mate. Because think about this. Everyone I know, Yamato, would have done the Irrelevant move. He looked really good. I told you, I even thought he was going to go to Fnatic or something, make like a super team. And the Paris one, if you already know you are going to lose Labrov, The Paris guy, everyone now's going to laugh because he hasn't been that good. He was a very, very hot prospect. It was him and Scumundo being talked about. It's like, these are like the new fucking Yankos and Mickey X. Like, you got to get him now. Like, this is like the Capsa support. Like, get him. He's going to be so those moves, man, I think are totally reasonable. Andy was in BDS Academy. Like, I think those two moves on paper are fine. So I'm totally fine with analysing this BDS and how they're playing now. But I think the whole roster move shit, it's basically just looking back in hindsight, Yamato. And as I say, the most unfair part is, how is strikers supposed to project forwards 1.5 splits and know that now it wouldn't work and that like Adam looks all right on, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really get what he was supposed to, I get that, again, you can say it, BDS isn't good, but how was strikers supposed to know what roster to keep? I think that's a distraction to me, mate. What's your thoughts on the roster angle?
I agree with your take. I think that Irrelevant, even though I did think that he was like generally overhyped, I did think that this was just an upgrade of Adam. I think Adam was very, very like inconsistent in his output. Like I think he was good on certain things and very, very bad at others. And it was just depending on how the wind blows, his performance is going to change. I think in particular when we saw like BDS, for example, again in the finals, or like the whole like the finals against Mad Lions, which was a very long time ago, but what Chasey did to him like was kind of crazy.
It's nuts.
It's
basically the reason they weren't champions. They would have won that split, mate. I actually thought they should have.
And it was really, really crazy to see. And then Irrelevant coming off of SK, like I thought they're bringing in a very stable force. Like I see Irrelevant as the guy who has like basically like the Alfari archetype, where basically he's going to be like very solid top, not lose lane, always be able to play like the champions that are good in the meta, not require any resources, and then find some level of impact. So I think on that front, I thought it would be an upgrade, even though I think Irrelevant was overrated back then. On the topic of jungle, 113, I was skeptical about, but I think 113 is one of the best aspects of this current BDS roster.
Yeah.
I think Ice is by far like the most elo-held person on this team, but 113 definitely, like in terms of bringing in a player that like Irrelevant, that is very timid, bringing in someone that is a little bit more chaotic and is willing to like pull the trigger is something that kind of made sense. On the topic of Paros versus Labrov, apparently, like I think there was a world where G2 wanted Paros over Labrov, so it was like Paros was just the hot shit. At the time, like I believe, if my understanding is correct, the Labrov was the consolation prize for G2. But I could be wrong on this front because it was some time ago. But that was like my understanding from how I read between the lines.
As far as I know, Yamato, is that was the original like rumor from insiders. But then I think someone like might have even been Remain or something. Someone from G2 publicly claimed it wasn't true. But the problem with that one, Yamato, is without doing a whole separate tangent, like this could be a 40-minute tangent, I'll give you the brief version. As someone who literally is a journalist and an insider at the same time, I can tell you, people who are in teams, when they tell you something you said was wrong, but don't give you extra information, sometimes basically are playing silly games with words, Yamato. Like, I'll give you a random example. There's a case in Counter-Strike where someone who's a mega insider called Kasad, who's been a coach and know loads of players, he knows some of the players that are on this Falcons team that makes all the Saudi money. So he came out and he basically said what one of them was making, like the amount he was making. Someone from Falcons organization came out and said, you are wrong that he is making that amount. Now, what's clever about that statement, Yamato, you can already tell because you've been in orgs, is he didn't actually say my player doesn't make anywhere near that, like, oh, that number's way off, or you don't have any information. What he basically did there was a trick where, let's say Kasad said he made 400,000 euros. I'm giving a random number here. Then the joke is this guy's statement would still be correct if the guy made 399,999, which to me and you is 400,000 euros, but that guy would technically, semantically be correct. So the problem with, essentially, without making a big thing about it, when I saw the way it was phrased of sort of like, that isn't who we were going for or offering, again, that would depend, Yamato, on things like maybe privately you wanted him, but then when you did the sort of perks reach out, they were like, nah, it's not going to happen. He's staying in BDS. So then you don't make the formal approach. Do you know what I mean? Like, you know what it is, mate. There's lots of times in esports where people do that. Or my favorite one is when someone in the org, like a GM, goes, I never wanted that player. And it's like, I know that the player in your team was trying to get him in, you idiot. It's just that, again, you didn't get activated because it didn't get to the last step where you go and negotiate a contract. And lastly, that's even the dirtiest one these orgs do. They themselves sometimes are talking to a player about joining, but because you never get to the point he says yes, you don't technically ever draft a contract and send it to him. So you can still claim, I never made an offer for him. But it's like you did everything colloquially that would be an offer and show interest. So again, without getting sidetracked, on that one, I'm not sure you matter, because essentially there's been like conflicting reports. But if you ever looked at it, I got the vibe of what I'm saying here, that G2 probably were interested in him. Remember, the story last year was they said BDS Academy was one of their better scrim partners. If you ever saw when Remain released those things, there was a point at time where they were like trashing everyone except like Fnatic or someone, and then BDS Academy was like one of the only teams winning games off G2. So I could totally believe G2 was interested in him, and he was at least, I'll put it this way, he was at a minimum, in my opinion, on the whiteboard. You know what I mean? For the support position, I'm sure the three names were Mickey X, Labrov, and Paris, and it just ended up that it went with fucking Labrov in this case. So I know what you mean. It could be on either way on that one. Who knows the truth of that one?
And to add, it does just kind of make sense, because it's like the BDS Academy to bring you the jungle support over, which on paper as well, like from what I saw from I watched maybe like 10 games, I did think that they were like the driving force behind that team.
You can even argue that's the part people don't ask about Paris now. They judge him in isolation. Maybe he would just be way better if he was with Scuba. Maybe he would be smurfing right now. Who knows, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, on the topic of like BDS in terms of like how they manage the off season, I think I did think that they would. I thought they would be better. I thought they would be better. I thought the big question mark was 113, and I think in the signing of Irrelevant does make sense. Obviously now, like Sheo and Adam look like, for example, Adam looks better than Irrelevant, and he's had like some decent games and puts up some decent numbers, but. You know, it's that same conversation about G2. It's like Yike won with KC, but even before and after, I think it was good for G2 to move on and bring in Skimont. Because Yike is now had the chance to reinvent himself. He looks better on KC than he ever did in G2, in my opinion, during the periods where he won or played the first stand against the Peaceful and so forth. And that's a part of the equation. Sometimes, like, you need to change the dynamic, and that goes both ways. You need to just rip out, the pages in your book and start over and actually apply your lessons, because after 2 years' time, definitely there is the context of... certain elements and certain things have just been going on for so long that you are going to be in a box that you've put yourself in, and also your teammates have put you in, and you need to kind of get a new chance to reinvent yourself, because it's very difficult in the context of course, an environment you've been the same in. It's kind of like how relationships, you need to nurture them and so forth, and always keep an open mind. But in a team, it can get very difficult. And that was also from BDS's side, right? It's like they peaked a couple of times. They had the same core of a roster for a very, very long time. It was the right time to begin to like start over, because in the end they didn't make Worlds, right? They didn't make Worlds, and that was a step down from the year before when they moved on from Crowny. And you can also have that conversation, because I thought moving on from Crowny was very, very dangerous with how their team makeup was. Yes. But Ice was a fantastic player. And in the context of BDS in that year, they didn't really conquer their issues. And that year, of course, I think obviously like G2 was just unbeatable. They were better in the second year that they played regionally in comparison to the previous one, because there they won everything. They won 3 splits and, of course, the regional finals. In the previous one, Mad Lions managed to beat them. It's like that split was, let's say, easier to compete in. But BDS still, they ran into the wall that is G2. And like comparatively, even though they didn't make Worlds that year, I wouldn't say that they were that much worse necessarily, because the Ice was just a good signing. It was just shocking based on, of course, what Crowny did in the context of a specific meta. Ice just had like a wider range of play. But I think those details matter super, super much. And I think often in the conversation of like how fans view it is like, did the number move? Another great example is, of course, like DK. DK, they look better this year, I think, way better. But last split, they had a similar placement. But the context of LCK last split was the LCK was just weaker across the board. Yes. Now LCK is fucking tough as fuck. And if you make top 3, it's like, damn, you've managed to do something great here. And D Plus managed to qualify last year. And even in a world where they don't qualify to Worlds this year, I wouldn't necessarily say that, this year DK is worse than last year. No fucking way. This DK roster is definitely better than the previous one. And you can even extend it so far to talk about Kingen. Kingen plays better now on Nongshim and moved on from DK. Way better than he ever did on DK. So, It's just the context of a player and where you're at, performance shifts. I think this is something that the community sometimes doesn't want to believe. It's like, he was good before, why isn't he good now? It's like, why is Billy hinting? Like, sometimes players are just playing worse, and that's how simple it is sometimes.
The game changes. It's also not CS, mate. The game fucking completely changes too. No, I'll give you a few thoughts on BDS. First of all, I do think actually the Ice one is still to this day somewhat underheralded, because people will give credit to how Ice plays, but I'm with you. If the same people are going to criticize Striker or BDS for their Rossies moves, then we have to give insane credit for the Ice move. Because by the way, I thought that had no chance. Crowley is such a bona fide, like, established player. I thought, if there's one thing I can guarantee, this guy's not going to be as good as Crowley. Now, here's the thing. I don't think technically Ice is, because I told you, I think the intangibles of Crowley, like, he can shot call. He's actually like kind of, if people don't know this, I know he seems on his stream like a big whiner. I got the vibe from talking to his teammates. He's actually a pretty good teammate. He's actually kind of like a cool guy who has a good attitude and wants to win, etc. I know people think because he's in the like LS Nemesis group, he's like the Nemesis. I think he's actually a way more chill guy personally. So I actually also think he's only harsh in the sense of like he's driven to win. He doesn't want to accept failure. So I actually think that was a massive gamble to bring in Ice. But bro, it's got to be one of the sleeper best transfer moves maybe ever done in the LEC, because actually, in light of the fact he isn't Crowley, mate, he's fucking really good though. And I always say this about Ice, and this is the perfect week to make the point again. Just like in game one here, bro, the most respectable thing about Ice that I think is incredible is he just plays well whether his team does or not. Even if his team goes to shit, somehow he has to. And by the way, there's a lot of ADCs, I know, they go mental boom, mate, when things go badly. Even my mate Upset will mental boom, and somehow Ice, he's appropriately named. He is the fucking Iceman, mate. It's like, you could believe this guy, like, I bet you if you put one of those heart monitors, he's the guy where it like never rises, no matter what, even though in the game he's like clicking and sidestepping and doing all the damage. Like, mad respect. So that's a crazy one that I notice no one gives credit for them doing. But the reason why I hate this off-season move about BDS is because, well, the worst one is that take, bro. It's the one that goes, they should have kept Adam. Mate, not only did Adam have his problems for both of those years he was in that team when they had the good roster, the one that had the chance to win LEC, but even worse, bear in mind some of the things we can at least fucking infer from, like the benching of him in the playoffs and some of the crazy shit he said publicly, and the fact that he essentially would almost like trash talk teammates publicly. There's other reasons not to have Adam that aren't about whether he's better than Irrelevant or not. Like, I actually think a stronger argument you could do there, guys, would be, now that we know Irrelevant is bad, no, don't bring Adam back, but maybe bring a different top laner. That's not a bad discussion. And I also agree with what you said. I think the most misunderstood part about the Irrelevant deal is, aside from the fact he already looked better than Adam last year anyway, it's that the style of play he was going to bring would facilitate Nuke and Ice. He would come and be the weak side, so you could just have this fucking mid-ADC team. I'll tell you, actually, if you want to bring it way back, I won't do my whole thing because I did it last week. Obviously, my tweet did age fucking fantastically about Nuke. Yeah, well, guess what? When your team's way worse, you don't look like a top fucking player all of a sudden. You just look like what you've always been, a mid-table LEC mid laner. By the way, notice I don't say Yamato, he's shit. The first year he came when he was Nuclear Int and when he was in Schalke, and then, look, he was shit that first year and a half. But after that, I actually think ever since the Crowley roster got good, I do actually think he has been like fourth or fifth best mid, or sometimes he would rise to third. Listen, for me, he was never truly top two mix. I never thought he could do it in the playoffs. I never thought he'd carry the series. And I knew it internationally, he'd probably get murked, unfortunately. But I've always thought if you give him his respect, when his team was good, it's like the rising tide carries all ships. He would rise with them, and then he had a chance to win. But I actually think right now, even though I do not think he is playing badly overall, Yamato, I do think he is also one of the lost conditions in their team. Because, mate, this is a guy I have a real hard time trusting with a lead. When I think of mid lane, I think of players that like fucking smirk. You give them like, mate, me and you watch LPL. If you give Knight the kind of lead Snook has, it's game over, mate. In fact, it'd be game over in 5 minutes after that. It wouldn't even be like a slow player. The guy will kill you if he gets those leads. If you have a Nuke, and I'm not saying Nuke has to be on Knight style, I'm just giving a contrast. I do think he's looked a lot more. I actually think he's one of the people whose stocks dropped more now that BDS has changed roster, even though I don't think he's played badly. I think what you've seen is that some of those teammates really enhanced him. Like, mate, it's obvious. Everyone says the last few years of League of Legends, the synergy you need is jungle mid support Well, he's changed out both his jungle and his support. And it's not that they're all worse. Look, I do think Paris is worse than Labrov, but 113 is just a completely different player. That's the problem. 113 is more the carry jungler, isn't he? He's the one fucking making the game happen. Like, my problem with Shield was just like, he was robbing to Nuke's Batman and that, so he was always just, they would always take, you could tell they played the game, they thought about the game the same way. I would even imagine he probably shot called the guy constantly, Shield to his lane, etc. So I do think you have seen problems. It's not that that Nuke is bad, but my problem is I think this is exposed that he's not like a hard carry in the LEC. He's just a good player, that's all. He's not a hard, he's just above average, he's not a hard carry for me. Where are you at on that? Disagree?
No, I do think that it's like Nuke and Ice are like polar opposites in terms of how much presence they have in the game when they are rich. Like there's been, like I think Nuke had like a good series against G2. Like he played a good Tristana there against Natalia, and he found good angles. So there's definitely moments, but there's also like many moments still where I cannot forget how many times he's been very strong in the game and his impact is just inconsistent and just not there and completely reliant on the conditions of the game. It never really makes the game his own. And
yes, that's a great way to phrase it. Yeah, it's a great way to phrase it.
And if, like you mentioned, Knight, I think it's the same would be true for Vladi, for Caps, for Humanoid even. If they are in certain positions where they have leads, they drive the game home and they make the game about them when they are ahead. I never get this feeling at all from Nuke. It's just some players, when you are in the lobby and you press tab, you get intimidated when some players have items. With Nuke, that intimidation is not there due to...
I have a saying from CS you might like. In CS, I often say the distinction between sometimes players who the eye test says are really good, but the ones who are like the true stars and the carries, is a normal good player just plays the game that is in front of him. I always say they let the game come to them. They play, and if it's a hard game or a bad game, they don't do as well, or they just don't get as many opportunities. The great player in the carry just makes the game go his way. Do you know what I mean? Like they just like, the saying in English is you grab it by the scruff of the neck, like you do a dog when you're taking it out to put it in the yard. You just force the game to go your way. By the way, I will say there's a side to that people don't like because it's like the leader type archetype. There's going to be games that'll mean you'll hit as a result and you look like an idiot, but it also means, like we're saying, you can also then win the games that Nuke doesn't, unfortunately.
Oh, for sure. I feel like this was a flaw that also Niski had as a player in the past.
That's a good shout.
I think Niski, obviously the thing that Niski carried that I don't think that Nuke necessarily offers is, of course, like in terms of playing facilitators, this was Niski's like biggest strength, right?
Yes.
So that part of the comparison doesn't fly. But in terms of like him branching out and playing the carries, it was also kind of the same. Like we remember some of the games on SK that he played, and he was ahead on Tristana or even Corki with his package, and just fucking when the game is supposed to be about him and his presence and executing in those moments, it always kind of I have great memories of that falling short. But I have to add once again, it's like Niski when he was playing Rise, TF. Like Galio, he was one of the best in the league at it. So this is something that Nuke doesn't do at all. He plays those mages, plays those champions that should snowball to the point where if you get gold, you should be winning. But the conversion there is just lacking, and that's a tough thing to learn and to teach, because you kind of need to, borderline. You need to have like it's one of those things. It's like would Nuke have to go to a worse team and then reinvent himself again and see how he falls in those waters, because maybe there's a level of comfort that carries over in being in the same team for so long and doing the same thing in repetition over and over again, because in those moments, in order to break out and to be better, you kind of need to be put in a situation where you either sink or swim, and I think that Nuke has had like a very comfortable and cushy position on BDS for a very long time. And if you think about his development, I don't see how he would potentially like break out and be a top 3 mid in this team. So it's very, very hard to see. I wanted to mention in regards to the tiebreakers. So if 2 teams are tied for 6th place, they will play tiebreaker game to determine final standings.
Oh, awesome.
So Otherwise, like everything is just tied by split game score, head-to-head game score, and then win to split placements, and then strength of victory.
By the way, I'll tell you why that is really good. Because the problem with using a head-to-head or a game score is sometimes what's determining it might be like a game at the beginning of the split. So you might not even be that team anymore. The best part about a tiebreaker you play at the end is whoever wins that game gets the spot. I actually think it's kind of makes like logical narrative sense for what we want in the playoffs. I like that rule. That's good.
It's good. It's good. This is what we needed the first stand, bro. We needed a tiebreaker between KC and fucking Team Liquid.
By the way, it would have been hype as fuck. Think how awesome that would have been. Like a BO3 between them would have been dope, bro. Yeah.
No, for sure.
Think about the trash talking that would have come out of that. Whoever gets eliminated sends the other region home. Fucking hell. Man, that would have been glorious. The joke is that would have been like the second highest viewed game after the finals. Crazy.
Yeah. No, for sure. You know, before I talk about my armpits, I guess we need to talk about G2 and Fnatic.
Yeah, actually on the Fnatic one, I tell you what, we already seeded this. Here's how you know, by the way, as someone who's done many of these shows, we go week to week to week. You know you're doing a good job with the narratives when you can pick them up again from the past weeks, mate. Some of the shit, our last episode was goated. I know we bigged up ourselves with the mini review at the beginning, but the amount of topics we talked about that have only gotten even better. Like, mate, didn't I make the point on the last episode that if you took the nameplates off, bro, Upset would just be the MVP of the LEC. It's only weird things like the baggage of him coming 10th so many times, and then the rivalry that if you're a Reckless fan, you don't like him, or people think he's a choker or a KDA. But by the way, there's an example of some shit that's still being put over his head, that he's a KDA player. Man, he's playing like fucking Callista games and just killing everyone and going in. Like, that is like some shit where it's like, you got to let that go, guys. Like, that doesn't apply to this player because, man, this BDS series was another masterclass. And remember, I think the Ice guy's even fucking good and didn't even play bad, but holy fuck. Upset is just having like, this is why I told him when he got this team, like you said to Razzo, this is the team, mate. Like I said to him, if you get a team like this, you don't even complain about a teammate. You just say, you know what, if I lose, it's on me. But I tell you what, this is good enough for me to win with because this team is fucking sick. Look, it wasn't just him. Humanoid had a nice first game. He got back into it after having a shit beginning, but Razork had a good series generally. But I thought Upset fucking smurfed. This team right now is operating so well for him. You can see he knows exactly what pocket to be in, when to be aggressive, when to go in, when to also, notice they actually follow up when he goes in too. I think it's fucking sick. I'm loving it as an Upset lover.
No, I think Fnatic, in terms of where the ceiling is at, I'm with you. Upset, like this series was fucking nuts. I think a lot of AD carries will not be able to drag this over the finish line because these games were very, very messy. That's the main point of criticism for Fnatic. They're allowed to get away with it because of where we are in the season. But, you know, always these are kind of like red flags that you see with the Fnatic in terms of like how, let's say, you know, sharp they are in terms of how they create the decision making at every level in the game, because they kind of give something back to the enemy always. It's like we have teams that are very, very high level that do that, like How Alive do that in regional splits, like fucking top esports are the kings of this. So there's definitely like a level of, if you can get to a point where the game deciding fight, you're just going to play better. Yeah, that can be a good thing. But we're getting very close to playoffs, and considering they lost that Game 3 banger, you know, even though it doesn't matter super much, they lost against Koi in the fashion that they did, because I do think like that game they could have won at 3, 4, 5 different times. Yes. It's more about like in continuity now with the game they played against BDS and so forth. When you move into best of fives, I kind of want to see a much sharper Fnatic in terms of like what the macro is, because I mentioned G2. It's like what they showcased against Vitality was beautiful on the topic of just understanding the patch and their macro game, because in terms of how they play the swaps and how they played around the Scion, how they play around the grubs, and how they played around man advantages, like that's a way for a team that is weaker individually to beat a team that they are you know, they just out macro them. That's a way to beat them. And I want to see this side of Fnatic. I want to see this side of Fnatic that was promised with Duffman, that can play a game and just fucking dominate in every fashion. I don't want to see, you know, Fnatic winning team fights, similar to the criticism we had against KC. It's like, you're first in the league, but the way you're winning games is like, you're winning because you're fucking out team fighting them. That's a good thing, but you know, you have fucking KC and G2 as your big fucking opponent. They are gonna come after you if you're not sharp on some levels. So we are closely moving slowly to, of course, the playoffs here for LEC, and it's time to tighten up.
By the way, that is still, just like it was in the last split, that's still the bagger series, is KC against Fnatic in a BO5. Because, mate, these two teams, it's just going to be a crazy brawl. Like, the actual, like, knockout potential at any point in those games is going to be bonkers. Like, think about it. Even the team behind still thinks they can hand the team in the team fight. Also, just the level of skill expression of those team fights could be really epic. Like, both teams look like they cook when they get that point in the game. And there's another thing. They believe in themselves when at that point too. Like, you can also tell Fnatic now, and this is different from past times, now they look like they can also play from behind, mate. Before they had to have the crazy lead. Now they actually trust the team fighting enough to know if we find the right angle, we can still win. Like, that's why I picked up upset, because, mate, some of his, like, fights, like that fucking Baron fight on Callisto was nuts. Like, again, like a million people just be so scared you think you're going to get popped any moment. Like, he had to play pretty ballsy on the front foot in that fight, mate.
No, for sure. Like upset is, yeah, it's weird. Like we mentioned, like how the community hangs on to certain things and certain labels, and those labels are like so impossible to shake.
Yes.
But I'm happy to say from upset sides that he doesn't care too much about like the social media aspect of things. He keeps it very simple, very it's like post and goes. It's like, oh, thank you for the support, moves on and just focuses on the game. So I'm happy that it's noise to him. So. Definitely, this is the year, bro. Come on, Offset. Come on, Razork. You gotta fucking win, man.
I'm just going to put this out there. Spoiler. If you want to call people KDA players, I wouldn't go ahead and call the Callisto players KDA players. Like, it doesn't even make sense. That champion, like, it'd be one thing if he was on his Ezreal and he was getting out all the time. Like, that is the way that game was played was not a KDA player, mate. Come on. It wasn't. That's not how that works.
Yeah. No,
right, what about the G2 side, though? What about
G2? I honestly think that they showcase as much as they possibly could against the Vitality. I think we made the Spirit Blossom meme the last time, but it's like I noticed how they figured out how to make the game a very, very active macro game and how to incorporate Labrov every step of the way. They have streamlined their game by making sure that BB plays something strong that in isolation can get dove. So that game 1 Sion, they pretty much just swap before the cannon wave, like at 4 minutes, and then at 6 minutes, like basically at the 5:30 wave, they're swapping, and like this, Labrov and Skumon's job is very, very streamlined and easy because they're just collapsing on AD side, and then when mid game opens up, they just make sure that Caps has the vision to push past the midway point. And in previous weeks, they always played drafts that forced them sometimes to fix the lane state of Broken Blade, to go fix the state of Caps. And this made it a little bit too sporadic and complicated. And I don't think that the jungle and support is sharp enough to see that real time in the game. I think, for example, Mickey is very, very good at noticing this is the next play they're making. I can defend this, and then Razor's to defend bottom side. They have instead made their game very streamlined. They play 1 game of Sion, 1 game of Jax. And this is exactly what gave them success in the last split. In the last split, when they were losing and then went on a fucking 5-game win streak into playoffs, it was Broken Blade playing 5 games of just being on the tanky champion, whether it was K'Sante, Cho'Gath, Sion, and then that carried over into the KC Series 2, where eventually, KC was so dizzy in that BO5 where they ended up playing Sion themselves in that game against, of course, BB's Cho'Gath. I think that G2, as long as they find a way to streamline their macro, it helps activating Caps. And in that series, Caps was farming and he was very, very content. It's exactly what we talked about the last time. Make Caps happy and you're going to be good. I think they showcased as much as they possibly could against Vitality, and I think they're going to make playoffs no worries at all.
I have a stylistic question, though, which is the win itself was quite clean, but the problem I have is this, and I want to know what you think of this. Bro, this actually, no, I think all the past G2 teams, the reason also why they were in is they tried to like crush you when they played you. This was kind of like quite a cynical game by G2, mate. Look at they played fairly slow this one. Like they weren't like trying to make some like accelerate the game and we have a lead or something. This was like a fairly, essentially like this type of a game. Like it gives me hope that G2 is still good, but I don't know that it makes me suddenly believe they're going to beat Karmine Corp,
I think the main thing is that there's an obvious flaw in this G2 approach. Because the moment they don't have a pushing or winning bot lane, this team will collapse.
Yes.
If they don't have lanes that are winning from bot, because people are going to target the Varus and the Kalista, and when they run out of steam or play against bot lanes that can compete in lane, like a Fnatic, opposite Mickey, they're going to contest the Kalista pick. They're going to contest all of the strong champs, and they're going to be willing to pick deeper into the counter pick department. And that's where a player like Labrov will suffer, because in terms of this champion pool, it's not there. So it's like, I think the main thing, as any team like KC and G2, as Fnatic, as they head into a matchup against G2, I think the main thing to defuse is making sure that Hans Sama plays a matchup where he has to be on the back foot, because that spreads very, very quickly in terms of the pain that Caps and BB will feel in terms of how much range and how much opportunities they get, because Labrov doesn't have the creativity, in my opinion, to break out of losing positions and find traction in other places in the game. This was what Mickey was just a master at.
And then there's obviously, I have to reference, you referenced him earlier in a positive context. Bro, what the fuck is going on with this guy? This is nightmare fuel. Listen, Hylissang was so bad at times. I'm not saying, I'm not going to do the BDS one. Bring back Hylissang. No, definitely don't bring back Hylissang. But mate, Nisqy ain't it either right now. This is bad. I think he's only had 1 week where he looked good so far. Like this was rough, mate. This was rough.
I was like, we on the topic of off seasons and changes. I thought, like, I've always been a proponent. Like, we had this conversation, like on stream, like someone brought it up and said, well, washed mid laners turning supports. It seems like Nisqy is a proof of concept that it doesn't work. But the thing is, it isn't, because he didn't invest time into preparing for this role. It was a spontaneous idea. And we knew that there would be like a lot of things to fucking iron out, because regardless of how bad you think any support might be, they still fucking put in hours. Like, that's the main difference. Like, they put in hours, and that is always going to count and amount to something. And it's very clear that like a lot of the Nisqy issues, in terms of understanding which ranges he can play in, how he plays the matchups, his timing on things. It's like him losing like 3 seconds and in every scenario adds up very, very quickly when the enemy knows what they are doing. Like even that Nico game that they clawed back, it's like the majority of that was very, very rough. I just, the position that Nisqy is in is just very difficult. Like, I don't expect anyone to maneuver that, because when Perks moved to AD carry, he spent that whole fucking offseason 2 months straight duo queuing with Mickey. Like, they played maybe 500, 600, 700 games. There's a big difference than just fucking going in dry. So I don't envy the position Nisqy is in, and I do think that like the mistakes he's making are very rational mistakes for the position that he's put in. But for the context of Vitality and their hopes, it definitely is a big pain point. It's a very, very big pain point.
And then on the other side, I'll just throw this out there. Look, this was probably the best fucking series Labrov's had in ages, mate. But I'll tell you what, it is Vitality. Like, I expected to do that against the other teams, not just Vitality, for fuck's sake, against Inting Nisqy. So it's all, I'll tell you what, you get like a C+ for that one, Labrov. But I actually, if you want an A+, I need to see a game against an elite team where you do it, mate, because I haven't seen it so far. This was good, though. This was a good series. I'll give him that.
So it's a good start, bro. We have to keep track of the 3 Spirit Blossom teams, bro. That's the Spirit Blossom teams is T1, Bilibili, and G2. They started the LEC and now. But before we move to LCK and LPL, I do need to tell our viewers about how you and I keep so damn fresh. We keep so damn fresh because we use Mando products. I use the whole body deodorant, and on stream you guys can see me walking. Like, I walk like 10 kilometers on stream. I get my steps in, and naturally I sweat because I'm in my room. You know, I'm in my room and there's no air here, but I sweat, but I still smell good. You know, I still smell good. I wake up in the morning, put on my whole body deodorant, and it just fights back against any activity that I might do. And you know, you might find yourself sweating in any scenario, and then you carry that with you. You know. If you are in a situation where you know, for example, you're like, oh, I'm sweating, I'm gonna smell bad. That's like in terms of your confidence and how you stand, how you walk, how you talk, that's gonna affect you somehow. And when you have the freedom, knowing that no matter what you do, you gotta run from danger. You're walking, you're choose being physical, whatever, and you're sweating, and you know you're gonna smell good no matter what. You just know whatever situation comes your way, you're gonna have confidence. So let me tell you, you know, Mando. Paraben-free, aluminum-free, you don't want that bad stuff there. You know, this was created from, you know, by a doctor who just realized that most of the time BO is just misdiagnosed, you know, and it's mistreated. This has been clinically proven to just block odor all day and control odor for up to 72 hours. So if you're going on some, bender like in fucking Hangover 2, and you're gone and you wake up in Mike Tyson's pool, if you put on Mando before that shit happened and you smell yourself, damn, you can still smell like bourbon leather or Mount Fuji. I think that's a big plus, knowing that whatever situation you're in, at least you're going to be smelling good. So, as I mentioned, clinically proven to control body odor better than just to shower with soap, 12 hours after shower, whatever. Most of the time, if you don't apply whole body deodorant, that's the key thing. It's like usually people just put on the armpits, but when you talk about some certain areas, the grundle, the ball sack, these are areas that after a couple of hours, you're carrying that stank, man. But with this, you're ready for any situation. You need to be polite and kind to the people that are in proximity of your balls and grundle. So make it a ritual for your own body, an act of divinity. Put that whole body deodorant from Mando all over your body. And it's very, very easy to start. Mando Starter Pack is just perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice. I personally like the deodorant wipes because you can just throw them in your bag, after your gym, and you're just fresh as fuck. You don't need to go home and take a shower. You're just ready to go and move on with your life. A special offer for our listeners. New customers get $5 off a starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% of your starter pack. Use code. What is the code, Thorin? Is it just summoning? Has to be summoning, right? Maybe Light can help me. Producer, tell me. Is it elephant or summoning? It is summoning. Well, I just got confirmation from our producer. It's code summoning. I wasn't going to hold that back from you guys, of course. So use code summoning at shopmando.com. That is shopmando.com. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando.
I'm just imagining Mike Tyson now, like, you smell great. Your understanding of hygiene is perspicacious. Oh, thanks, Matt. Thanks, champ. Bourbon leather. Yeah, exactly. Right, anyway. By the way, Mike Tyson and his lawyers would like us to say that he does not in any way endorse this advert. That was just a purely fictional representation.
That was Lance Armstrong.
Yeah, we meant the movie character Mike Tyson, not the real Mike Tyson, obviously.
That wasn't Thorin talking. That was Lance Armstrong anyway.
Exactly.
So
yeah,
so good.
Blame Lance for everything. Hasn't he suffered enough? No, the answer's no. Anyway. By the way, even though technically we've ended the LEC section, I'll also point out we are only something, Yamato. We are less than 2 weeks from playoffs being in LEC. And I don't think there has actually been an LEC playoffs I was this hyped for since like fucking probably 2021, probably like the time when there was like crazy, like, there was like the leader fucking self-made Vitality against your like role swapped Whippo, Niski, Adam, because that was like so wide. It's like that now, mate. First of all, again, I've said it every week, but every week, try this exercise, guys, watching the show. Pause the show and say, today, who would you pick to win LEC? I'll bet it's changed as the split's gone on. I bet it might change in the playoffs. So first of all, the winner's up for grabs. Then after that, this is the best time ever, Yamato, because I always think the best leagues and playoffs are the ones where, in an ideal world, all stratas of team have someone else they can compete against. So look, we just discussed it. The teams that like make the last spot in the playoffs probably aren't going to do anything. It's going to be the Herex, the BDS of the world, like probably Vitality, etc. Like those teams probably will go out the first round. But the champion is wide open. And mate, the order of what the top 4 could be is that's like, what is the bracket going to be? What is the meta going to be? And this actually could be. Bear in mind, it's all BO5s once you get to the deeper part. I think this playoffs is going to fucking cook, mate. I'm looking forward to it a lot.
No, I don't think there's going to be a single best of 5 that just doesn't deliver. Maybe like the loser bracket one when the top 4 goes and plays against whoever is like left or whoever like makes it through. But either way, like this is going to be hype as fuck. Like I do think Fnatic, that's the horse that I'm backing.
I'm doing it.
But fucking bro, KC smashed the shit out of G2 and they are looking revitalized after that 2-week break. Suddenly it gets spicy real quick, and we have a new patch, practically like a new season. So I'm really, really excited to find out who's actually just going to MSI, because that's really hype. Yeah, I'm with you.
Because I want to swap to the LPL, and here's the difference. I'll give you a contrast, Yamato. I actually think it's been borne out by how they've played. That I was right to stick with Fnatic, and that actually they do have the highest ceiling. And I think actually on average they've played the best out of everyone this split, and I do think they're going to win. Here's the difference, Yamato. Oh, I'm fully aware that when we go to the LPL, I do have to take like fucking Bane level permanent corpium inhales to do my IG spiel. Because here's the problem. I didn't say I can't do it though, motherfucker. Well, this is necessary, copium, Yamato. Because here's what's sad, bro. Here's what's so fucking sad. Every time I want to say, you know what? It like Frodo fall, it is done. I can stop pretending IG can actually win and be in the finals and go outside. They'll have a series like that one against BLG. And bro, that was so close. It was, if you wanted to believe IG is real, that's the kind of series that'll torture you, motherfucker. Bro, that could have been a win. It wasn't, sadly. It wasn't. It absolutely wasn't a win. It could have, though. Where's IG at, bro? And by the way, sadly, one thing that doesn't change week to week is the person I hate the most. There's not even a content. You know what? The Shy can in, that's fine. JJ has the odd game. No, I'm sorry. It's you. One of my favorite support players ever, Mako. Holy fuck, you are a fraud in this split. Like, it's actually inconceivable how bad this player is. He's only 1 year removed from being like the best LPL support too, by the way. Like, he was really good spring last year before they went to MSI. He was cooking. And obviously, if people don't know, I think for his whole career, he has an unbelievable career where he was the shot caller, the guy who influenced the macro, very smart. None of those things exist in this player, bro. Like, he ints constantly. He makes terrible decisions. By the way, even his champion pool, like, it looks like he doesn't know how to play his own champions. Like, IG themselves have flaws, but I actually do think it's always over-exaggerated because there's a lot of haters of Rookie and the Shy and stuff. Like, they are still a good team. You can see they're right on the cusp of actually being, like, third or fourth best team or something. But, bro, the Mako angle kills me. It kills me when I watch it. It's so hard to watch. Oh, it's so hard.
It's just the roughest part is it's like every time they go into a series, especially like this recent streak, because like I don't know, they've lost what fucking 3-4 series in a row. It's just that it's like walking on ice, and then we are surprised that we fall through and freeze to death. Because we were walking on ice. It's like it's our fucking fault. But it's like, but it looks so beautiful, isn't it?
Esports, not BLG there, sorry. But yeah, it was the last series that I was thinking of, though. Yes, the one they could have won. They could have.
It's just they show greatness. They show good things. I think anyone's legend is the one that really like fucked them up. Like that series didn't even look close.
No, that was bad.
But it's like, for example, that Weibo series as well. I remember like, oh, the Shy Renekton usually looks good on this. Like the Shy has had a solid split, and then you just get solo kill level 4, and then it's like, what the fuck just happened? It's just the risk factor. It's like one of those. I don't know if you've seen those like videos like where people do like these Red Bull races with like these fucking flimsy ass cars that they built in their garage, and then this car needs to like survive like driving down like a slope.
Right. Okay.
And then usually most cars look like, oh damn, this car looks really really cool. But then it's like as they ride into the end, it's like fucking everything has flown off. Like the second passenger like was left behind somewhere, and then sometimes they make it over the line, but most of the time they just fucking fall apart and get injured. And that's IG. IG is like a beautiful fucking looking car that is coming in, and then it's like as the series progresses, you just fucking don't know, and then sometimes a fucking niddly game 3 just fucking pushes you through the finish line and they make it. It just there's so many things. It's like a beautiful boat where the holes have been just fucking covered with like some fucking weird flex tape, and then it's like the water just begins to fucking just seep in mid-series because Renekton and the Shy is just running it down, or Mako just gets caught 3 times, or JJ just misjudges the situation completely. I like the fact that they are fearless and they continue going, and they showcase like moments like that. Top Esports says that they have it in them, but bro, now with how good anyone else looks and the odds of IG fucking falling apart is just way too high. There's too many stars that need to align for all of them to play good at the same time. Because I think that's the biggest pain point is that if they do, they can beat the best. but the odds of that happening is non-existent. There's always going to be 2 players that play good and the rest of them end. There is no in between. It's always going to be the way.
The sad thing is, over the whole split, it's only Mako's been bad pretty much all the time. But I'm with you. The worst thing is, it's like every time Rookie has the good game is when the Shy just decides to int his tits off in one game minimum in the series. And like, fuck it. Same with like JJ will play well sometimes, but then the other 2 aren't there. Or maybe that's a bad Gala series or something like that. I agree with you. I actually think the roster's been overly criticised. It's only the Mako one, which again, by the way, was actually one of the slam dunk signings. Like on paper, that was, no one could know that go this way. Like that seemed like actually one of the players more likely to succeed. If there was people I thought were going to get criticised, it was probably like the top side. It would be like the Shy, JJ. Maybe these are the players people thought would fail. But no, I'm with you. The sad thing is they're so tantalising, Yamato. In a way, it still makes them fun to watch, I've got to say, because like the joke is they could do this, but then let me check actually who they actually just play in the next week. Let's just see. So they play WE. Oh, it's actually quite a light week, to be fair. Oh, TT. Yeah, it's just quite a light week, actually. All right, so next week, they play JDG. I mean, pretty sweet. There's a world where they'll just turn around and beat JDG or something, and then you'll be like, well, they're back again. Oh, my God, can they win? Are they actually the third or fourth best? That's why it's so torturous, because actually they're an example of a team where I actually don't think their placing in the standings actually represents how good they are. Like, as we say, they've had some really good 3-game series against some of the best teams. Like, they've shown themselves, but they also, to be fair, you can every now and then turn around and just get wrecked by one of them too. Let's do the Anyone's Legend angle then, because it's getting to the point now where, like, the 2 best teams just are top esports and Anyone's Legend. But you can have the question, they just played the head-to-head. Would you actually make the case? You stuck with them before. Is Anyone's Legend the best team in the LPL for you? Does this confirm it this match? Does it tilt you over?
I would say yes. I think the main thing for me is that I actually think that Shanks and Hope are actually doing it. You know, we said at the beginning of like the year when we started, it's like Anyone's Legend, Tab is going to get the most out of them. And then the question is, can fucking Hope and Shanks actually find new mechanical highs? And that's a big fucking ask, because in the end, it's like the mechanical highs of some of their opponents, they're not gonna be able to fucking figure that out. It's gonna be too hard. But some of the games that Hope and fucking Shanks have now, it's like how they play mechanically. It's like they are in the conversation of being just best performers in their position in a league that is very, very tough to be so. It's like to have a conversation where Shanks is performing better than Knight and Scout and Rookie even is it's a conversation that I didn't think I would be having. I thought this team would be driven by the fact that they have great macro, which is still do, but now like their individual performances is also like catching up to their macro level. And it's slowly getting to the point where I'm getting excited for even an Anyone's Legend at an MSI, because with the level of play, I think that this could create like actual interesting fucking competition towards the LCK. I wouldn't go so far to say they would beat Genji and How Alive, but like to be in the game and to push them and to force them to bring their best self. I think that's something Anyone's Legends can do, and props to Hope. Like, I think this is probably like his best individual split that I've seen in his career. And he's been on some very, very good teams, but he was always the sidekick. He was always the guy who got benched by Viper and then Ruler. You know, sucks. You know, sometimes, you know, being the third best, fourth best is not that bad. You know, it's like me being 2018 in fucking Vitality and losing to Super Fnatic. Like, you know, fair play, happens. You know, it was a tough split to win, happens. Being third is fucking commendable. But in this case, Hope, if actually is popping off, respect to him. Did you DC Thorin, or are you thinking?
No, just for a second. I caught it all. That's okay. I was just turning my VPN off. I think it was lagging me a bit. So
okay.
I heard it though.
All right.
No, I'm with you. By the way, he has absolutely overperformed this split. He's been way better than I thought. I just expected him to be serviceable. He's just like, for me, when he was on JDG back in the day, he was like a good prospect, but he wasn't some like Uzi Jackie Love super talented guy you have to, fuck, watch this guy. I actually think he's been more than serviceable this split. Like, he's actually had some fucking good carry games, yeah. Oh, the other thing as well is this. I actually thought the way they won that series, bro, was very impressive. Like, they just fucking straight up clapped him. Like, TS has been really hard to beat in the LPL. We talked about it all the past weeks. Like, they did deserve the title of the best LPL team. Like, they just, like, people like Jakob were having demon time games, mate. Mega fucking series. This one, you just heads up, just straight up beat them. And yeah, it's not, and by the way, it's not just like the Tarzan factor who's really good. Like, no, I'm with you. Like Shanks is the player where if people don't know, I know why people are scared. Because, bro, when you look at Shanks, he is what Cream was a year or two ago. You see the potential, and you're like, but then you're scared that he'll also be what Cream is now, like fucking fail internationally or get clapped. Because unfortunately, that's always the worry, isn't it? Like, think about KC when he went to first stand. If you're an analyst, if you want to be really safe, what you actually should have done is just been really cynical and be like, they'll probably fail. You know, like, how will Vladdy do in his first ever time playing against all these stars? Like, he's probably going to get intimidated. Because if you do that, it's safe. And then you get to still ride. They're like, oh, wow, they've surprised me and done really well. But the problem is, what you want to do in league is when people are the best in their region, you want to actually judge them like, hey, think about what an LPL team should be capable of. It should be able to win. So if anyone's legend actually finishes first in this split, we don't want to be like this. You're like, hey, they could play well and make like this. We want to be like they're going to win MSI. That's the expectation. It's nothing to do with anyone's legend that we want to give to the best LPL team, because the LPL is a fucking sick region with really strong players and some teams that can fucking go to the ceilings of what's possible in league. Now, the cool thing for me is I want to believe so badly in superstar rookies, bro. I do. Like, I actually think my dream in some ways would be, because like we said, when you think about all the other LPL teams, your main fear is what happens when they play the Koreans. In some ways, one of my dreams would be that if anyone's legend goes to MSI, whether anyone's legend wins it or not, I just want Shanks to play sick. If he plays sick, it will make my hype for Worlds way higher. If I believe this guy actually, like if he plays and he goes against like fucking Chovy and Zika or something, and he's just having like a game where he just claps him one time, that'll be enough, mate. I'll get on the train then.
I'm with
you. I have to understand. I'm doing it like, I'm sort of doing it more like the train, like Monty style. You offer me the ticket when they're already in the finals, you know, like, listen, not everyone's on the train from when it leaves the station at the beginning, Yamato. I'm jumping on, you know, right before it arrives. Yeah, sure.
Bro, I feel the same that you feel by Shanks about Tarzan. I just want the international community that doesn't watch LPL to actually love Tarzan. Because this guy is sick. Yep. I think Flandre is a player that I never liked too much in past years. I thought that he was, you know, not the greatest on EDG. I thought he was just a sidekick, you know, played Graves, whatever. I didn't think he was important in that win. That World's top lane just wasn't super impactful. And I didn't think much about Flandre. Like in the beginning years, I thought, oh, this is a talent, because like a lot of the conversation of like the English speaking, coaches in, of course, the region were talking about Flandre always. But this Flandre split as well, he's fucking sick, you know. He's the one that is like moving the meta, and he, you know, just dodges ganks super well. I got that series that they played against Top Esports where he played against the Jason Sejuani, like Kanavi and 369, one of the most experienced top jungles at just shutting someone down and like coming after you. Like he was just fucking dodging every gank and keeping you know, just up in the game, and had very good CS numbers, didn't die to any ganks, didn't let like Jace snowball a lead out of a strong early, and then when Pantheon was ready to ult his ass, he was there to go for it. Like Flandre is basically like just a fantastic like weak side of this team. And in terms of where we are in the meta with the swaps being super important again, I do think that's like a big plus. I really like what Flandre's bringing to the table.
And also, if you think how that series began, like, I think almost any other team would have lost game one, mate. They would have just, like, TES would have just won the fights. Like, Shanks guy also showed some pretty good team fighting, too, I actually thought. Like, he was, like, it's fucking hard to play this here in the LPL in a team fight, mate. Everyone's all over your face 24/7. Like, this guy was doing some good moves. He has some nice micro skills for sure.
And also, the guy is like the only Asir player in the league. Like, this champion is cursed otherwise.
It's not really the CK mid laner, true.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know why. It's like every time I see like Knight playing Asir, I'm like, please just stop. You know, just stop doing it.
I know what you mean about Tarzan, though. I actually think the saddest thing about Tarzan is he has the same status as Peanut, basically, where if you don't watch the domestic play, you just think he's a choker. That's all you think he is. And the worst thing about that is, I've told you this in the past, I think part of what makes these guys choke is that their strength is their brain. So the problem is when they get pressured and it like affects their ability to like think rationally and calmly, etc., their superpower gets turned off. And the sad thing is it means people will watch them, not just lose, but like int, for example. And it's like, bro, if you knew how good these guys can be at the game, though. They're so good. Like, these are two of the smartest junglers to ever play League of Legends, Peanut and Tarzan. And the amount of years they've done it, mate. Every meta, every year, different teammates. They're just fucking really fantastic players. The problem is they'd missed that like finishing aspect, which is we want to see it in like a world semi or something, mate. We want to see you have the big pop-off carry series, you know.
So, fingers crossed for the boys.
Yes. Yeah.
Scout on JDG looks rough because he's not having a good split, so he will get a different time to showcase himself. At least he has the worlds, you know. Like, people gonna discredit him because he lost to T1.
Isn't that one part that's also a bit of a bummer? I said it on the past episode when we talked about it, but like, JDG did, unlike, apparently people claim that, like, obviously the fucking Maokai guy didn't get actually fired from BLG, it turns out, and that was like they benched him.
He's on stage again.
But the difference is, they did fire CV Max from JDG. I have to say, I actually think for real, listen, maybe internally, I don't know, maybe there's some Adam-esque shit where it's like he had to be fired, but I think they've actually just given up this chance to go to MSI JDG now. For me, they were right on the outskirts. They were actually a pretty good upset team. They were the team where put them in a game 3 against any top team, maybe they can do it. That right now, that team it just still looks bad, mate. It looks like they're going to go down like that, even though they're here's the difference, Yamato. Even though we've said all that shit about IG, I'd have more confidence in an IG playoff series than JDG right now. I think JDG's in fucking trouble, mate. They're hurting. That team is hurting.
I don't know what, like, the weirdest thing is, like, for the longest time when JDG was underperforming, Scout would just drag them over the finish line against teams that were worse. But now Scout is underperforming, and the team doesn't have a lot to offer, really. Like, they bounce back and beat anyone's legend in a freakish way. But one day of good performance is not enough to hang in the Christmas tree. Like, JDG, I think also on missing side, he reminds me a lot of how Labrov kind of plays the game. Very,
right.
Needs to be very structured and strong laner, but very, very 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in terms of like what the champion he wants to pick. Like, this is my number 1 champ, this is my number 2 champ. Doesn't really have like a lot of depth in terms of what he picks, which I think hurts them. And I think in a world where Scout is underperforming, there is no like big driving factor behind this team, because it's like imagine a world where Gen G had Chovy and Pays, and Chovy wasn't performing. Then Pays is not going to be the one that is like a driving engine. He's going to be super, super good. He's going to offer you like 90% performances, but he's not going to drag you over the finish line, because as good as Pays is, as consistent as he is not the one that is the most intimidating when he has 3, 4, 5 items, like we saw when he played Zeri against, for example, IG. I could predict that like clockwork, because I've watched every single Pays game he has played since the inception of his career, that in that game, the Zeri that should carry, he bought the BF sword, should have bought IE. I knew he was going to buy GA. I knew he was going to take the easy way out.
I hate that. You know? I hate that, bro.
And then IG won, and I love that.
By the way, that is one thing I think is really. I got a little side tangent. I thought, especially since you're off some of a coaching background, it's quite interesting. And it goes like this, right? One of the things I actually do think is really misunderstood about top pros is people always just judge the skill and the playing style, Yamato, but what they always miss is actually the final thing that completes you as like a superstar world beater player is mentality. Because I always say, whenever I watch basketball now, and I was a massive fan, people will know of players like Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, the killer players who had like the crazy like mentality where they want to be the best, but they also want to beat you, and they also want to dominate you and destroy the whole game and be the carry all the time. Is people take for granted like the mentality part. They think it's just that they were really talented. No, mate, I've seen loads of mega players in the NBA. I actually think this is the problem LeBron had. By the way, his skill set was mega. I think if you could like take Michael Jordan's brain and put it in like LeBron James' body, I think you'd like win everything, mate. He'd be unbeatable. Like, you'd never stop him going to the basket when he was in his youth, and he was fucking physically dominant, and he'd never passed when it was the last shot, and he'd taken it. There's a million ways he could have gone. But what people misunderstand is there are very few players have that mentality. A lot of people, because it's become cool to say the same things in interviews, and just like when Conor McGregor was on top, a lot of people magically started trash talking all crazy. But the difference is that's just I'm talking the talk. A lot of people can't walk the walk with that mentality, mate. So one thing I think is mad underrated is when you actually have some really, really fucking talented player, but they also have the killer instinct. They also have the mindset to crush you flat. That is where I get hyped about players, mate. Like, if I go and watch some of these teams now, there's still not that many players I think meet that category who are actually like true killers in that regard. It's actually why the biggest bomber ever, by the way, about top esports is that Jakob doesn't do it internationally, because he is that killer in domestic play. If you give this guy an inch, he just kills you dead, mate. Like, it's one of the most aggressive ADCs I've ever seen. And then he goes international and they'll just like die to like a level 3 gank and not even be in the game. And you're like, what? Because I think those players, those are the ones I get hyped for, mate. Like, there's certain players can't fit that criteria. So some of them have the skill set for it, but they don't have the mentality. There's not that many. So when they come along, I want to get hyped for good players. I want to believe these top talents are going to make it, you know. I want to believe that the LPL, because the LPL's, the raw skill level of the LPL, I think will never be understood if you don't watch it regularly. Like, you just see things from players, even in random, put it this way, mate, you'll see a game where like a fucking like WE player will do a play. You're like, fuck, I have to remind myself, even the bad teams can do shit in this league, like, or FPX or something. There'll be players where you're like, wait, I'm actually doing that Western thing where I'm acting like there's only a G2 and everyone else sucks. Like, there's killers all over this league. Like, the talent level's crazy, but you got to also have like, you got to have essentially in a weird way, you've got to have like the crazy arrogance of the star player too. You can't just be the guy who's like, oh, pretty good, I guess, but like, oh, and you're like, no, you're really good. Like, put it this way, it's way easier, I think, to like humble a cocky player than it is to take a humble player and get him to be, convince him to be cocky. What do you think?
No, I agree wholeheartedly. I think that was the main thing. It's like back in 2018, like everyone assumed the Vitality roster that I made would be bad, but I basically had the choice of picking players that lost time and time again against better opponents. Basically, like I had we had the option of like making a roster with like we would bring in like Kasing, and then like Power of Evo, these type of names that like were known, like they were around, they were top 3, they would compete in the top 3, but they wouldn't be like my mindset would be like, oh, so if we bring these guys over, they're bringing nothing new to the league, and we're gonna be a middling team. Is that what I'm happy about? And I knew how the at the time Giants players played because we scrimmed them a couple of times, and I had watched their games. But the main thing that sold me was just their story. It's like Jizuke, what he told me in terms of what he needed to sacrifice in order to even play, where he just ran away from home and what he had to give up, and in terms of where he is mentality-wise, where like in the end, it's like I knew this would be a player that would put in so much fucking effort. If he believed that someone was better at him, he would just think that's temporary because he would believe that he can fucking outwork them and outflank them, right? And that's something that I bought into like wholeheartedly. It's like the level of confidence that we carried, like we wanted to beat Fnatic, and that drove us so fucking hard. And I knew I could tap into that so easily with these guys because they had the confidence to make it happen. Because a player like Attila, I don't think necessarily he was more talented than, for example, Upsil at the time when we played. But he had
swagger for sure.
He had the instinct to fucking take the chances that he got, and he walked on stage believing he was better, and that goes so fucking far. That goes such a long way. Like another parallel, like I mentioned, I watch Formula One. Now it's like people ask me, it's like, which drivers do you like? So obviously Max Verstappen is like the guy who he drives a crummy, shitty car and still fucking competes for top position. Like his teammates, so basically there's always 2 drivers. His teammate is always like back 15th, 16th, and Verstappen is up there like competing for the best, and everyone knows his car is absolute trash. I didn't watch super much, but there's a driver in basically the best team, which is McLaren. They have the best car. His name is Lando Norris. So I watched a couple of interviews, and always how he talked about Max Verstappen was as if he believed that he was better.
Like a cocky, the Lando guy, yeah.
Like no, like he did the opposite, you know.
Oh, really?
That was my issue. Like Lando Norris was talking about Max as if he is better.
Right.
And I was like, I don't like this shit.
Right.
I don't believe he's gonna win. And then they brought in Oscar Piastri, and I saw that he carried himself in an interview that he came and said, I'm here. I want to prove myself. I want to fucking win. And I knew almost right away that this is the guy to believe in, because if he is faced with the opportunity to win and to overtake, he's going to see that as an opportunity that he has granted himself, rather than something that is just in the air and can pass because something else will pass. And that's the vibe I always got from Landon Norris, which is very like parasocial, not parasocial, but very like surface level. But it comes to the same thing because the instinct and the idea of how you approach a competitor. It's like if you walk on stage and you don't believe that you're going to be the reason why you should win, then you are going to be at, the behest of a player like Caps in your league that is going to walk on stage and believe he is going to win, and that's just what makes greatness.
Because the reason I ask that is that has always been my problem with Pays, bro. It's why I've always seen Pays as more of the like, you can be the flackhead of our team if you want. If we've got the solo kings, you can be the flackhead and we can win. He was fine in Gen G. The problem was, though, people did try to make it like he's just as good as Ruler. It's like, mate, Ruler has that killer instinct. He will, like this example of the item build. Think about how rarely, Yamato, you have different builds for ADCs. They have the most on-the-rails, obvious item builds of all. So I'm sorry, when you do the choice he did there, that's not like some nuke fucked up his build and just didn't understand what... that was a scared choice, as you're saying, to go for a Guardian Angel. Like, what you're doing there is you're not thinking like you're saying, like, hey, I actually could be like the fucking Korean Uzi I. I'm gonna carry this fight. You're thinking like, fuck, but if they catch me, I'll need to like still. That's you're going into it like you're not the king. And by the way, you're playing the LPL, bro, the ADC's league. Think about what I just said about Jackie Love, mate. Jackie Love, like the joke is when other people would take one step back, he takes 2 steps forwards. The Jackie Love always had the mentality of like, I'll just hunt my way out of this problem. I want Pace to do that, because I actually do think as well with it. Pace clearly has skill. He's clearly a fucking talented player, but I know what you mean. He doesn't strike me as the guy who thinks like, give me the ball, I'm going to win the game, as it were. Like, he's the guy where it's like, oh, is it my turn to have the ball? Okay, I guess like, oh, set me up, and are you going to run a play with it? No, you're supposed to just fucking take over, mate. Take over the game.
100%. We had the whole conversation about how KT's roster could have potentially been. Like, if Pace was not that roster,
That'd be a fun thing, yeah.
Like it would be very, very good for BDD because they would just be better. But I also don't think that Pays would be like, maybe he would reinvent himself, right? Because he's now on a worse team and he needs to, because he's been surrounded by fucking insane players his whole career. Maybe it's like one of those situations where you kind of hope and wish that maybe he's going to be playing in a situation where he plays with worse teammates and then he steps up to the plate. But if he was on that KT, I don't think that he would be good for KT because KT is currently fucking trash. But I don't think like having BDD and Pays as your core wouldn't be as impressive as having BDD or any of the other like top 3 AD carries as your core, because Pays wouldn't push KT to the point where they are like competitive against the top 4.
But no, Yamato, the only hope at ADC plays on the joke earlier. Anyone's legend, didn't we? Whatever. Listen, it's not my best material, but I'm working.
I thought you were about to segue to an ad read. That's why I gave you space.
I'll do it in a minute. We will do one soon. Don't worry about that. No, but another thing I have to say as well is since we talk about the big teams every week, let's talk about some of the other smaller ones too. I'll tell you an example, Yamato, of another core competitive concept that will always be lost on fans, sadly, which is, fans do a lot of what I call MMA math, where it's like if you beat someone good, it's essentially it's what you call like transitive property. They think if you beat someone good, that means you're as good or better, which means you would also beat whoever they beat, which, as you know as a competitor, or anyone who's watched the game long enough knows, that is not at all the truth. And in fact, sometimes the opposite. And I actually think that I know a team I can talk about where it is the opposite, bro. FPX. If you put FPX against the top team, Yamato, because your expectations will be they won't even have a chance, mate, they will not only get to a load of game 3s and win a game that you'll think, what? They'll even sometimes win the series. But I'll tell you what, this one they just lost to WE. This is why FPX isn't actually as good as any of those teams that they beat. Like, if you think that you see them fuck around with, like if they play an IG or someone, you go, oh, this is tough. Difference is, IG would crush one of these teams. You know what I mean? Like that's if you wanted to believe in FPX as like a team to rise, this is a bomber of a series, mate. To just get 2-0'd by WE.
No, for sure. It's like it's weird because like both of these two teams have impressed me. I thought they would be just another.
No, they're both causing upsets out there, mixing it up. Yeah.
I thought both of these teams would be just like Nirvana light, like these teams just slip through because of numbers, not because based on merit. And in the end, it's like I do think there's some qualities that are like serviceable. Like I think like Shadow has been playing a lot better than before. I think in terms of how they choose to fight collectively, is like the main thing. But both of these teams, they kind of strike me as almost like 100 Thieves, where they are very cohesive in how they make their decisions. And I think the biggest pain point and the most fun thing, and also the thing that deserves the most criticism at times when it's unnecessary, is that most of the teams in the LPL are willing to tango, like when they don't need to, in terms of like setting the pace of the game and choosing your fights a lot more selectively. I think the biggest benefit of FPX is the fact that they seem to commit wholeheartedly into the decisions that they make. Sometimes, most of the time, those decisions aren't necessarily high level, but being on the same page gets you very, very far, especially in a league that is very chaotic. And now in the series against WE, that was a very confusing series, especially that game 2. I thought that FPX could win, but in terms of the honesty of some situations, in terms of how they face check and how they lose fights before they start, I think when they are playing against a team that also is collectively playing, they just don't seem to be good enough. Because I think that's the only strength that FPX carry, that they click on the same spot. So they are like a hive mind, but they're a hive mind of ants. And if I use my foot and put my toes together and squish, there's not a lot of force I need. I just need to be aware of you. And I think that's FPX.
And also, unfortunately, in that team, this is why rookies are always so hard to sort of fucking get a read on, mate. Sheer is still a player I think has potential, but unfortunately, he's not the player he looked like he was last year, mate. Last year, he actually looked like crazy. He was a bit like the Milky Way of top lane, mate. He had games where you're like, who the fuck is this guy? This is the future of the LPL. Maybe he is, but just maybe not yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, he was fortunate to have the pace treatment to be on a good team, and then he got sent to the darkness. I could see a world where he moves up in the future, for sure. I think that's entirely possible. But at least he doesn't. He gets to play. There's no summer off for him, so that's good.
And actually, I will say, I didn't watch every FPX series, but when I watched the ones they played against the big teams where they actually had some good results, I actually thought the support player, the Jue guy, he actually had some good games, mate. He sort of showed me some potential. I had no fucking clue who this guy was before, but that's why I was kind of impressed. I thought he was a no-namer.
Oh, it seems to, I like Jue because I think instinctively, in terms of finding engage angles that you can make a highlight reel of both him and Vampire in terms of the engage angles that they find, because I think that's what in most cases just serves the situation up for a potential win. I think in the positions where G-Way played range supports, I think that's what it looks like the ugliest, whether it's Renata or for example, Lulu. I remember the Lulu Yumi game, played against top esports. That was a rough one. But when he plays the engage, Nautilus, Rakan, Rel, I like what I'm seeing. I think it's good, because I think for the longest time, like we mentioned, LCK having a hard time with supports. I think the same thing was true for LPL. So I think it's good that some of the, let's say, the prospects are showing that support is a role that can still offer something. So. I like G-Way too. I think he's important in the wins. It's usually it's the setup of the fights is Care or G-Way. I think when Care plays setup champions, it's good for him. When he plays carries, I like him a little bit less. But I think that stems from his era with just playing with Milky Way from last season, because that was also the same. When he played carries, I was like, what the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, and just play the Ahri and find the angles,
Even though it was only a few days ago, we talked about the BLG swap of Wei going to the bench and Beishwan coming in. We've already had 2 fucking series since then because of how ridiculous LPL is. So give me some thoughts. What do you think? To me, I've got to say, just as a basic opening, this does look like it was the right move. Look, I don't necessarily think Beishwan himself is some superstar, but I can sort of get a sense stylistically why put it this way, as I said on the last one, he is closer to Jun than fucking Wei was. You know what I mean? I can see what they think they're going for with this addition.
At least, I think the big plus, barring maybe today, against his old team, there was some massive mistakes he did on Pantheon in particular, where he was just overcommitting, overreaching, and made that game 1 look. Was it game 2 or game 1 when he played Pantheon? Either way, he played Pantheon, and it looked a lot easier than it needed to be. I feel like Beishwan doesn't necessarily solve the team problems that Bilibili have, but at least they don't have a jungler that carries an absurd amount of fucking pressure and luggage from the past, because Waylak was making absurd mistakes. And I just have to defer to what I assume is like a psychological state of mind, because he, like, some of the angles that Way was taking were like game losing, game costing. And at least you have a jungler here that seems to very happy to be there. He seems to, offer up, some mechanics, a level of play that is serviceable. But at the same time, there was some moments today against TT where it's like, bro, TT is probably like the weakest team together with NIP in the league. This shouldn't be close. You should be able to end cleanly with the leads that you have on fucking Silas and Ambessa here. But Billy, like, in terms of how they overreach on side and how they decide to play on the map with jungle and support, like, this is still a massive, massive problem. It's like Billy sometimes find themselves in fights where they execute, but you can still see hints of that problem that we mentioned before about Bin in particular, where, he just fucking doesn't play the new meta champs that well. Like, when he's on Ambessa, I'm like, this is not the fucking guy who's in consideration for being the GOAT in the position. Like, this is just not it. And I feel the same when I see him play the Rumble. I think it's Yorick. It's pretty fun, but I just fucking hate Yorick as a champion and a concept, so I don't want to hype that up.
There's an angle that I've got to bring up, bro. This is some simulation level shit. So obviously the player that got brought in instead is called like Zhao Grunden or something like that, right? And I'm just thinking to myself, why does every fucking player in the LPL is called Wei or Zhao something? Like, we've already got enough Zhaos. We can't. So I thought, you know what? Fair enough. I'll Google. What does Zhao mean in Chinese? Right, you ready? Right, here are the possible meanings. Yeah, it can mean like dreary, mournful, but obviously that's like emotion-wise, so you'd have small. So it means young or little. Wait a minute, Yamato, think about what that means. If everyone's called Zhao and it means either little or young, bro, they're like rappers. Everyone's like Lil Peep, Lil Pope, Lil Peep, Lil Jeek, Little Joke, Lil Young Blood, Young G, Young Z. Like, fuck. They're all just fuck. That's all the LPL is. It's just Young Baolat, Young Bulat, Young Wan Chan. Fuck, This is too much, bro. They're all on some rap shit. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Okay.
Bro, maybe it's also like, bro, for the off seasons.
Lil Ray Ray, shout out Lil Ray Ray and all. Give me a break.
It's like, maybe it's in the off season. Like, oh, this guy is called Zhao. It's like, oh, he's not an older player. He has his youth. He still has a spring in his step. And that's how Zhao Hu like comes in. He's still little, and he's fucking age of 42, still playing, locking in his Corki or Aurora, whatever the fuck. And that's how that maybe it's for the off seasons too, man.
That basically the meme needs to be this. Every time Zhao Hu actually wins with hands, not just his brain, he needs to have that Steve Buscemi meme of like, hey, fellow young guys, like, hey, we're all young and little around here, right? It's like, I don't know about that. You're kind of like the oldest fucker in the whole league, but hey, what up? I'm cool too. It's like, are you though? Are you though, granddad? It's like he's coming in trying to say skibbity toilet and shit like that, and all Riz and W Riz and that. Like, shut up, Zhao Hu. Just fucking shot call. It's like, okay, Zhao Hu, let's get you to bed. You've shot called this game, mate. Let's get you to bed. Get you to bed straight away. Also, we need to now look at what the World for Old is. We need to rename him to Old Who or something like that. Like, fucking, just change his alias, innit? I know.
Speaking of, bro, we never got any credit back, for the NIP IG conversation, because now IG is looking way better than NIP, and NIP is trash. We're reading some that they have internal turmoil about that Shanji and Doinby can't be in the same room together because they're arguing.
It's sad, isn't it? They're actually cooked
now they brought in Solo Kill. Like, I remember Solo Kill being fucking awful. For a guy named Solo Kill was not solo killing. Yeah. And now he's in the league again.
Think about it. Doomed. Even earlier this split, they were doing like the FPX. They were having like upset potential. They have been fucking bad now. Like, like put it this way, you're right. We have completely won that argument. I get that. As much as people might not like IG, they're way better than fucking NIP. NIP is they look like they've imploded, mate. I'm with you. Like, that's why it's not a surprise when you hear there's like internal issues or whatever. Like, it actually just looks bad in the game. It just looks bad.
I just pulled up their match history, right? And they lost against TT, then they lost against FPX. 1-1 map against Top Esports, which was just a gift. It is what it is. Sometimes you get gifts. And then they lost to Billy, Anyone's Legend, and also World Elite. It's like they are barely winning maps, man. They are struggling out here, man.
And the next two games are Weibo and fucking TS. So mate, those are just losses. That's just two more losses coming. It's going to be brutal. I feel bad as well because here's the thing, Yamato. Unfortunately, I have no idea where the NIP org is in terms of like, do they have money to upgrade a player? Because listen, Doinby hasn't been amazing this split. It's nothing like he was last split, but that's still a real strong piece. That's a piece that you can do something with, mate. Like, and also, like, I don't like. Listen, I'm not a fan of their top side. I think people know that by now. But I think Leave is still legit. I think he's still got real talent. There's still, I think those two, if you make like the right change, I don't know what it would be, maybe a jungle change or something. I still feel like there's got to be a world where you could turn it around and be at least a playoff team. Look, I don't think right now, I think it's, sadly, the winter split has overhyped this roster. There's no chance this team goes to Worlds. Like that was never on the table for me. But I hope at least in summer, because I am a Doinby fan, I want to see him play and be a relevant player. I'd like to see some sort of a roster move for this team.
The main question is if they can harvest, the bodies of the teams that go 15 and 16th, and make something. Because I don't see a world where the teams like OMG and RNG. I don't see a world where they're gonna play next year. Like the financial sense of their position. I hadn't
thought of that. You're actually right. That's actually the one upside, to be fair, about the fact that they make those teams just quit after like May or whatever the fuck. In theory, it does mean you might actually be able to get those players to your team, though. I guess you're right. Some talent can go to other squads potentially, right? That's true.
It's like that's the main angle, right? Like if we want to see a Milky Way resurgence, is to see Milky Way together with Doinby.
Oh, imagine that's my dream, bro. Yes.
If Milky Way can't piece it together, then with the Doimster, then just move on. The dream is
Listen,
dead.
if I can't at least have Bo Niski, can I at least have Doinby and Milky Way for fuck's sake? Can I at least have that? That's something. Then again, 10-year contract, as we said.
Yeah. Well, maybe RNG just ceases to exist. Maybe that's the angle.
That's actually true. That's also plausible. I mean, as we're saying, it looks like they want to kick him the fuck out the league. And also, RNG, if you look at their roster, doesn't look like they give a fuck, mate. Look at this phone this one in. They're not trying. There's no way. First of all, you never let Ming go in the way they did. And then this just looks like they're winding the org down. You're just gradually winding it down.
Yeah. It just seems like they are more of a talent agency than anything else. Because they just, like the last couple of years of RNG is just them jailing and keeping players on the strange contracts and having like very weird,
It's also now a very inappropriately named team. Royal is giving up. They absolutely are. Like, never mind, they never give. They are giving up. What are you talking about? As far as I can tell, the only one hype thing this split was, we're bringing Milky Way back. That's it. And sadly, that hasn't even worked, as we referenced earlier in the episode. That's actually been fairly ass, unfortunately. Sadly, it's so bizarre because this is one of the reasons why I mean, to be fair, it's also one of the reasons we follow sports. Like, it is so crazy a player could be that good in their rookie split. Then even in the second split in that team, people forget he dropped off quite a bit in the second split. And then now he's gone even further. Like, if anything, his career's going backwards. He's supposed to start shit, get all right, and then get really good. Like, he did the opposite. I don't know how he did this.
Oh, it's like also like why we really, really appreciate junglers that are so fucking good over a long period of time. Because there's been moments where like junglers come in and they perform very good at a certain meta, because it's like Milky Way was very, very good playing the Jax, the Kindred, the Lee Sin, even the Xin Zhao. But then it's like everything moved towards like the AP heavy junglers, where everyone just cleared super, super fast, and the opportunity to punish was a lot more limited. And I think this hurt Milky Way's like impact in the game. While a lot of these junglers that we mentioned when we talk about like the GOAT conversation of junglers, like when we mentioned like a player like Casa or Peanut or Riancos even, it's like these are guys that have been insanely good for so many years when they're playing a role that changes the most out of any other role. And Milky Way is very, very good in one specific condition. And then the test for every jungler is like, how good are you going to do in the next condition and the next condition? And that's why a lot of the like go-to junglers, they become the player that just realizes, for me to have consistent output, I'm going to lock the Sejuani, I'm going to lock this. And then if I'm really, really insane, I keep a Nidalee in my pocket for when it needs to be busted out,
No, by the way, that's actually one of the things also about pros, which is the way jungle is the role. I mean, I think it's actually the same with jungle and mid, in my opinion. If you look over their careers, it is so famous that the super aggressive carry, jungle, and mid laners over time all become the supportive mage, safer, just get my baseline up. I think part of the reason why is an obvious one, which is eventually you learn how to also win using your teammates, not just your own hands. But also, I do think you just reduce the risk, don't you? That's the problem. You just make it like if you're like. By the way, you see it with like Jackies in fucking GX. If you're just trying to all the time play those sorts of aggressive champions, you're also gonna have games where you're gonna complete shit, mate. You're not even gonna be in the game sometimes. Yeah, you might have the 10-kill game, but you're gonna have the 2-kill game next week. You go 2-8, and that's gonna. And sadly, even though you might have done some good moves, the fan that looks at the box score is gonna think you sucked. Whereas if in that same game you'd have had like a 3-3-3 Oriana score, that feels all right. You know what I mean? You listen. You wouldn't win the game off that, but it just feels all right. So I know what you mean. For jungle especially, because it's the most blamed role, I agree that definitely over time, there's a reason why those great players start as the Lee Sin carry, and eventually they're the sensuality god at the end, just using their brain. Even Peanut did that, if people don't know. That's how you know that you got people actually, in the modern day, if you're from Gen Alpha, you also don't know who Peanut is, mate. That guy used to actually be like the fucking highlight player back in the day, doing all the crazy moves. And remember when he first joined Rocks? That's why we're all hyped they were going to be the best team in the world. We're like, they're already good anyway. They've just got Peanut. They're going to fucking smurf. No, I'm with you. Right, I tell you what, though. Speaking of glorious memories of the past, what about the wonderful, potentially, you could obviously do it for Mother's Day coming up, Aura Frames? We're always telling you about this, a wonderful gift. I've told the backstory before. It's actually something that Monty had bought in real life, because since he lives in Korea or America, there's always one set of the parents of his kid, the grandparents of his children that aren't available to see their family all the time. And so one of the coolest things about this is obviously Mother's Day is coming up soon. Well, I can tell you, I always say this for people in general, but I think gamers especially, the problem is because we're all on a PC, off in a little fantasy world playing games. First of all, we all know we all grind too much and play one extra game and don't go to bed till you get the fucking, well, you do the joke of I'm going to go to bed on a win, which just means you play 4 extra games and 4 losses. But we all know we're all in this world where it's inherently selfish. And it's not the real world. We're all sat watching a PC, looking at a fucking flickering box, imagining we're off in some fantasy rift playing the game. So in that world, your mum obviously wishes you'd give her that weekly call, or you'd send her a message every now and then when you're thinking of her, or even better, you'd update her on what's going on in your life. She'd like to see a picture of what's going on with you and your girlfriend, or she would like to see if what your new haircut looks like or something like that. And the problem is, if you don't live at home anymore, or you're just off in your little gaming world, or especially if you live in some other country, other continent, and it just doesn't come to mind every day, I think this gift is the solution for you. This gift, I tell you, I am almost sure your mom, your grandma, your auntie, maybe even your girlfriend, they will actually think this gift will hit them way harder than you imagine as the person buying it. Because maybe you just think, what's the big deal? This frame, this digital frame, is so dope because it is so idiot proof. Like, essentially, once you've got it set up, you don't even have to go to their house because it's all using the cloud. You can just send them it, get it set up. If you're there, by the way, ideal. It just takes like 2 minutes to set up. It's really easy. It's super simple in terms of the accounts and all that jazz. But the best thing is you go home and it's not like they put the pictures in the frame and decide, no, you can handle it all for them. You can say, hey, mom, just put this on your mantelpiece. And instead of being a static photo that you printed out and had to get developed, no, now you can take yesterday's and today's photos of what's going on in your life that you're maybe sending through a WhatsApp or some Discord or something to family, friends. You can then put it there so that like your mom actually just gets an update on your life. She gets to see who you are, what you're doing, what's going on. And I can tell you, I actually think that will hit them really hard. I actually think that's the sort of thing that will come across as a very like thoughtful gesture. And that's the key word, thoughtful. It will show you were thinking about them and that you actually took the wherewithal to think, I'm not there at the moment, but I'd like you to still be part of my life. So I think it's actually an awesome gift to buy for them as well. There's so many aspects. And you can put a bazillion photos on this thing. You can set all the timer, how quickly does it change to the next photo, because it doesn't just stay on one photo. I do it on a cycle where I think every 30 seconds it switches to the next one. As well as photos, by the way, you can put little video, you can put like 30-second video clip or something cool. So an obvious angle here would be if you're sending it to your mom, if you have like a girlfriend and you're out and you do a cutesy little video, put that on there. If you have a dog or something, or a cat that does something cute in the park, put that on there. By the way, if you happen to be a gamer that successfully procreated, not always too many of you out there, put something of the kid playing with a toy or saying its first words or something. That again, this stuff will actually, you might just think it's no big deal to set. That will actually hit really hard. And by the way, if you want to be really cynical, you can also set up with all these accounts, you could have multiple of these. You could just upload a bunch of these photos to this person's, to your girlfriend's mum, to your mum, to your auntie. So I think this is an awesome gift that you can get, especially for the family member that's further away. Like I said, isn't in your life every day. So Aura Frames has a great deal for Mother's Day. For a limited time, listeners of this show can save on their gift by visiting auraframes.com to get $35 off plus free shipping on their best-selling Carver mat frame. That's AURA frames.com. Promo code is summoning. Support the show by mentioning us at the checkout, please. Offer does vary based on country. And I will actually say, I'll just double check, but I know this one is USA, but I think it's like USA, Canada, and UK. I think it is. I'm just going to quickly double check that, but I think that's where the main code applies. But I also know that I've heard other things. Like I think I've heard like ASMR artists advertise this, and I believe when they advertise it, they often say a line at the end like that. Sometimes even if you're not in those countries, there will sometimes be a regional discount that might be activated. So if I just double check here. Yes, Aura Frames is US, Canada, and UK. So it's many people speaking English. But I think it's an excellent gift, actually. It's one of the ones where, unironically, I have now, since I got it sent by them, I have gotten like 2 more of them, and I've given them out as like gifts to family, etc. Because again, once you get the idea percolates in your brain, you realize how simple to set up, but how impactful it can be. It's just a really cool gift to buy someone, actually. And like I say, the actual effort on your end isn't crazy like it would be to individually send each photo via an app and hope they see it. And then, forget all that. This makes it super easy to do it. So with Mother's Day coming up, I think it's actually a perfect gift. So thank you to Aura Frames. Shout out to everyone who's bought one so far. By the way, tell us in the comments if you have one. Who did you give it to? What do you use it for? Has it been easy to set up, etc.? And obviously, shout out to anyone who gets the savings and supports our channel and allows us to continue having formerly world famous coaches like Yamato as part of our project. Still technically world famous, but you know, as the years go by, I don't know if the Koreans still know. They probably think you're retired, mate. They don't know. They don't know what NLC, mate. They're not following that shit. You know.
Probably not. Probably not. Oh, good.
But on the other side, on the upside though, you're now my brain. The joke there being, once way back in the day, I had a guy when I was in Korea. It's why I'm saying that like he was actually like my minion, like Renfeld to Dracula. I had a guy in Korea who I just made to do everything for me, basically. He was native Korean. He would order the chicken for me every night. He would get me the fucking translate shit for me. I was even getting him to translate subs for me and stuff, which is a nightmare, by the way. And one time, sort of, yeah, he was like my Alfred, but without the respect. And then basically, I one time asked this guy, listen, it was 10 years ago. We were all different people back then.
That was Lance Armstrong, huh?
You have to understand.
Feeding your butler bad.
Listen, you also have to understand, Yamato. I was embracing his culture. I was his young, and he was my, what's it even called? I can't remember now what they fucking call the one that's the young. What's the one that they call the younger brother? Do you remember?
Well, I don't remember, bro.
Forget. Well, there's another name for that. Begins with D. Anyway, basically, so I had this guy once translate what they would say, because every now and then, if we said an edgy statement on Somebody Inside like 10 years ago, they would translate it and put it on like Foremost and DC Inside and all those like famous Korean sites, right? And here's the saddest thing. This actually hurt my feelings a little bit, Yamato. It's rare that people... Listen, if 10,000 people say you're an arsehole or something horrible, that hurts your feelings. But normally one person on their own can't get to me, Yamato. But this hurt my feelings, is that when he translated, this guy said what I think's the ultimate insult to me. He goes, Thorin, this is all in Korean, he goes, he is basically just mirroring anything Monte Cristo says. I was like, oh, fuck this, I'm out. Fuck this, smash, fucking, I'm out. Like, if there's one thing you can't say about me, is that all my opinions are just Monty's opinions. Like, listen, just say this shit or something. Oh, I'm uninformed, I don't know about the game. I'm definitely not just fucking saying everything Monty said. So, but the good news is, now I'm just saying everything you told me to say. So, it's all good. That's the new show dynamic, right? Logically, now you're to blame for everything I say, Yamato. Which actually, if you've ever seen Yamato log on Twitter, is indeed how they treat you, Yamato. You're to blame for everything I say. Not what you say, you know, but everything I say is your fault. Who knew? Who knew, man?
Yeah, this is the Thorin method. He just collects people. Lance Armstrong, Mike Tyson, me.
Exactly.
And then when he goes to events, he has a paranoia about people attacking him. You know, this
is not even based on what I've said, based on what Lance Armstrong, what you said, what Mike Tyson said. You guys have said some outrageous shit on the show. Yeah. Some of the shit you've said on the show is really out of pocket, quite frankly. But, you know. And by the way, I don't agree with everything Yamato says through me via my mouth on this show. So don't blame me for it. I know exactly. Anyway, let's talk about LCK, bro. Let's get into that Korean shit, that hard body boom back rap. The shit from the streets, homie. You know that shit? Yeah, exactly. So let's talk about LCK. Because, mate, I have to say one thing right now. There used to be a narrative on this show for many, many years, and it went like this, right? One thing in general I hate, because they do this all the time in Counter-Strike too, mate, is, you know, when a team has like significant roster moves, like you change like 2 players, or one of them might even be like the star player. You know, when people talk about the team by just the team name, as if the team name was one person and it's the same as past years. By the way, they still do it now in League about like G2. Oh, you know, G2, of course, they'll get it together in the play. It's like, yeah, but those are different players, though. Like that doesn't necessarily apply, right? One of the ones that used to torture me, Yamato, because I always call it the exception that proves the rule, is generally I do think you should only look at rosters, and either you look at the 5-man lineup or you look at like the core. So, like for example, you could still say the T1 core of like, you know, the other 4 players that play. My problem is this: normally, when enough of the roster changes, I don't think you should do what they do in LEC, which is act like every G2 and every Fnatic team should be number 1 and 2. I know it's happened many times, but it's not always going to hold because the players change, right? One of the weirdest ones that did hold for real the entire time in LCK is, I've always said, it doesn't matter when the telecom war comes how good either of the teams are. T1 can be the best team in the world. KT can be irrelevant. There's still always a chance. KT can be the best like they were in the 2023 summer. T1 might be falling off. Somehow that match always like freezes time, and the essence of both teams comes out. They're always like 51-49% evenly matched, and every series is a 3-game banger where like nobody can know who's going to win, right? I've got to say this, Yamato. That officially is no longer the case. Like, KT isn't even a team anymore, mate. This team is so ass. Like, this, put it this way, in the series, people who watch this show will know many, many times over the last few years where T1 was better than KT, I would always bet on KT as the underdog because you'd get crazy odds, but they had a chance to win. I myself bet T1 would 2-0 this, and it happened. Like, bro, this was a shit telecom war. You know what I mean? Like, that whole thing, like, that no one cares. If this is what it's going to be like, I don't care about the telecom war. Retire the telecom war. It's over. It's over, bro. KT's done, mate. It's over.
I'm with you, bro. It's just T1's both opponents, like both KT and DNF. That is just very little that is redeemable. At least KT have BDD, but it's like even with BDD, you know. In the series, I remember in the Hui game, I believe he was like ahead, but it didn't really like matter in the grand scheme of things. It just T1 was fortunate to have some soft matchups so they can like breathe, similar to how KC got in LEC. But the telecom war, bro, that shit is over, bro. Everybody cancel your contract with Korean Telecom. It's time. Move over. Okay, right. It's over. It's been decided, you know.
Okay.
It's like everyone,
yeah,
remove the banners. All the shops need to close down.
I didn't even realize that's where actually I wish Korean orgs were more disrespectful. Because imagine how gangster it would be if what T1, the org, the actual company did, was the day after that win, they just put out an ad like, hey, for all existing KT customers, if you switch over today to the winning team in the telecom war, you get $10. I'd just do some disrespectful shit. That'd be hilarious, bro. That'd actually be hilarious. You're right. If everyone switched to that provider.
But I guess it's T1 even fucking related to the telecom company?
I'm not sure anymore, actually. That's the problem.
I just pulled up. T1 is a Korean team owned by SK Telecom, the joint venture between SK Telecom and Comcast Spectacor. Okay. So they're still the South Korean telecom.
I would imagine it's something like Comcast sort of really own it, but like it's just operated by the same people with the Korean side. Hence why if you ever see all the Joe Marsh shit, it looks like no matter what Joe Marsh says, it looks like the Koreans just make the real decisions anyway, if you had to guess. You know. Just saying.
Yeah.
And also that if people don't know, like, oh no, keep going. What were you gonna say?
No, I just wanted to say is like at least from T1 side, I wanted to talk about T1, but
let's talk about it. Yeah.
Just T1, I think they showcased as much as they could in these 2 matches. DNF, I think this team will go 0-18, which is crazy to even think about. Like DNF is most likely just going to go 0-18 flat. The KT series was also very soft and easy. It seems like they're going to just commit to Gumushi all the way, which is fine. But in terms of where their draft is, it seems that they seem to be very like mindful of what their players actually are. and they're trying to stick to it, and they're trying to like flesh out like what the recipe is for them, similar to how like G2 is doing with like BB on tanks and so forth, and like streamlining their gameplay process, which I think is a good thing, because I honestly think, even though how bad T1 has been this split, I do think that the form of Korea and Owner is like good enough for them to fucking compete against maybe
sure,
like Hanwha Life and Genji. So
I
like,
think you mentioned it on a past episode, but Owner's like quietly having like an amazing split. He's kind of like smurfing, yeah.
But like Owner has been fucking insane. Korea too, but he's had like BO3s that have been fucking awful.
I mean, he's also having his D swapped in and out all the time. You know, I give him a bit of extenuating circumstance on that one.
No, for sure. I like from Korea the fact that he is like Owner and Korea are actually like playing together. Like that was something that was not common at all in when they won like Worlds.
No, it's just Faker and Owner playing together. Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's like the fact that they play together and they're taking over the map together and giving people breathing room and putting down information is just in my mind, they're just taking a page from the Mata book, bro. Mata went from Genji to this team. Like, he knows how delighted peanut works.
Right.
Gives them the special spice and the special sauce. So that's how I imagine it with Mata coaching the team. But nevertheless, I think T1. I can't imagine them winning Genji and Hanwha Life. That's always going to be fucking hard for MSI. But at least, in the current state of things, I do think like T1 against Nongshim D+, I think they should be good enough to be like,
got some good news for you. They're playing them this week. And remember, if anyone didn't hear a past episode, I'll repeat it again. It was only like 2 weeks ago that we had the D plus T1 series. And if you haven't seen game 3 of that one, skip to like 15 minutes before the end and you must see how that game ends. It's one of those games that it's a bit like the Fnatic fucking, which one am I thinking of? The Fnatic Koi one, or was it the one I'm thinking of? No. Yeah, the one where it's like the super banger ending. It's a bit like that. It's not identical, obviously, but it's one of those ones where you won't be able to guess as it's played out who wins the game. Put it that way. You have to see it to believe it. I won't spoil it. Obviously, you might know who won based on the past one. But mate, let's run that one back immediately. Let's run that series right back. I'm in.
Sir.
I'm in.
I was like, and because this week was kind of light in LCK. It was like light. Got to see like Genji versus DK, which was like very one-sided. Genji, I think. It's like the drafts that Genji is doing. I think it's only them that can win with it. It's like Rumble, Nafiri, Talia, Jinrel. Like that was a very, very hard game, I think, to win against Azir, Orno, Zinzao.
True.
Like the shit they need to pull in team fights, and they do it against fucking mechanically talented players like Siwoo, Aiming, and Lucid, and so forth. And the fact that Genji is in that state of mind where they can just do this to DK, extremely fucking impressive. Like Genji form just looks like where Chovy is and Canyon is individually is so scary. They seem so on top of the ball, and with last split, considering they made it all the way to finals, kind of doing it half-assed, Genji definitely just continues looking like the best team in the world.
I have a question for you though. Which is, were you also on the last episode, another take that aged quite well, Yamato, was the Nongshim hype. Now, when they played this series against Hanwha, people are going to see that Hanwha won 2-0 and think, no big deal. Bro, that easily could have been 3 games. Like that second game, it was looking like they were going to pull it out. They were going to do it. That you fucking Calyx or Smurf, they were going to pull it out, mate. I don't hate on that even. I do think Hanwha Life is good. Look, they played better than I expected, but Nongshim has something in this team, mate. It isn't just Lehens. It isn't just, mate. There's something to this team.
Oh, they have such a good spread of like just player skill. I don't feel like anything is like necessarily lacking. I feel like the biggest race will just be like Nongshim, D+, T1, that upper mid tier. Like how the teams develop there. Like, I think like T1 in terms of their pedigree should like be able to ramp up, but still, it's like Nongshim is not a team that you can like brush off that easily. They won against DK in a very nice fashion, and even like game 1, it's like they tried to break, of course, Zeus on the Jace, and they made like these plays was so damn close. And then of course, if you can't snowball, you just kind of continue try to take any fight possible. That's what Lehens did and went like 0-8 on Elise. But I don't fault him for it. Like that's the only way to kind of approach that game with the draft that you had with the Rise, Elise, Kate. Like you need to snowball or just die. I think that Nongshim, they made Hanwha Life sweat, and that's like the only thing that you can kind of ask for. Like in terms of what that series was, I still am bought into the Nongshim project. But I do think still, like where we're at right now, if I have to predict 1 to be like the better one out of these three teams, D plus, Nongshim, and T1. I do think over time T1, as things stabilize, as we have like these summoning inside episodes, and we're not talking about some crazy fucked up statement or like some fucking, random thing that we hear or some leaks or whatever. When things quiet down, I think that's good for T1. So 4-0 weekend, it's a good sign for T1. I liked how they played, and they still have like very strong individual players.
And bro, I just love on the Hanwha Life side. It is actually a joy to watch Zayas play League of Legends, bro. Especially because, notice this is another player. He's almost having his own yike moment since he left fucking T1. Bro, it looks even better. Like, now that he doesn't ever have to weak side if he doesn't want to, mate. Like, you can see this motherfucker, like in this series, he's locking Jace and Nidalee. Like, am I watching like the Shy in the LPL or something? Like, this guy doesn't give a fuck, bro. But I tell you what, he makes these champions work, mate. He's so good. He's so good at League of Legends, isn't he?
I also think that it must be such a relief to play with the Light and Peanut. Like I think from any solo lane's perspective, even bot lane perspective, to have these guys as the engine of your team really, really streamlines and lets you focus on what you want to do the most, and that's to like fucking destroy and annihilate people. While in T1, usually when things fell apart was, if your bot lane doesn't pressure, it means Korea can't get vision on his own and Ona can't farm, and they never like took information. And then you always saw like Zeus and Faker getting caught on side, and that was always put on isolation. It's like, oh look, Zeus is getting caught. He's just getting caught on side. But T1 was never a team to cohesively in the mid game build that information. And now Zeus can play his game every fucking game because Delight and Peanut, Delight is not sitting there in the call and saying, I really need to play Ashe into Renata here, and I need the game to be about me. And that's Korea's strength, but it's also, one thing that you always needed to balance out. And that's why T1 was like underperforming greatly during certain periods of certain metas.
What about, I mean, you referenced it earlier, only from the side of the fucking, the drafts, but I just want, if people haven't closely followed LCK this split, I need people to understand, like, this is why I brought up that topic on the past episode. Bro, there's a reason why when I saw that Gen G roster made, my heart fluttered. I was like, this could be something special. Because even though it was obvious, by the way, anytime you skill stack like that and you put people who've all been stars, you're never going to end up with the style you had last year where it's all like polished, it's super clear. No, what you're going for is we're just going to dominate you. And if people don't know, not only have they won every series, they have won 20 games and lost 3. And this is, as we just said, a very competitive LCK. This is an LCK where everyone who isn't, by the way, Gen G, has all sorts of like matches that are back and forth and closer. These guys are just fucking, they're at a level up here. I actually think for real, they're just the best team in the world, mate. Like this, I'm so hyped to watch this team play at MSI. It's going to be so exciting.
It's so crazy. Like after last year, the spring split that Chovy had, that he is slowly, obviously we're very early on, but he has already like, it's pointing towards the side that he's outdoing himself already. Like the level of dominance from his position is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Because like last split, it was the same for like Zeus in terms of top lane. And then of course like Keen was serviceable and good, but Zeus just like always found the edge to like carry and drag games. And now Chovy is doing that through mid lane. Like it's just his statistics. I'm not a big fucking statistics guy, but like his stats are fucking crazy.
Oh, it's insane. I mean, referenced it on the past one when they did one of those like charts. He just filled the whole chart. By the way, the whole point of why they invented those charts was to show like strengths and weaknesses. Because what you're supposed to see is like, oh, this jungler's like good at like ganks and stuff, but he's not as good at vision. It just, the whole chart was like the pie chart was like this. It was filled full, wasn't it? Because the other thing is as well, you've seen a different Trophy, mate. Trophy, when it was like the old meta, would just be a god on 3 champions. You can never. The point is, he didn't need to because you could never get him off those champions, mate. In Fearless, he's also unbeatable. Just play whatever he wants. This guy's a fucking god.
And it's like those losses that they got. It's like always Gen G game 3 in those same series always looked fucking demonic. Like they looked even scarier than in the previous matches. Whether it was against T1 or whoever the fuck they dropped the game against, it was like one of the weaker teams. I'm trying to remember who. like I believe it was in week 3. I'll just pull it up real quick because Genji like, oh, they dropped the game against BFX.
Yes,
and then they followed up by like almost perfect gaming them, I just completely annihilating them. It's like Genji game 3 is looking fucking crazy scary. So whenever they dropped one, it's as if they awoken like some fucking
their only losses,
demon.
by the way, were the first 3 weeks. They lost to T1 week 1, they lost a game to D+ on week 2, and then week 3 they lost to BFX. Since then, they haven't dropped a game. That is bonkers, bro.
Oof.
Still good. Still good.
Yeah, bro. I think this is finally the time. Like, if we're looking far ahead, it's just this is the time for Chovy to start stacking Worlds trophies. And
remember as well, even though in the past, if you're the Xiaohus of the world, no one gave you the same credit for your MSIs. Bro, even if he just wins another MSI, if you start winning these double LM MSIs, they're going to be close to worlds in terms of how people count them. It's the same as in Counter-Strike, right? In Counter-Strike, I always say, I actually think events like Katowice and Cologne are actually harder to win because I think the arena's epic, etc. But obviously the major always is number 1 because it's the World Championship. So worlds will always be number 1. But I'll tell you what, MSI is pretty close now for me, mate. So I also think that's a pretty good ring to win as well. Get another MSI, pretty cooking. To have 2 MSIs, pretty good in this era.
Do you think there could ever be a world like, let's say, League continues, and from where I'm standing, right, Chovy is gonna fucking play for many years.
He's gonna win a few more titles at least, surely. Yeah.
Is there a world where Chovy could overtake Faker?
Well, here's why. I actually think the MSI factor is what allows it, Yamato. If you went back to past years, like, for example, 2023, and you had this, me and Monty had this conversation, I used to always say it probably is now impossible because if you look across the board, like, Faker had like the 10 LCK titles. By the way, that doesn't even look unbeatable for Chovy right now. But at one point in time, when you're on like 1 or 2, the difference between 1 or 2 and 10 is that's like 3 careers right there. So, but first of all, LCK is not that far off. Worlds, just the likelihood to win 5. Look, I don't even think Faker won 5 as the star player. I think even he had to have other teammates later in his career and change his role and stuff. So 5's probably out of touch. But I also think, by the way, if you win it and you're the star player and you win really dominantly, you don't have to have all 5. I think if you're Chovy, you've probably got to win at least 2. You've got to have 2 where it's like you're the dude, you're like the MVP and so on, and you win. But I think the MSI factor is what makes it interesting, Yamato. Because as pointed out, MSI didn't mean as much in the past. It was just it was almost thought of as, if the other LPL or LCK team, depending on which region you're from, is really good, it counts for something. It's still a big deal because you beat another region. But I don't even know if people count it as much more than the LCK, quite frankly. I think they thought it had a little bit more prestige, but it was nowhere close to Worlds. If you think of this MSI format, right, and it's double a limb, so I think if you're like a Chovy, it gives you a better chance to win at the Worlds, actually. Let's say there's a world where you can get to like 6 or 7 LCK, 2 Worlds, but let's say you have 3 or 4 MSI. That's an interesting conversation all of a sudden, Yamato, right? By the way, that's just a resume conversation. Then when you add in eye test, you're doing it in the modern era, you're pulling that conversation suddenly becomes interesting. Because right now, I could make the case Chovy's better than Faker, like, as a player in League of Legends. But I'd be using things like today or in the modern era or eye test. If you could add in a resume, and the difference is, as I pointed out, I actually think until they change this MSI format, I think Faker's accomplishments were the resume discussion was over. I actually think Chovy's probably the one player who can bring it back. I would have said Knight too, but at the moment he hasn't even fucking won the Worlds either, so he's in a tougher spot. And also, spoiler, his team's much worse than Chovy's right now. So I'll wait for that convo till I ever have to actually have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's exciting. I'm curious how the future of League will look like on many fronts. Yeah.
I'll tell you an angle that is also exciting for me, though, is I actually get the vibe by how the last few years went, that another reason you'll have a chance to get the resume closer if you're Chovy is I get the feeling right now anyone who's Korean would play with Chovy. He's almost got that like old school Faker aspect where you want to play with him. Like, if people know the story, I said it on the last episode, you know those off seasons where they kept changing the top laner every season in the old classic T1? It'd be the rest of T1, and then they would just change, like, they went from like Marin to fucking Duke to Huni, to, when they would do that shit. At one point in time, in one of those off seasons, the reason they kept doing those moves is they would just come and have all the best top laners try out. And famously, my favorite player, Flame, was one of the ones in those meetings. Then they had Card, etc. All the best players were basically just like, look, I want to win. To win, you play with Faker, so let me play with Faker. I think Chovy's the new guy in that sense. Like, I'll give you an example. If you go and look at the LCK right now, and I think of like a really good, like, bro, we said one earlier. How about that guy, Siwoo from D+. Mate, if he continues on the trajectory he is now, maybe in a year or two, he comes and plays with Chovy and they just smurf on the whole league. Like, the other thing is, I think that's a very underrated aspect, because think about it. If you think about domestically, that's part of how Caps has won. He didn't win by always being the best player every single split. He was always extremely good, and every good player wants to play with him. So that means he gets to like have Broken Blade when he's good and Wonder when he's good, and he gets to cycle them out. The real problem players who aren't like that status get is you then have to have the hard times when your team isn't as good or you can't get the right player change. It looks to me like in Gen G, they get it. Like they get like it's worth spending now because Chovy is the shit and we are going to stack championships. So, and back in the day, that used to be a silly conversation on terms of like championships. It's not that crazy now. And again, as I've said in the past, I always use the Counter-Strike example. The team that ended up winning the most big titles in the history of CSGO, the Astralis team, that core used to be chokers. They used to have years where they couldn't win the championship. But because this doesn't sound like a weird point to make, but I've always made it to Monty. The reason people don't understand that you can catch up much quicker than you think is because you guys are only counting first places. If you only care about first place, then it's binary, Yamato. If I win, you don't win. So the other key thing, if you're Chovy, is every time you win, Faker doesn't keep pushing his resume further. You know what I mean? The real problem would be if Faker's... by the way, this is where if you're... Buckle up if you're a T1 fan. You survived the whole episode without getting mad. Now I'll make you mad again. This is why if Zeus had stayed and you could bring Smash in, now it'd be interesting because now every LCK you wins an LCK Chovy doesn't get. Every time you win Worlds or MSI, he can't win that. Like that would make it impossible. Right now also, Faker's not going to win much for a while now, mate. Probably nothing this year, right? So if you're Chovy, the way's wide open to start stacking. Start stacking that trophy cabinet, mate. Don't you think so?
No, I could see it. I could see it. Like I think the main thing now.
You think he will do it? Do you have that? Have you got that vibe? I get the sense you think it's going to happen or something.
Like it's like now I don't know how long, especially now with how T1 converted this year, and in regards to Gen G, I just don't see ever a world where Chovy's performance. Like I think Chovy's performance will continue to be insanely like at the highest level of league for many years, and that's the main thing that allows me to dream about this, dream about this specific scenario, to even think about the scenario, because he's been just so damn good for so many years, and his worst game is some mid laner's best game. So like it's crazy. And already on that like front, like in terms of his volume and his overall play ever since he like joined the league back in like 2018, it's his body of work is just absolutely insane. So something that's very like underrated, I think, about his time was like that How Alive year where he basically played with
it was
four bots.
Them. It was nuts.
Like, it was crazy what he was doing on that team. Absolutely,
he had them go top 8 at Worlds.
That roster, crazy.
Morgan, Willer, the most bomb-ass roster of all time. It was crazy.
Like we played against them at Worlds, and I was astonished. It's like it's one thing to watch the games, but then and understand it, and then there's another layer to it when you get fucked completely by Chovy. Like that was like we played like TF into his LeBlanc, which is something we played. It's like, bro, this kid played this matchup in regionally, and he was solo killing like Viteo and shit. Like he was farming people.
Yes.
And then it's like he plays a matchup against Chovy. Chovy is 30 CS ahead. He's fucking nuking him out of the lane. He's playing fucking LeBlanc out of all things, which is not a Chovy thing that people associate with him now. It's just that in that context, he fucking turned into something different. And I think like those years when you don't win get so underrated by like a lot of people that didn't like get to see them real time, because that's like one thing about like Faker too. Is like, bro, that year he didn't win Worlds 2017. That was one of the best Faker years ever. Which I think is always a fun conversation to have, about the years where you're trophyless.
Well, you know what, Yamato? You talking and imagining Chovy winning Worlds is obviously music to my ears. I could listen to you talk about that every day, especially if I had Raycon everyday active earbuds or whatever the fuck they call that. I can't read because it's backwards on my thing. Everyday earbuds, baby. Yes, Raycon. Because if you don't know, Raycon, obviously, Mother's or Father's Day, always around the corner. This is a great gift to buy also for people who are a boomer because they're so easy to use. So many quality of life upgrades with these earbuds. Like they have the 32-hour battery life, so you don't even have to keep them on charge all the time. You'll still be able to use them when you commute and go to the gym and do all sorts of things. They have the multi-point connectivity, so you can connect two things at once. So they have to remember to switch between all the time. You can just pair two devices. They have the active noise cancellation, which, especially by the way, I actually think people like your mum and your dad, they'll be used to really old school headphones that don't have anything like that. Like that's actually a game changer if you have that, by the way. It's mega for when you're in like a bar, or you're out and about, or you're fucking at the gym and you don't want to hear the other guy. So I don't want to fucking hear that, mate. If I wanted to do that, I'd put gay porn on in the background. Definitely not written in the copy here, but whatever. I'm freestyling. Lance Armstrong and those fucking intrusive thoughts every episode. Anyway, the point is you don't want to hear those weird sounds in the gym, whatever they might be. So also, they're about half the price of normal good earbuds that are at this kind of a quality level. They always keep the price point very reasonable. And if you've got one of those parents that complains and you're never sure what they're going to like, don't worry. They've got a 30-day happiness guarantee return policy with no questions asked. So go to buyraycon.com/LFN. It's on the screen to get 15% off site-wide, so everything on the website. Right now, Raycon is offering up to 15% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/LFN. Buyraycon.com/LFN, just because they ask you to repeat it a third time. So I did. So, yeah, thank you to that. I tell you what, why don't we do a little break and then do some Q&A to end the show, yes, the viewer questions.
Let's do it.
We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, boys. Right, it's time for the last segment of the show, which is always the traditional viewer questions. The way you ask a question is quite simple and actually now has additional value, which is if you subscribe to the Last Free Nation Discord, you get access to a bunch of channels where you can submit questions, not only for this show, you can also submit them for the Four Horsemen, the show I do with Richard Lewis and Monty. You can submit them for hot take both in League of Legends and CS. We have ones where you can submit your own hot takes there. So anyway, you will obviously get a chance to ask questions here. In general, as you notice, we do try to do quite a few of these. Some of the other shows skip it or whatever. I try to always do the segment because I like to give value to people who support the company. But there are always way too many questions. So unless we have like a really, really dry week, we're probably never going to get through them all. So I will selectively pick, and where possible, some of them will roll over. So let's get into the questions as usual. So when I go into the SI questions, let's see. Here's a good one. It is Hellfire 206 asks, who would win in a series between an all-star lineup of the bottom 5 of the LCK and the LPL? So if we made like an all-star lineup of the best players in the bottom 5, the worst teams, who would be best, LPL or LCK, do you think?
I think by the idea that LPL has 16 teams just makes it worse.
It kind of makes it unfair, doesn't it? I know, true.
But I think if the question was top 10 versus top 10 to make it a little bit more fair, because that would then put conversation of like, let's say some TT players, maybe an NIP player here or there. Then the conversation becomes a little bit more intriguing. But I think that DNF has just set such a low bar for League of Legends that they would just lose in a conversation of a top 10 versus top 10. Like DNF is just so tragically bad. But DNF against OMG and RNG, I could see that being like a DNF win if we want to go so far. But I think the question is more fair if we say top 10 LPL, right?
I'm going to cheat for my answer, though, because I just don't really care about this question. So the way I'm going to cheat is this. I always point out that the most unfair thing about comparing LPL teams and LCK teams is a lot of LPL teams have a Korean player in them. The Korean teams, barring DRX, are all Korean players because the Lazy Field guy plays there from Vietnam, if you don't know the reference I'm making. So my problem is this. The reason why I think people forget this is because what you're ignoring is this. It's not normally a normal Korean that you have in the slot in the LPL team. You have like one of the absolute best players in the whole world. So those players are so cracked out, like the scouts of the world. You almost forget them. Like the one I always forget is Korean, is Dongbi. In my brain, he should just be Chinese, but I have to remember, no, wait, he's Korean too. So essentially, my point is this. At the top level, I think you get away with it because they're just so good they make it work. At the bottom level, I think that part would kill any... If there's any LPL team that has like a Korean there, you're fucked already. So if we have to pick all players, only Chinese players, only Korean players, it makes it even. I don't think actually it would be quite an interesting match. I would love to see it actually. In the same way as in the past years, you know, for some of the IEMs, they would invite like a T1 or a KT, even when they weren't number one for like fan value. And sometimes they would still dust off all the Western teams, man. You're like, fuck, in LCK, that's like the 8th best team and they're winning our international event. But that's just how good some of these teams are. So I actually think the match will be better than people think. Right. The next question will be, the dog says, right, whatever. This guy's, right, you have to understand some of the backstory here, Yamato. This is a guy from my Discord server he's American, and his whole style is like sort of troll questions. It's not Pop Pounder 420. It's a guy called The Dog, but he's sort of like a boomer. It's like boomer dad jokes. So get ready. He goes, Thorin, 2 weeks ago, you baselessly accused Zika of winning worlds aided by the abuse of spiritual steroids. Can you remember? I know I've said a lot of shit, Yamato, so you might think, did he say that? I definitely did say that, if you remember. Like, so on that topic, here's a good one. Which match or tournament had the use of the spiritual steroids run the most rampant? Okay, I think he means other. I think he means like other people who've used spiritual steroids. I think that's what he's trying to ask me, because obviously it can't be worlds, right? That must be. So I'm trying to think what would be another good example of a tournament or a match where someone like not as good just leveled up in a way that doesn't make any sense. Can you think of a good one?
But the first one that comes to mind is just the Schalke miracle run.
Oh, like, yeah. So season 9 summer, yeah.
So Gilius is the.
Oh, see, it was okay. So it was season 10 summer. It was. Yes, that was it. Season 10 summer.
because I was like, Schalke had trouble. It was like the whole fucking, I believe, like the Forgiven drama too.
Yeah,
Like
they had to replace the
E18,
NEC.
whatever. It's like it was a
Yeah.
mess, bro.
Yep.
And basically, they had like, I don't know, the odds to qualify was like 0.02%, something. It was like they had to like win, I don't know what it was, like 8 games straight. And that was also like, I don't think anyone besides the character that is Gilius could believe in that circumstance.
Oh, he definitely had to put it. Oh, in that case, are we actually giving it to Gilius personally? Because you know what, it's quite mad. Even though he's a friend of the show, Yamato, he was recently on Best Damn League show. In fact, even though, listen, I keep it real, Yamato. Obviously, we did have like a 2-hour period this year where things weren't so great. You know, let's just say it was like the Cuban Missile Crisis. I had my finger on the nuclear button. Some would say I even launched initial preliminary ICBM missiles towards him, but it's okay. We called them all off. I quickly rushed over and, like X-Men: A New Hope, I just like stopped the missiles as they were coming in. Didn't I, like fucking Magneto or something? Any excuse to make myself Magneto or something like that, I'll do it at all times. But anyway, so the point is, I do agree though. I always thought Gilius's career as an LEC pro was like, he was like an average pro most of his career. Bro, that run, and actually even the next split when they had the lineup with Broken Blade, he actually smurfed. He actually was having some real games here where he was like, actually, bro, he was actually like outperforming like the best junglers in the LEC for reals, like carrying games. It was true. You're right.
That was for sure, some spiritual doping. 100%.
Yeah, indeed. I agree. Ajong says, currently watching T1 versus Bro, and Faker looks cooked. It's true, he was in that series. He is drowning in every lane against every mid. What does T1 do with him next year if he doesn't retire? I feel like T1 would be forced to re-sign him, but their ceiling is significantly lowered now with him. So basically, if you were in T1 shoes, like, one, what would you do? But then also, what do you think they should do? Or what do you think they will do, maybe?
We had a similar question, I believe, the other week too, where like in terms of how they like the upside of signing a different mid laner in terms of it's like the business of Faker just outweighs like he could run it down for 3 years straight. Like they cannot move on from him. I think it just comes down to if Faker wants to play or not, and you'd hope that he would be like reasonable if it ever reaches the point where he can't like compete and perform again. Like obviously he's dealing with like a lot of like the PR side and all of the fucking extra work that he has because he's Faker. And there's definitely periods where he plays better and definitely periods where he plays worse. I just think that it's just impossible to move on, bro. I literally I got this sent to me as a gift, you know, from Razer. They're like, we want to celebrate Faker's mouse. You know, Faker's mouse. You know, this guy is just too big of a driving factor. And I think it's the same is true for Riot, same is true for T1. They want to keep him involved. And my dream scenario still is that Faker coaches, and then he coaches, like, for example, Chovy, you know? It's like, that would be like a very, very cool transition because the way I see it is Chovy is Magnus Carlsen and Faker is Kasparov. That's how I see it. And when Kasparov got to the point in his career where Magnus Carlsen, like I believe it was exactly when he beat him, he said, it's time for me to retire. Right. I'm going to coach you. And that's like movie-esque, you know? It doesn't get better than that.
Right, the main thing for me is this. Everyone's done that thing for the last 2 years where the copium about Faker goes like this. He could just role swap to jungler or support. The problem is this, Yamato. As of today, you'd be a lunatic to kick the jungler on the fucking support and role swap Faker. Even if you get to keep Faker, who are you going to give honor to in the LCK? And by the way, if you're even considering kicking Carrier, just leave this channel right now. Like this, you can't be part of conversations with me because you actually just only care about Faker in the world. Like Carrier is an all-time generational cracked player. There's no world where I'm... By the way, I even think actually Smash has made Carrier's value even more because now he can't even do some like copium of like, I guess just how him and Guma played, but he looked fine with fucking Smash too. Like, so in my opinion, even though in past years you would think like when Order was a bit up and down, you'd be like, maybe he just becomes the jungler. Right now, the real problem you have is realistically, it probably is like he says here. If you re-sign him, it's probably at mid again. Here's where, Yamato, there's a really difficult circumstance for T1, and I'm going to give you an example, right? This might blow your mind, but I'm actually one of the only people in the world in basketball who, when they did this trade of Luka Doncic from the Mavericks to the Lakers, I didn't think it was a terrible trade. Like, I do think it's very, very hard to make that trade work. But essentially, if you look on paper what they were trying to do to their team, they were trying to get like a better defensive player, which the player they traded for was, and they wanted a big man, and they already had a ball handler. So their logic was like, we can rework the team. And it didn't happen because actually their ball handler, Kyrie Irving, got injured this season and he had to stop playing. But essentially their logic was sort of like, even though we're giving up one of the best players in the NBA, we're doing it so that this year we might have a better chance to win. The problem is, if you use that logic as T1, the only way you will make it work is if you literally won Worlds without Faker. If you don't, if you essentially don't re-sign Faker, and then even if you came second, it wouldn't matter. You would be hated by every T1 fan. So unfortunately, it's a rare scenario of where I actually think the GM is not allowed to do his job. Like, in theory, the GM should do what this fan did here and just assess Faker with the nameplate off and go, oh, I can't win Worlds with this mid laner. Like, his years are done. But the problem is the cultural factor of Faker is too big. I actually think you would just do so much harm to your brand and to the T1 fan base if you kicked Faker and didn't re-sign him that it's not. So the main question here for me would be this. If I kick you, Faker, or rather if I don't re-sign you, are you going to retire? Because if you retire, we can do this. We can make this work. Congratulations, Coach Faker. Congratulations, Ambassador. But the problem is, if you tell me that if I don't re-sign you, you're going to go play for D+ or KT Rolls, then I have to re-sign you no matter what. Even if it means we won't win. Because essentially, I think the fans would rather not win with Faker for the last 2 years than see Faker play for another team. I don't think he'll win there and just start over. I actually think fans would just go so mental. So I think actually they're in an incredibly difficult situation. I actually feel sorry for the GM of fucking T1 in this scenario, because with that said though, this is where it also matters. If you think about a couple of episodes ago when I said I heard basically like maybe T1 also doesn't have that much money. Actually, they can't just spend like 5 million per position. And also remember, at the moment, what's allowing them to pay Faker so much is his contract was grandfathered into the new salary cap. He essentially is allowed to get more than he would if you signed him tomorrow. So right now, the other problem is this. If this was the world before the salary cap, and you can just have teams like that, you know that JDG 2023 roster, the rumor is, Yamato, that roster was $18 million worth of salary. 18 million, as in like, by the way, that would be the entire LEC, every player added together wouldn't get to that amount. So that was like when you could really cook. If you were in that world, and essentially I can make a dream team around Faker, then he could still win. I think it'd be very hard because it is mid lane. Like, one of the reasons I think I have a different opinion than most people. A lot of people now think Smeb was overrated. Bro, he was playing with Kuro. He was trying to win Worlds with a mid laner that I thought never was better than, I don't know, 4th best or something. That guy was never a top mid laner. But the problem is, it's really hard to win without a superstar mid laner. So I think if you really do make this team, like Viper and Carrier and fucking Canyon and maybe he has Keen or something, yeah, then you know what, that roster, maybe Faker could just pilot that team no matter how bad he is in lane and win the game anyway. But I just doubt, one, I doubt you can make that roster, and then two, I actually think the real answer to this question is, do you want all the T1 fans to hate you? And since the answer is no, you probably just have to accept the end of Faker's career. By the way, I actually think the real answer, but I just don't think sadly this will happen, is I actually think the best for everyone would be for him to just retire. Now, I'll never say people should, because if a great player wants to play, I'll never deny them or fans of them a chance to see them play. But I just think for Faker's career and for T1 in this very particular scenario, it'd be better for everyone if he just became the coach. I also think, by the way, Yamato, I think he could be a fabulous coach. Look, I do think if you ever look at interviews with him, I don't think he'd be a great people person. But as a strategic coach, I could believe this guy is a genius, mate. I've seen enough in the game to believe it.
Agreed.
And I also agree with you. If he retires, mate, now we can go the other direction and make the best T1 roster. Like you say, bro, imagine a team where we have a super duper T1 roster, Faker's the coach, and his mid laner is either Chovy or Scout. Mate, we can have an amazing set of narratives now. Like you say, it would even be the ultimate narrative for those guys that like Faker's sort of the guy like whispering in their ear and then they're going to win the championship. That would be a way to continue his legacy even. It'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? The joke being then, of course, then all the T1 fans would just be like, see, Faker is the GOAT coach too. And you can't win. You have to understand, you can't beat idiots. You can't beat them. I mean, sadly, it's not even legally allowed anymore. That's just a joke. Damn, Lance Armstrong and losing truths and thoughts. Right. So, but we're just going to keep, by the way, that's going to become a running joke. About 2 years from now, people are going to be like, what's it, Lance Armstrong got to do with anything? You weren't there for the deep law. Rasmus Muller, so actually Caps apparently. Okay, so Caps himself apparently. No, someone's named himself like whatever. Rasmus Muller says, this season I've hit Masters for the first time, but I want to climb further. Does Yamato, no offense to Thorin's Pike, how dare you, sir? If you want to climb, you do what I do. You get high as shit and play Pike all rolls. And at the beginning of the game, you auto-mute everyone on both teams and just do whatever you want. Because it's not a team game. It's solipsism. You're the only person who exists in the universe. Have fun. That's why I enjoy League of Legends. Now, look, that is one of the most toxic sounds. So does Yamato have any tips for climbing at his rank at Masters? It says, yeah, shallow/deep champion pool is studying film efficient. So do you have a few tips, or is like studying film the way to climb from Masters? What would you say?
I do think it goes a long way, because I think you can learn lessons that people above your rank, what they've basically they have taken a lot of steps to figure out what they do. And you can kind of circumvent that by just watching players that have done it better than you. You're not a pioneer in your position. There's a lot of people that have climbed from Masters to Grandmasters and onward. I think isolating your champion pool and making it streamlined goes a super long way. Like if climbing is your only purpose, then duo queuing is a must, because it's just inherently just broken.
Let me just pick up on something you're saying, because I'm going to do that thing where, like an interview, I ask a question to clarify. When he said there's shallow/deep champion pool, even though in theory to be a better player, you'd want to be able to play more champions. If he's only asking about climbing, though, he probably should restrict his champion pool, right? Like if he can get down to 3 meta picks and just play that in most matchups, he should probably do that. That'll be a better chance to climb, right?
The less you have to think about what you do through your champion, the more you can think about your overall impact.
Perfect.
Instinctually, there's a good way to climb and there's a bad way to climb, and there's certain high ranks that I don't value highly, and there's certain high ranks that I value very highly based on how they did it. If you want the cheapest way and climbing rank is the only thing that you want to do, you should basically choose your champions depending on who you are, but you can also be very selective by just opening any of the websites that offer any analytical tools in terms of what is performing good. Duo queuing is very, very OP, and I do recommend something that is so important is mapping out when you are performing and playing good, and stick to only playing, treating your solo queue games on your main account as if they were tournament matches.
Right.
Do everything you can to prepare yourself for those games, and it goes such a long way. Making sure that your sleep is good, you've eaten, you've warmed up, doing all the things, making it a ritual to actually play matches on your main account that you never ever play when you are weaker than you can be, because you can choose your schedule. It's very easy to have an off day and then choose to play solo queue and then play another one and play another one, and then maybe you rack up 2-3 losses. All of a sudden, in terms of time investment, it's it's not only that you didn't win, you lost. It's you're taking 2 steps back for every time that you lose, and you've wasted time, and you've created a circumstance where you've elevated risk for no reason. So be very selective with when you play, and treat those matches insanely holy. Your solo queue games, maybe you play 3 on your main a day. Those are sacred. These are your tournament games, and you should prepare for them as if it's the case. And the more clean your let's say your hygiene around how when you play and when you shouldn't play. You can also use dodge as a tool to make sure that you have conviction in the games that you play. There's a lot of percentages you can really trim down in order to make each game as impactful as possible, because it adds up very, very fast. In the long run, it's certain things that you do in the long run. I think with solo queue climbing, it's a player that has 55% win ratio is going to win 5 games more than they lose. 55% is still very, very commendable, but in order to see the impact of something like that requires a lot of fucking volume. Over 100 games, you have won 5 more games than losses. That's a 10 difference, and that in theory is then a 100 to 150 to 200, maybe even 300, depending on your MMR LP difference. So the consistency of your work is super, super important. And just treat it as tournament games. That's like the big one.
Right, I actually haven't played League as in trying to be good for many years. As I alluded to, I just play for funsies when I play. So I actually have to ask you a question if this is still possible. By the way, as a result, don't listen to me for advice about climbing, but I do have a note as an outsider that a lot of people didn't seem to take advantage of. So I want to ask you, is this still possible? One thing back in the day, the person who taught me League used to tell me to always do, but I just didn't give a fuck by the end, was, when you go into a game, the second that the lobby is locked and it starts loading the game, he would tell me, you go and you open up like OPGG or whatever for that match, and you check all the teammates of yours and all the opposition and see what rank they are and what champions they're good on. And essentially, the reason you do this is, can you still do that, by the way, while the game's live?
Yeah, you can.
Even though I don't take any other advice, but I do think if you don't do this, you're missing out. Because look, he's at Masters, to be fair, so they're better players. But the reason why I think this is actually an OP trick is because, bro, you will sometimes find out that you're playing against a guy who's like first time in that champion, or he's like the guy who's boosted and he's the worst one on their whole team. And it can allow you sometimes to cynically target that person or to reset your expectation. By the way, probably the more important one for him at Masters is the other way around. You'll find the one where it's the guy who's going to 1v9 and it's like his fucking main champion. Like, you want that info. That's going to help you play out the lane differently than if you don't know, if you think it's just some random Masters mid laner on Azir. Like, if that guy's like some Azir one trick, be careful, play like respectfully in lane or something. I actually think that's underrated, bro. Like, a lot of people I know don't do that. It's a good trick, isn't it?
No, it's super good. I know there's a lot of tools. Like, I don't know exactly the name of them, but they're like on Overwolf. There's like tools that you can abuse to streamline that process. Like, I use something called Meta TFT when I play TFT, and they're telling me like about like, this person is a one trick with this build. This is all he plays. This one is on a lose streak. This one's on a win streak. It's like gives me percentages in terms of like win ratios when I'm choosing augments. Like real time, it's like, oh, this is an A+ augment with the context of what's there. I was like, oh shit, like the less I have to think, the better, Just information is king. I'm with you, and you can still do this. There's nothing that blocks you from doing this shit.
Yeah. Obviously, don't go too far with it, but I think in general, it's nice to know that they're not just 10 identical players in the server. Right, Keku asks, it's another interesting one. This is actually a good one. Believe it or not, I'm going to give props. It's a good question. The timing is perfect, by the way. The Keku question is, should Fnatic re-sign Humanoid at the end of 2025 if they win a split and have a good run internationally? Now, what makes this a banger question, Yamato, is any other year, the answer was, are you out of your fucking mind? We've been waiting for this contract to end. But he's right. Not only is Humanoid actually playing pretty well right now, but he added the condition of, you win a split and you have a good run internationally. If that happens, should Fnatic re-sign Humanoid? What do you think?
I think if they win a split and they do well internationally, I feel like it's a no-brainer. But in a case where let's say they don't win a split and they don't do well internationally if they qualify, I think even in that scenario, it's a very tough question. I think even in that scenario, it's not like just so easy, because the context is already, it's like Caps resigned already, allegedly, based on the Sheep Esports reporting. Caps already resigned. It's not updated in the global contract database, but him resigning, Vladi not being available, what is like the big jump that you're going to make? Because it's like Jackie's can be fine, but would that be
that was
like,
what I was thinking about, yeah.
Or is that like, can we with great conviction say that he's going to be just better than Humanoid? Maybe you reach a certain point in time where a change needs to happen because you've had too much of the same and you need to take that leap of faith. But moving on from Humanoid, the conversation is always interesting, because it's like when people complain about Humanoid and criticize Humanoid, rightfully so, that he should be replaced and so forth, it's like, who do you replace him with? That's always a very, very tricky one. I think Jackie's could be a player. I'm trying to think of other names in the league, but it's like, you're not gonna fucking put Nuke and Fnatic. You're not fucking doing that. You're not fucking bringing in Larson. You're not fucking bringing in Camilo.
And also Larson would be expensive probably because he's got that big contract too, so that'd be hard.
It's like, you're not fucking bringing in Camilo. Like Chayek is a little bit too fresh, didn't really showcase anything crazy. So it's like the big upgrade, unless there's like some superstar mid laner that I don't know.
Unless you go quad and get a fucking Korean.
Yeah, that could be an angle
get Korean,
too,
right?
You get the KT challengers mid laner, or maybe you just go even further. LPL is falling apart. You bring in Scout. It's like, I don't know, because it's like from Fnatic side too. It's like they are also fucking licking their wounds. Like, this is not an org that has like any fucking firepower. Like, I think from Fnatic's perspective, if things don't work out with this core, I think moving forward will be tricky, because like Fnatic, in terms of where they are financially and in terms of how much they generate and so forth, this is a roster. This is an organization that is fucking bleeding too. So I don't know how big moves they can make, because the names that they would want are names that are very, very. There's a lot of competition for them in the market. So in both contexts, I think it's a tricky one to do. I think sticking to humanoid, the main question is if you just need to disrupt the pairing that is Razork and humanoid, because I think if anything, I think Razork is a fantastic player. He's very, very good mechanically. I don't think his year has been that great, but I can look at the whole context of his career and know that this is a player that has a great capacity. But if it ever comes down to it, I do think if I'm looking at it from Fnatic's perspective, I would say that the jungle role has a lot more opportunity and ways where you can maneuver around to maybe create a different scenario for humanoid. Maybe you create a scenario where you reunite humanoid Elioya or something. Maybe that's an angle that you go for. Or I think just in terms of the jungle pool, there's a lot of interesting players that could just change up the dynamic in a way and move on from the old.
I do think he sort of rigged the question, though, because if you win a split and you have a good run, I'm with you. At that point, you just do it because of all the considerations you just gave. At that point, it would be justified. The problem is, though, I do agree, though, except I'm going to slightly disagree. I'm going to take the last point you said and agree with it. If you don't win any split this year, I almost think at this point in time, you just don't want to win if you re-sign both Razork and Humanoid to play together anymore. Like, it just shows that there's something that just never fully 100% synced with those guys. So you almost at that point, by the way, you almost just want to see how Razork would play with someone else too. Like, you want to just, as you say, you already had many years of that chance. It's had many chances. It's been good, but it hasn't never been the best, except for maybe now. So if you don't win at all, I would make the change. At that point, by the way, I'm willing to even gamble. Maybe I'm getting Jackies. Maybe I'm getting a Korean. In fact, you know what? If you want to get really spicy, Yamato, here's a move nobody would think of. In fact, everyone would hate it. But one thing I've learned about League and most esports games is talent. There's not really a thing called skill vampires, Yamato. People do get worse, but there's often reasons why. Wrong meta, wrong teammates, are not motivated in their life. I'll tell you a crazy out of left field move no one's thought about. Welcome back to both the mid lane and Fnatic, Niski. Put Razork with Niski, bro. Now let's cook. No? I would gamble on that, mate. I would gamble on that. I think that's a move.
Oh shit, bro. I'm not bought in, bro. I think the distance between Nitsky, good performance, and now is just too far, man.
Let's see.
Too far.
Let's see. I mean, here's the thing. I wouldn't really do that. I was actually never a Niski fan anyway. But that is, if you're spitballing crazy moves, I'm trying to think of someone who could go with Razork, There's not many. I also, by the way, I don't think he can get Larson, but I also think Larson's not a terrible one. But if I think of the way Razork plays, I think Larson would love a fucking jungler like that, mate. I think he would fucking love it.
Bro, Larson should love the fact that he still has a fucking job that pays well, bro. Like, I'm not on the fucking Larson hype train at all, bro. This is something we disagree on.
We'll see.
I want Larson out.
Yeah, you also weren't on the hype train back when he was beating your ass.
Yeah, because
We
lost because of Larson.
Okay.
I think he was the weakest fucking performer on that Rogue roster.
Doesn't matter, mate.
Now.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
In the finals, he fucking clapped caps. What are you talking about? True.
You know what I give?
He was pretty good. He was pretty good in the finals.
You know what I would say about Larson? I think 2020 Larson was fucking insane. 2020 summer Larson.
Who's playing the Oriana and stuff? Yeah, sure.
Like a 2020 Larson, I remember that best of 5 they played against G2, like in summer.
Yeah.
That was the most I've ever been impressed by Larson,
sure,
bro. Because he played like he played fucking Akali. He played fucking Akali was popping off, man. That's the Larson that I liked, and I always compare whatever he does to that. Because even in that fucking semis that we lost. They had to ban out like any matchups that made it like dynamic in mid, because that game 1, the Silas humanoid was popping off, and then it was mage versus mage, and mid lane got even CS, boring shit. Malrang and Odoamne was fucking up Wunder and getting Herald every game, so we lost. I know that series as the inside of my palm, because that's the split that got away. The other splits I can say, I got fucked by Fnatic 2018, I got fucked by G2. It is what it is. But that one. Oh, yeah. that one was for the taking.
Right, as a joke, Bot Pounder 420 asks, how much money do I have to raise for Gamers Outreach? Because that was a charity. He asked if I could donate some. He said, can I donate on your behalf? So I said this one. He said, for you to change your Discord pronouns to Thick Daddy. Well, the answer is I wouldn't do that. It's just not my style, is it? So no amount of money. Right, Josh Gerling PT. Here's a good one. Who is the European player that didn't reach their potential that you're convinced, here's the key part, that you're convinced on a different team working with a different coach, they would have reached that potential? Who fits that billing, do you think? Because I think this is better than the normal ones. Like, the normal ones, it's always just me saying fucking self-made every week, but it's not going to be that for this one. Because we can think on this one, like, if we put this guy on the right team with the right coach, he could have hit his height. What sort of names are you thinking of already? Who we getting to the bottom with here?
It's like,
because by the way, I'll tell you right now, I can tell you some names I can eliminate. I actually don't think people like Selfmade are forgiven. A lot of the what if players, those players, by the way, were uncoachable in my opinion. Like, I don't think any coach I told you the story before. If Forgiven could complain about every member of that H2K 2016, like I told him to his face, bro, then you can't have any teammates that'll ever be good enough. Like, Prime Yankos and Otto, I'm not good enough for you, mate. Like, so some of those players aren't actually even the ones I'm thinking of. I'm trying to think actually of more like fringe cases, people I thought were really talented, but they didn't necessarily make it.
It was like the big one for me is like I'm thinking about players, not necessarily that they didn't get to be on like the best team or like in the best environment. It was more about just like circumstances in their career just didn't pan out like as they should have, or just by choices.
Okay.
Like I think back of players that I played with back in the earlier years, and like someone that stood out was Extinct. Like Extinct was a player that
sure, yeah, mid lane and top, yeah, he was a gangster.
Like he played mid lane and he was so fucking good. Like he was by far like the best player in Europe, but he was just
he beat Moscow 5 on LAN.
He was absolutely nuts, this guy. And
Yeah,
then he
absolutely.
decided not to play. And then he was brought back to just play top lane for
NIP,
NIP.
yep.
And just was instantly the best top laner in the league.
I can tell you, mate, all the people who were his teammates said that guy was like a mega talent.
Like this guy was just one of the best players I had the pleasure of ever playing with. Like it was insane how good he was. And I think if he just kept going, if he just played mid lane and just was on like the right team, I think this guy would have been like one of the greatest European players of all time. The weird thing is, like, I don't know if it was like season 6 or 7, like fucking Rocket brought him in to support. Like that was the most random shit ever.
For like 1 week or something, right? Yeah, you're right. I think
That
he
was
came
so fucking random. He just came in and played support. That was so fucking random, but yeah, this is the guy that I think of.
Okay.
There's another person like Hawkton, who was like baby frogging pretty much. Like I think he was also really fucking insane, but he just like got, as far as I remember, like because I was making a team with Hawkton and Sven. I remember Hawkton was so fucking insane. And in the end, Hawkton just said, like, I don't want to play League. I fucking hate League. And that's when we pivoted and made, like, the whole Jensen Darkwing Jacks roster, because we didn't have any players left. So we had to fucking go in and make the fucking Suicide Squad, Like, we had to go into the depths of solo queue to bust out players that can be good. Just nobody wanted to play with them. And that's how Team Solo Mebdi was created.
What's funny is you're going to think this is a diss against you when I say this player. But remember, my choices are a different team and coach. It's not the coach part. It's not the coach part, Yamato. But I would take your boy Jizuke. Because there's the problem. It's the team part. Bro, I don't think he ever was on a single roster that ever should have been top 2 ever in his whole career. I think it's already a if when I look how he played in Your Vitality and then in EG, this guy fucking, he's a floor raiser, mate. This guy's, I always thought he was, every single second of his career, he was an above average mid laner at minimum. And crucially for me, he played the style of mid lane that I think is quite high variance, but that gives you actually a real chance to beat Caps and to beat Perks and to beat, at the time, the Bjergsen, the unbeatable players. So the key thing for this is, I just wish Jizuke had been in like, a Fnatic roster or G2 roster or something like that. I think this guy on like one of the best teams, like, put it this way, he's one of the players I think could have also done like amazing things internationally if he was going every year. Like, he had the style of play, mate, to give it to these Koreans in the LPL. Because one of the key things is, not only was he like a very like fucking high fee player, but crucially, this guy wasn't a fucking pussy. And that is a big deal internationally. Like, this guy, but it's weird, you can tell me better than me. I bet you this guy actually believed he could beat those fucking like Zhao Hu when he played RNG and stuff, right?
No, 100%. It's he carried a level of confidence that was that came from the purest place, because like the way Jizuke studied the game and was in tune with how he needed to play and how he figured out details. You could just hear him sometimes when he comes in. Like he comes in and he was on the coast streams with the sack and so forth, and he just fucking starts talking about how every single player is playing things wrong, and
Right.
he's saying, like, giving us details about matchups, and we are like watching league every single day, and he just sees that, he just sees that because
Right.
he's so fucking in tune. And it's like the main thing that I always say as the biggest selling point about Jizuke is his reaction to us losing at Worlds. He said to me, I am going to stay in Korea. I'm like, Jizuke, you need to rest. He's like, no, I have to stay in Korea because if we at some point play an international event and we play against IG and I'm against Rookie, I don't feel ready. So I have to boot camp. So his reaction afterwards, we're eliminated, he stays in Korea to boot camp. And he just gets challenger and grinds. He did this thing where he just grinded like 50 games of Vel'Koz, 50 games of Lissandra, just played on focus on all of his weaknesses. And that's the type of person that Jizuke is, like just he goes into every game wanting to be ready to fucking win against the opponent. And if for some reason he doesn't think so, which in that Rookie case he didn't because we scrimmed against him and Rookie is just fucking insane, he just works. He works. That's his reaction. It's not like he fucking folds, he works.
Because I do think he is one of the players that is one of the biggest victims of the franchise system. Whereas I say, you have to literally rely on the GM to pick you. And if they all don't pick you, then you just don't get to play. Because I've always thought if League of Legends was an open circuit without franchising like Counter-Strike, you couldn't keep this guy off top teams, mate, because he would just go on another team and beat you on a lesser team, and eventually he would just get his way into top teams again. I actually think he really is one of the most forgotten talents ever, unfortunately. And I almost even think, because people are just going to remember things like his hilarious laugh, they'll forget how good a player he was. He was a demon. He was really skilled in the game, guys.
When I joined Fnatic, I wanted to bring Jizuke with me. Like I wanted to have Jizuke.
That would have been a fucking sick line. Maybe that's the one I want then. Maybe I make your era of Fnatic have him instead of Humanoid. Imagine him with Razork, mate. Wouldn't he cook?
So it's like it was 2021 when we moved in, right? That was like the
the
year.
Nemesis one, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, like we moved on from Nemesis, and then like the big push was for Niski. I was very happy with Niski, but in my mind, I just thought the Jizuke, Whippo, Hilly on the same team will be just fucking. They are in the same.
Sick. Yeah.
They are fucking making music together. Their jazz will be so fucking high level, and everyone's just fucking in tune. It's gonna be fucking crazy, but everyone's fucking in it, And I thought the Jizuke would just be like a very, very good match. But at the time, I remember like there was no push because it's like Jizuke has a way of playing solo queue that a lot of people don't like. It's like he makes the game about himself. He doesn't give a fuck. Like either he's going to go 15-0 or 10-0-10. He's going to keep trying through himself, and he doesn't want to take the backseat and get carried, So Whippo really didn't like that, and this gave him like a very negative impression. And then the commitment was made in towards Niski, of course.
Morguina says, do you think it is better for the health of a sport? So I guess we could count esports too, but he says sports. For that, as he might even mean esports. Some people just use the same word interchangeably. Is it better for the health of a sport to have a dynasty or many champions?
I think probably many champions. I think because I think the dynasty part requires additional notes. It's like the G2 era of the caps and the perks. It's like Fnatic tried to beat them time and time again, and Fnatic made it interesting. Do you have like the counterpart to like there needs to be an antagonist and a protagonist always,
right?
And either you want to wish the best team to lose, or like there needs to be some kind of a dance. But I think the simpler answer is, of course, that if you have multiple different winners, that there is some sense of contention that already creates a drama in itself. So I would say having different champions. Like this year KC won, and we're fucking hyped for this playoffs because it's unsure. We're unsure. Last year, we knew G2 could run it down for a BO5, and up until the Matters, they're just gonna win anyway. So that kind of a year fucking sucks for sure.
Like most incredibly broad questions that ask, in theory, a massive point, I don't think there's actually a hard or fast rule. Like, I'll immediately sound like I'm cheating, but I'm actually going to add more nuance. The problem here is this. I think, I'm speculating, that he has modeled the two options as black and white like this. So he's put, do you have a dynasty of like a great team that wins all the time? Or do you want like different champions each time? Here's the problem. The second part isn't always the same thing. So, for example, you could have an era where there's a different champion every split, but that's because the level of play in the league is dog shit. And even the champion's not very good. So here's the thing. I'll give it to you. Your answer of many champions, I would agree if it's an era where it's like now, like you've got 3 or 4 really good teams and then they're taking turns because that way the dynamic, like you say, is interesting. If not, if it's like the choice is a dominant team or like it's just wide open and there's no one good, then I'd take the dominant team. And here's the counterintuitive reason why. Because the beauty of a dynasty is because they play the game at a much better level, they actually tend to teach the other rival teams how to play the game. And that's how you eventually overcome the dynasty, because some rival either changes a player to beat that style or learns that style, or it gets less effective over time, or you get experience against them. So again, it's just one of those ones with nuance, I think. I think for entertainment value, you'd want the different champions. I also think, though, dynasties actually establish esports and sports as legit and actually show you the highest level of the game. So I think you could also argue the dynasties are very important. Like at this point in time, especially in sports, all-time great players, one of the best things they actually do is inspire the next generation. Like, that's real. Like, there definitely are players who, you know, saw Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or something. That's why they went harder in the gym. Like, if they'd have just been a different champion every year, who's just a good player, maybe that guy doesn't get obsessed with basketball, you know. So I would say the same thing in LEC. If there was no Caps, if there was no Reckless, if there was no Yankos, would people in those roles be obsessed? Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, I can even tell you, my mate Upset, he's actually legit like this, mate. He's not one of those people who tries to play too cool for school. He would just tell you straight up. First of all, he obviously wanted to be forgiven. You respected him. But he wanted to have the record in the championships of Reckless. These are real things. Those are people you put, like, you're chasing on the road, as it were, you know. They're important to have those people, I think. Nadnerb, here's a good one, Yamato. Get ready. What is the greatest free agent signing in LOL history? He says it has to be signing an already established player. So he says, he gives some examples that it could be G2 getting Caps, it could be Genji getting Chovy, it could be IG getting Rookie. I assume he means the first time, not this time. T1 getting Kerry. Is the one that comes to mind, free agent signing, who would be the best, do you think?
I think probably like the most impactful one, just by the nature of how it shaped the rest of European League of Legends history, the Cap signing. It's just how it decapitated the Fnatic era that should have been a continuation of dominance. It's like Fnatic were at a world finals and lost their main player. That is insane to even fucking comprehend or to think about, that you are at the world finals and you fail to sign Caps again. And G2 grabbing him and then going on to winning the majority of all competition within Europe for the coming years is absolutely. I don't think at that level of like it's just like, if anything, it could be Zeus is maybe comparable if it ends up in a way where How Life win a world championship with Zeus, because it effectively kills the T1 era, and they signed him in a world where he just went into free agency. And I think the impact of a signing like that, where a team really loses every bit of momentum that they had on top of it, that's where just my mind goes. Because as far as I know, like Genji's signing Chovy, that was just a natural progression in Chovy's career, because he was just on a team that didn't really deserve him. And in some sense, sure, you can argue that for Zeus and Caps, but in terms of results, like, they had the results.
I think this is actually one that's more wide open than he thinks. I know what you mean, by the way. The reason, what's funny is normally I would go completely against the Caps one, because it's like, I don't think you're even comparing. Like, Caps isn't Chovy. I mean, look at the player. By the way, notice the 4 names he gave: Caps, Chovy, Rookie, Carrier. Bro, the other 3 are like GOAT contender players. Like, Caps is just the best European. But here's the weird reason why I agree with you. Because I actually think if Caps had stayed in Fnatic, he would have never done the things he's done in G2. Bro, even though he made it to that Worlds final, I always tell this story. People have it the wrong way around. In their brain, they remember Season 8 was when Caps got really insane. And then Fnatic went to the Worlds finals. So they think in their brain, Caps was awesome at Worlds. He wasn't. He was actually a bit whack at that Worlds. It was actually Reckless who was awesome at that Worlds. He fucking smurfed on EDG and iBoy and bodied Sneaky, and he was actually really, really good. The joke is, the one they get wrong about Reckless is the 2021. I actually showed in my video. He just played all fucking like utility champs and barely did any damage, and it was just Hillasan going maniac mode on TES was like that. He like was smurfing there. So I actually think if Caps had stayed in Fnatic, I think he would have been a very good player himself, and they would have made like some semis at Worlds and stuff. But I don't think they ever would, for example, have done what G2 would and win MSI. The idea of Western and won MSI is inconceivable to this day. I mean, I still think actually that wasn't even something you can put on any one player. Like, I still think the craziest part, I will never get over this, Yamato, because this feeling has never existed in League of Legends since Moscow 5. It was the feeling in the semi-final of that MSI against T1 when in Game 5 they did the flex in the draft, and you were like, wait a minute. They've just beaten T1 in Game 5 in draft in a way that T1 can't respond to because they don't have a former mid laner that plays ADC. They don't have 3 positions that can flex. When I was like, bro, I've been waiting with my mate Monty for years to ever have a Western team have a draft edge. And they've got it. Like, holy shit. And it's against T1 and Faker and fucking like insane people that you can't even dream of that. So I do think that did change the whole history of League of Legends, mate. I mean, remember, at the end of League of Legends, people are going to look back on Season 1, Shushay Championship, and all. Mate, MSI is another level. Like, that was in Season 9. The game was fully developed. We had all the Korean dynasties. Again, it's against the GOAT. So, Captain's a good shout. I do think, aside from that, if we're just going on play, look, Chovy has had maybe the best body of individual play ever in Gen G. That's pretty good. I also thought another one, two that are underrated. Notice he's only mainly doing ones that go to their company. I'll tell you 2 examples of Koreans going to China I think are mad underrated. It's 2 ADCs. How about Viper? Bro, he won the Worlds. EDG was an org that their whole thing was they'd never even made a Worlds final, mate. He won Worlds for them. And then the other one's obviously Ruler. Mate, Ruler almost fucked around and did a perfect year. That was pretty nuts. To remember, that was massive because he had the chance to go to a Gen G again or there's plenty. I'll guarantee Rookie was Ruler was probably one of the most eligible free agents ever. I bet he could have gone wherever he wanted. So I know he didn't complete the Golden Road, but that almost happened, mate. That was nuts. Right. We'll do a couple more, then we'll roll it over. Warrior says, all right, here's an interesting one. Actually, you know what? It's not as interesting, but we're going to do it anyway. It's actually a mental question, I realized. As I started reading it, it got less interesting. But get ready, just buckle in, because this is some full, like, Twilight Zone shit. He goes, in an alternate reality, in which not only, get ready for how many crazy scenarios we're about to stack on top of each other, right? So we're not even just doing a butterfly effect, one thing, he's just changing, like, he's just fucking Thanos with the reality store, like, now reality can whatever I want it to be, like. So get ready. In a reality where not only does Ryu win the infamous Z1v1 against Faker, but also C9 miraculously, this is already getting so fucking bonkers. Get ready. C9 miraculously 3-0s, not only Fnatic in Season 8 Worlds, but then also IG in the final. So already I'm just like, mate, I need the greatest ayahuasca of all time to get to where this guy's at. So they also then 3-0 IG with fucking Sneaky and Liquor and just win that shit too, contracts or whatever. Right? No, that was actually Sense Reality to be fair on that one. Which piece of history do you think would be looked at more heavily? In essence, do you think Faker losing that 1v1 would have a greater like ripple historical effect than if NA won the Summoners Cup? Which would be bigger?
Oof. I don't think it's like C9 winning a world championship as an anomaly. Like, it's just hard for me to imagine that getting over into something more significant and knowing Faker's impact on the game, guaranteed, and how that could have potentially reshaped him. Because it's always the same. Like in the context of Jankos, I asked him if did it get easier after he won the first one, and he said yes.
Okay.
And it's like for the longest time he was chasing a championship, and for the longest time he was one of the players that should have won the championship, but he just didn't. He was one of the guys where he just said, "This is he's on the short list of a player that should win but hasn't." And in my mind, it's like in a world where Faker, let's say that like Rio wins that, and for some reason, let's say that the ripple effect is Faker doesn't go to Worlds. Like already from that to zoom out where it is, 2014 already is looking different, because 2014 was the year that T1 didn't do so well. They needed to restructure, recover. And the context of even already 2014, maybe you can snowball it into a good 2015. And then all of a sudden you don't get the players that you want. And then if Faker doesn't have that legacy, someone or some team probably would try to take that place. And there's no T1 dynasty, and I think that is probably the most important historical like context that you need to have when you talk about League of Legends history. It's like League of Legends history is synonymous with T1. You can look at it through the lens of T1 always. So C9 winning as an anomaly, I think it's just that's what it would be. It would be talked about as G2 winning MSI. It would be just one freak off. But I don't see in this alternate universe that C9 would continue that and bring back glory to North America and they would be competitive in 2020. I don't think so.
The problem I have with this question, get ready, buckle up and close your fucking arsehole, because I'm going crazy on this motherfucker. I'm roasting everyone up in here. Hide your girlfriend, hide your wife. I'm going off on this one. First of all, what an insanely disingenuous comparison. You have actually done the nuclear bomb versus coughing baby. So I'm changing either a meaningless 1v1 at the end of a game, or I'm making C9, who couldn't even have won that semi, win the whole Worlds and beat Rookie in the Shy. Like, again, one of those is a nuclear bomb. The other one's a coughing baby. Like, I think the nuclear bomb is more. Guess what, Yamato? I think it would probably change history more for C9 to win Worlds with fucking Sneaky than, I don't know, Faker loses a 1v1. Because here's the detail that you don't get, guys. Let me give you a little thing only I can do, because I'm Thorin, motherfucker, the esports historian, aka esports itself. So here you go. Here's what people don't know about the Faker 1v1. It's insanely overrated. It's really cool because it was in a final and in a game 5, and they just did hands and they did all like the timing. He has to get it. But here's what people forget: the game was already over. T1 had basically won the game already. That's why he went for it. Then, lastly, I'll give you some trivia people don't know. What was the detail about that one match? Let's see if anyone in the chat. I'll give you 5 seconds. What is a piece of trivia about the other players in that match? Game 5, summer 2013, KT roster Bullets against SKT. What was a piece of trivia about a famous pick in that game? Can anyone in the chat tell me quickly? I'll give you 5 seconds. Not Midland. There you go. He nailed it. The meme was 2 Shens. Here's the detail people don't know, Yamato, about that play. Both of the Shens could have ulted in and didn't. There's even a story where supposedly Impact said to Faker, "Do you want me to ult?" And Faker, because it was over and he just wanted to swag, was like, "Nah, don't bother." And then they just had an actual duel. They were like, "On guard, sir. Well, excuse me, do you have your second?" "Yes, but he'll stay there until the fight's over, sir, until I have the satisfaction." That's the best part of that fight. The real part of that fight is the game's basically over, so Faker just goes, "Let's just fuck around. You ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight?" Woo! And starts doing all moves. Look at the moves. If anything, the real person who went off in that moment was fucking Doer. That's the iconic shit. Most of you can't even remember what he did with the cleanse and the shadow, but I tell you what, you remember Doer's call. So actually, the 1v1 wasn't even that good. And also, by the way, as far as I know, T1 would have won the game anyway, which means it would have gone to Worlds, all the rest of it. So, and here's the real sad part. If he's imagining mistakenly, Yamato, that if Ryu would won that 1v1, Ryu would get the fit, I think people would just forget that happened. I think T1 would win the game and they'd go, "Who cares?" It was the end of the game. So it's easily the C9 one. It's just that, as you pointed out, I could take your sentence, Yamato, and cut it off nice and early. You went, "I can't imagine a world." No, just stop after the word imagine. Even John Lennon couldn't have imagined this shit. Fucking hell. Imagine there's no heaven and Sneaky can win Worlds over Prime, the Shy, and Rookie. How? In what possible way? My first questions there, aren't even about that. It's about what else is going on in this reality. Do we breathe fucking water? Do I walk on my hands? Is my dick going up my own arsehole? What's going on in this world? It's already so crazy. You're acting you change one planet. You have to change the whole multiverse, motherfucker. Get out my face, Dr. Strange. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
I thought the question was that KT won, not that only the 1v1. Because the only one, I'm with you, the 1v1 is pointless.
It's because here's the problem. That's why I brought it up, Yamato. I think it's because a lot of people think that's what decided the game. They think Faker winning that then won the match. But actually, if you ever go watch the game's basically over at that point in time. So that's why it's not really that relevant to play. It's all good. I even think, to dive in, that's why the two Shens didn't join in. I think they actually just thought, essentially, we're just having like a meaningless 1v1 at the end of the game. So go for it, guys. Right, we'll do one last question, then we're going to rock off. Architect of Korean esports based Joe. I didn't write this question, Yamato. It just happens to be one I align with. So, why are Scandinavians all antisocial nerds? Do you think weather can morph humans' personality, which can explain why Californians are all alpha male giga-chads? You do with that what you want, Yamato. There you go. I'm pushing that out to you. What do you think?
Californians are alpha male giga-chads. Is that what my man just said? Californians are all alpha male giga-chads. Bro, Californians are soft. Soft. You're very, very soft. Because you allow yourself to get fucking beaten to a pulp by your rent prices. And you're not fucking rioting in the streets over them. Because your rent price goes up and you keep paying it. And soon you're going to live in an apartment where you are fucking can barely move. Like it's at the cheapest hotel room possible in Tokyo. Get me fucking out of this conversation where my man is telling me that Californians are giga-chads, bro. Most of the time, when people live in areas that have fucking insanely good weather, you have fucking summer vacation year long, bro, you're not fucking afraid of anything, bro. Fucking in Sweden, the fucking ice age comes at you during winter. You are fucking humble because you go outside and you freeze your dick off. Fucking your beer turns into ice. That changes your character. I agree though, sometimes Swedish people can keep a distance. They're afraid of, they stay away from confrontation. But that's because they want to do their own thing. We have some good things going on in Sweden. I do think the main point of criticism sometimes, like if someone is in danger, someone is in trouble, then in my experience, Swedish people tend to be like, oh, that's not a me issue. If I get over there, then it becomes a me issue,
right?
And that would then bother me, and that's not good. And people kind of just do their own thing. And I think there's a time and a place to get involved in your community and come together to do something collectively. And I think that's something that Sweden is missing. But get the fuck out here, man. Californians are alpha giga-chad, man. Come on, man. Here's
the thing. I've realized he missed a word, which is why I can't agree with it. Which is, remember, the first question was, why are Scandinavians all antisocial nerds? Here's my problem. If what you'd said is, why are Scandinavian esports pros antisocial nerds, that would be different. But here's the problem I have with that, Yamato. First of all, you've fucked up because you've said Scandinavia. If you said Nordic, you know what? Finns all are antisocial nerds. That one I've given you. Like, the joke is, God invented alcohol so Finnish people could procreate. Like, that's a straight fire joke there. I don't give a fuck. And also, they're antisocial nerds, so what are they going to say? Nothing. They're just going to drink, just drink my Cuscan carver. Get my Dutch courage up. Anyway, so also, I totally agree with you. You picked the wrong area. If you want Americans that are like alpha male giga-chads, you need to go to like the Appalachian Mountains or something, mate. Like, Californians are the piss softest fuckers in all of America. They're all the fuckers eating kale and shit like that and going for like dogs walks with a poodle and your fucking mind. No, California, you've fucked that one up completely. But if you want to know a more serious reason as to why they're antisocial, first of all, it's not true. Like, when he put Scandinavians, this is why he should have said gamers. Because if you're talking, like, if I go to to Sweden, I'll give you an example. If I come to Stockholm tomorrow, or Oslo in Norway, or Copenhagen in Denmark, and I just walk up to a random normal guy in Starbucks who's a man who's 25 in Scandinavia, bro, he's going to be a very social person. He's actually going to be like quite a well-balanced figure. He's going to be quite smartly dressed. He's probably going to have like a decent job. He's going to they're actually not weirdos. They're actually fairly good at like conversation. In fact, one of the things that's annoying about Swedes is, everyone goes, oh, they're women and stuff. The fucking men are almost as beautiful and all fucking perfect, like 10% body fat and all fucking, oh, hi, I am Sven, I am social. Yeah, all right, mate, whatever. Can we start talking about games so I can hate you? So actually, they're pretty normal, mate. Meanwhile, I'm with you. Like, Californians aren't what this guy imagines at all. He's picked the wrong one for that one. He's picked the wrong one.
I think he's from California. That's what Jesus revealed.
Probably is, isn't he? I know. And he's just thinking of, like, fucking Reckless and Larson or something, isn't he? Like, he's not thinking of, like I say, like a random guy in Oslo. He's not thinking of that, is he?
Yeah.
Anyway. I mean, put it this way, Yamato. Let me just ask a quick question. Might alarm you a bit. In theory, if you're talking about the past, you can mention a time you did drugs on Twitch, right?
I think so,
Yeah. I mean, as long as I don't do it now, it's okay. Yeah. Right. Okay, then. Here's why Scandinavians aren't antisocial nerds. I won't say when, but I was once at an event in Sweden, and I was in a nightclub. I'll write it to you which one it is here. Just let me, you know what this one is. I won't say it out loud so we don't get, that place in Stockholm? Banger, innit? Straight Fire Club. I was in there, Yamato, and I was going to the toilet. Let's just say in this scenario, maybe I wasn't going to do drugs. Maybe I was just going to the toilet. And I was stood with a bunch of people, and I didn't know them. They were all talking. And so as a joke, I leaned in and said, is everyone in this queue just waiting to do cocaine in the toilets? And they went like, yeah, do you want to come on in? And then I went in with them, and we all did, well, I saw them do some cocaine. Well, I did the cocaine too. It was brilliant. It was great stuff too. Top primo. But listen, who knows how many years ago this was? By the way, that's not a recommendation in life. I didn't say to do that. I don't suggest anyone does that. But all I'm saying is I found them to be very social and welcoming.
There you go.
And also, lastly, party with Thorin if you want to get hooked up. There you go. Right. So anyway, I think that's going to be it for this week. There you go. At the end, a shocking revelation of a drug-fueled past mixed with hubris and charm. But that's enough about summoning insight and Yamato. Now let's see you next week.
I thought you were summarizing Lance's life.
Yeah, true. You're right. That's actually good. It could have been Lance all along. It was Lance all along. Exactly. See you next week.